Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? It's a bit low, isn't it? What's going on? It's a bit low. It's a bit low. It's a bit low. What's crack-a-lacking, people? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? What's crack-a-lacking? Hold on, let me get these filters up. It's a bit low. Well, go on. It's a bit low. It's a bit low. Let me crank this up. Let's go to 12. How about that? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mic check 1 2. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mic check 1 2. Mic check. Mic check. Miggity, miggity, miggity. Mic check. Miggity, miggity, miggity. Mic check 1 2. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Miggity, miggity. Mic check 1 2. Miggity, miggity, miggity. Mic check 1 2. Can you hear me? Can you see me? What's happening, people? Random show. We're back once again. What's the deal, y'all? What's crack-a-lacking? Can you hear me? Let me get that flipping dB up one more time. Let's do one more. Let's just go to 13. It's a bit artificial, this. It's gonna sound a bit tinny, but just to get the volume where it needs to be. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. I think that's good. That's good. What's going on, people? What's going on, people? What's going on, people? Can you hear me? 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Mic check. What's going on? What's going on? Big up Don Dotter. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Appreciate. Big up Star Slinger. Wagwan G. Big up Purple Pidge. Hope you're getting the sound now, my guy. Big up Keith T. What's good, my jigger? Big up Keith T. G1 Roger. What's happening? Run it up. 647. What's good? J1B. What's good? LB, what's good? Silver Wrench, what's good? Young Old Vibes was here earlier. What's good? Game Breed, what's good? Coiler, Wagwan, my guy. What's good, everybody in the stream chat? Appreciate all of you. So, we're back. We're live, ready to go. Big up Burt Reynolds. I see you in the chat. Wagwan. Big up Izanilla. Big up Scrabble Bees. I see you. Big up Andre. What's going on? Big up Andre in the chat. Wagwan, Andre. Big up everybody in the stream chat. I appreciate you. Cool. So, first things first to go over. First things first, as I'm sure some of you have already seen and heard. The big blood clot news concerning regarding the main channel, or not the main channel, my first channel, the Agostinho Zinga Show, has now been re-monetized over the weekend. Actually, randomly over the weekend, I put in my, what's that thing called? I put in my request to be re-monetized about a month ago, or maybe 2 months ago. I completely forgotten about it. I'm not gonna lie, I had completely forgotten about it, and then I randomly decided to check my flipping emails, and I randomly saw that it all got approved, because I got connected to Brand Connect. And then I got the email through from flipping, YouTube telling me that I'm back on. So fucking happy. Weirdly enough, I did check actually. It's been 6 months, since I got demonetized. 6 months. 6 blood clot months since I got demonetized, bro. 6 blood clot months. And I still have to say, I still think it's out of order. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna go full DSP here. It wasn't my fault. I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct. Honestly. Yo, big up NJ Ranger. Appreciate it, brother. Welcome.
5-hour stream. Bottom text. Long live the king.
Yeah, we out here. Big up. Yeah, we out here. Big up NJ Ranger. Appreciate you. I don't know, man. I know sometimes I say some dicey stuff, but I don't think I'm that dicey, man. I'm sure some of you mofos watch people who are way more dicey than I am. But for some reason, I got hit with that flipping hammer. Now, to be fair, I can't say that because, they know how to play the game. Probably I don't know how to play the game. It's my fault. So even though there are people out there who are probably way dicier than I am, who probably say a bit more risky figures than I do, they know how to play the game better than I do. I don't know how to play the game, which is why I got spanked. Because I don't think I have any content that's worthy of a 6-month demonetized ban. I don't think so. People like DSP, Boogie, Wings, other people out here never get demonetized, and I get demonetized for 6 months. Like, and I've got like my content is minor, like compared to some people. Honestly, it really makes no sense. But I think in actuality, I deserve it for being naive. I deserve it for not knowing to play the game. And yeah, it is what it is. You know, I still don't know why it happened. My theory is that it was the Zakamiko thing. That's my hunch, but it could be anybody. But I have a theory it was either the Zakamiko thing or it was something about BERT. That's my gut instinct, because in the same time I got demonetized, a video about Zakamiko that I did, I think I did it. Do you remember that stream I did ages ago? One stream we watched the Zakamiko video where he was battling with some girl on stage or something. Like, I think he did a roast battle thing and he was quite good. And I think we spoke about him because he was looking like, he's always looked really big, but he was looking extra big this one time. He was looking super inflamed. I think at that same time, that video got taken down. And then soon after, I got demonetized. So I think it was a Zakamiko thing. That's my hunch. I'm not too sure, but I think that's what happened. I think so. But regardless, happy anyway. I'm over the moon. Thank God that's happened now. We're still going to go on as per usual. What I'm going to do now going forward is I'm going to focus, obviously, my energies on both channels. I'm going to be doing a bunch of clips, obviously, on the Random Show channel as well. I'm going to plan to do a little bit like, I'm going to run a little experiment and see if I can, because I'm struggling to keep up with the clips and shit. So I'm just going to try and do, yo, big up, Austin Case. I appreciate it, brother.
Speaking of monetization, is the channel monetized yet? If not, do they give you our super chats?
Yeah, so this channel is, yeah, both channels are monetized. So this channel isn't monetized for ads on the videos. This is just monetized for the super chats. So you can do super chats on this channel and everything. And yes, you get super chats as per usual. I think super chats are like our one, the way YouTube payments work is like it's 1 month delayed. So whatever you send somebody in the month of March, they will get it in the month of April, if that makes sense. I'm sure some of you guys know this. But yeah, it's all well and good. You can check it. And then I think the AdSense for the videos after they reach 1,000 subscribers. When I get 1,000 subscribers on here, I'll be able to do monetization on the videos as per usual when you get ads on videos. But I want to actually do that by making 10-minute clips, which I'm struggling to kind of keep up with, but I want to do that going forward now. I don't know, both channels are monetized. We're going to go forward and just do 10-minute clips on this channel, especially of little things, you know, that we do on here. And obviously clip some of the watch-alongs as well with other YouTube, you know, my reaction stuff as well, as per normal, and just get this channel kind of pumping so it's not just live, because I've read somewhere that allegedly YouTube's a bit finicky with live streams. It doesn't always push them. So that's why you have to keep up, like, you know, they basically want you to put as much content on here as possible. So that's why you have to also upload videos. They don't want you to do streams. They want you to do videos. They want you to do videos and streams and videos and streams and post and this and polls. You got to do fucking everything. So I'm going to be doing that going forward. So if you see a lot of like videos that are like 10 minutes, 1 second, don't be too mad at me. Okay. I'm going to be doing 10-minute videos. I'm just going to be banging them out one by one, and just kind of, you know, just to kind of get this channel back up and pumping again with regular content. But yeah, happy over the moon, and big up to Casey. Happy over the moon that this channel is back where it should be. And yeah, it's going to be nicer to have a proper split now going forward. So everything TAZS related, if you want all that cultural commentary stuff, you know where to go to. Anything to do with comedy shit and random shit, you know where to come to. And then obviously I think over time as well, I'll probably end up doing a Random Show clips channel. There'll also be there'll also be a TAZS clips channel later on in the future. But I'm going to start getting those channels populated and back up and running again once it needs to be. Because I think on my TAZS channel, I think I average, is it TAZS? How much is it? I think TAZS I get like, is it 60,000 views a month? Yeah, I think I get like 60,000 views a month on TAZS, about that. But if I start pumping out more clips and stuff, and obviously start doing more videos on there, and hopefully now my remonetization, probably I'm going to be pushed back in the algorithm. Who knows? You never know. That'll be fun. But it's nice to be back. That's it, Vesky. It's nice to be back. And yeah, man, hopefully I won't be as naive next time and get my shit taken, because I only have myself to blame. You know, I only have myself to blame. I only have myself to blame. Cool. Talking about blaming myself, have you guys seen this? Big up Joanna, man. She's my favorite girl. She's my favorite girl. Number one thing about she's my favorite girl is this post here, which I'm gonna be honest, I only spotted it because somebody mentioned it on the Fire and the Kid subreddit. I would not have noticed this beforehand. But someone in stream chat, look at this picture of Brendan Schaub's missus. Can you guys notice something weird about her? Let me know in the screenshot if you see it. I'm going to give you 5 seconds or 10 seconds. Do you recognize anything different, anything weird about Slojo in this picture? Just let me know in the screenshot. Do you recognize it? Do you see it? And if you see it, point it out. Yeah, okay, yeah, okay. Austin Gates has got it already. Cool. Yeah. Okay, fake. Big up Uche. Okay, Fenderman says the same thing. Okay, cool. Everyone clocked it. I didn't clock this before. So allegedly, she's got what they call it. They call it Tom Cruise teeth, right? Is it Tom Cruise teeth? Let me see if I can find it. I think somebody mentioned that Tom Cruise has the same thing. So sorry, no, it's wrong spelling. It's Tom Cruise. There's Tom Cruise teeth. Ugh, come on, you idiot. So I didn't know this was a thing. Absolutely insane, right? So yeah, this is it. Here we go. So Tom Cruise has this thing, right? You know how we all have our teeth, and you usually have these 2 front teeth, and you have your teeth to the side, and it's usually a split that goes through your middle of your nose. Well, Tom Cruise has this really odd thing where his teeth are like this. Can you see? Hold on, let me see if I can get this picture up. You see that? Look at that. So he's got 3 main teeth. You see that? You see how most of us have like 2? I don't know what these 2 front ones are called, and then we have the other ones on the side. Tom Cruise has like 1 big one in the middle, and then 2 small ones on either side. And so does Madame Slojo. Look at where the indentation of her nose is. You see that her nose? That's her nose. Look where it comes down. That's the tooth. So that tooth is like in the middle, and the other ones are to the side. It's so weird. Like, can you see that? Like, look, that's, unless maybe the camera's a bit skewed, or maybe she did a face tune and it fucked up. But can you see it? Look at that tooth. Look at it. That is so wild. That is so insane. Look at where it lines up. When I saw that, honestly, it's so fucking insane. Right? Okay, cool. That's one thing. The next thing that I love about her, and I love this about this woman, I swear to God, I love this about this woman. It's one of the favorite things about her. Her like, I wish I could be this self-absorbed. Look at this picture here. Look at this picture right here. See this picture right here? Look at this picture. When you click on it, look at the caption. A special birthday for Tiger this year. And the first picture is not a picture of Tiger, her son, her firstborn child with Brendan. No, it's a picture of her face. Whole entire face with her tatas out. Not one picture of her with her son. The first picture in this slideshow is her. Me. A special birthday to Tiger this year. He didn't want to part your gifts. He wanted to celebrate his birthday with his family in Chicago. And that means so much to me. Thank you for my tips. Thank you for my tips. Oh, for my TOs, whoever that person is, for hosting our whole family and giving Tiger a special Cubs party. Means the world to me. Thank you for the rest of my family for taking the day off to spend the day with us celebrating my baby. He will never forget this. So pretty nice, you know, heartwarming fucking caption. But the first picture in the slideshow of like 20 pictures is her. I love this about this woman. Honestly, I love how self-absorbed that she is, that she won't even share the limelight. She doesn't even want to step aside for her child's birthday. No, I gave birth to you, motherfucker, so it's my birthday too. I get to celebrate it. I'm special. You know? And then obviously the caption's heartbreaking too, because part of me thought, hold on, are they lying? Why would Tiger want to spend the birthday without, you know, extended family in Chicago? And since when do we have family in Chicago? It's the first time I've heard about it. I've been watching TFATK on and off for ages, especially through the fucking Fire and the Kids subreddit and doing these fucking streams. I can't remember many times where Brendan said they have family in Chicago, unless she has family in Chicago. That's what she means. Maybe it's family on her side of things that are in Chicago, but it sounds like a made up story. But if it's not made up, it also sounds kind of tragic that this kid has no familial bonds and would rather spend his birthday not getting, like, you know, expensive gifts like a toy fucking Cybertruck or like a motorbike or something, right, or some expensive shoes. He'd rather be with his family. You know, he's got no family around him legitimately. He'd rather be with his cousins and aunties and uncles and shit. God damn it. But I just love the fact that she put this post, a special birthday to Tiger this year, and it's a picture of her front and center as the first slideshow. Not even her holding Tiger. It's not even like a picture of her holding Tiger or her holding Tiger when he was like just born, you know, or a family picture. No, And guess what, brothers and sisters? If you're wondering, was Brendan here? What a silly question you asked. What a silly question, right? It's Tiger's birthday, their firstborn, they're going to Chicago to visit their family, and you're wondering to yourself, was Papa there? Was the beast of a dad there? Was the Navy SEALs one of 250 people, the person that quit stand-up comedy allegedly to spend more time with his family? Did he make the trip to Chicago to go hang out with his fucking extended family too? Of course he didn't. Of course not. It's just mummy and the kids traveling around the country as she's a single mum. That must be a bit lame, isn't it? No? It's just mummy and the kids traveling around the country like she's a single mum with no Brendan in sight. Meant to be a baseball dad, by the way. Meant to be a baseball dad. Where's the baseball dad? Baseball dad only turns up to the games. But so far, I don't see any pictures, any highlights of Brendan here. Meant to be a beast of a kid. Beast of a kid's fucking cute. Great little birthday, right? Absolutely amazing. I'm sure he didn't mind too much because he was too busy eating and having fun. But where's Brendan? Where is Brendan? Where is he? What's the like? Jesus Christ! He's nowhere to be found. No Brendan to be found anywhere, unfortunately. I'm just wondering, how does he get out of this, people? Can someone tell me this in the stream chat? How do you get out? Like, this is what money gets you, innit? Like, I'm not gonna lie. I think one thing that money gets you, and people don't really, you know, put too much onus on it, money really gets you the lack of being bothered, lack of being annoyed, lack of being nagged. I think that's the one thing that you get when you have money. You have the ability to choose your partner, maybe, you know, trophy wife, whatever, but you also get to dictate people's nagness. Like, BERT Kreischer, he don't get nagged. Leanne doesn't nag him about waking up, about being present, because the card's always fucking stocked up with money. Joanna doesn't seem to nag Brendan about being at these family functions or going to his kid, not even a family function, attending his kid's birthday party isn't an issue because he's paid for the whole trip. You know, that must be so cool, because most guys, myself included, the one thing that is super annoying about dealing with, you know, the opposite sex is the constant nagging, is the constant demands on your time and attention. And imagine Brendan gets to live a life of like a single guy, kinda, a little bit, but he has a family and he's married. It's kind of wild, isn't it? He gets to stay home and buy trucks and fuck around, wanking and shit, being on his phone, texting addies and baddies in his massive mansion while his family are in Chicago hanging out with their extended family. God damn it, man. Some people get all the fun in it. And look at this, the kids look exactly like him as well, innit? That kid looks exactly like Papa. Exactly, even the hairline. Exactly like him. This kid actually looks a lot more. He looks a lot more like Slow Joe's brother. You know, the brother that plays baseball. Weirdly enough, I love when that happens. By the way, I love when sometimes kids turn out looking like their uncles instead of their actual dads. You know, I think that's super fucking cool. Like you end up looking like somebody that didn't even give birth to you. But yeah, this kid is like, he's like mini Brendan. Tiger's mini Brendan, isn't it? It's fucking wild. And yeah, man. There's Mama Joanna, but no Brendan in sight. No beast of a dad. Absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Kids having fun, having a fucking blast. Brendan said, "You are sick, you still look amazing." Really? Yeah? I wish I was there. Hell yeah. What are the comments saying? You have a wonderful family. Looks like such a fun time. What a blessed. Love you all. Happy B-Day, little Brown. Yeah, man. No Brendan in sight. No Brendan in sight. Mama Joanna Risordo, she is again. She's a piece, though, isn't it? God damn. She's a piece. As Krista Stefano would say, she is a piece. Let's be real. Let's not lie. Oh, someone face tuned their own. I love it when people face tune their face but don't face tune their friends. Like, big up Slow Joe face tuning her own face. And anyway, hold on. I take it back. Maybe her teeth aren't that weird. Maybe it's just the angle. Maybe the teeth aren't weird at all. Maybe it's just the angle. It doesn't look that bad here. No? Maybe I'm bugging out. It doesn't look too shabby there. Maybe it's just the angle. But Actually, why is that bit of her nose, her mouth, slanted and not right underneath? You know, I see her friend. I don't know what this thing is called in your lip, but you see this little divot there. Her friend, look how it lines up there. But Joanna's divot seems to go this way. It seems to be off center. I think that's what's throwing me off. Her divot, her little half pipe, her little quarter pipe, is, you know, it's to the fucking left. Yeah, it's to her left. Oh, is that what's called? Big up, Austin Casey. It's called a Cupid's bow. Yeah, her Cupid's bow is a bit like it's shifted over. I wonder why that is. Maybe that's the effect of having your nose done or something. I don't know. That's a cute picture. Oh, honestly, how does he get away with it? Please, someone tell me in the stream chat. How does Brendan get away with not attending stuff like this and not get bothered? And this not be like one of the things that are going to be counted against him and will eventually lead to a divorce? Because she's not going anywhere, by the way. She's never leaving. But how does he get away with this? Most men can't even get away with not going to your girlfriend's wife's best friend's birthday party or something. If you make an excuse not to go, you're going to be in big trouble. You're going to be in a dog's house. His own kid's birthday he cannot attend, and it's not an issue. He's not in a dog's house. Like, is that just because he's got money? Like, how does he get away with it? Money. Okay, people are saying money. money. I'm a bit in awe of the way he gets away with it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm somewhat in awe. Because some of the times the things that regular guys get annoyed with or get fucking picked apart on, and this guy just gets to like swan around without, you know, doing any of the, like, he gets to talk a big game about being a beast of a dad, but then when it comes to the actual practicalities of doing so, he's not really there, is he? He's not really there. Anyways, I don't know, man. What do you guys think in the stream chat? Big up Young Vibes. Maybe she doesn't want him there. He's rather annoying. That's a good point. Maybe it's like maybe she'd rather he not be there because he's gonna spoil the mood, innit? That's actually a good point. She might not care. Big up Two Swords said a similar thing. Brendan lucked out in life, man. Yeah, for sure, 100%. The Rogan friendship, Bryan friendship, and of course meeting this woman that doesn't seem to really care that much about him being present. He definitely lucked out. She doesn't seem to care that much about him being present. She doesn't seem to care that much if he's fucking other girls, really. You know, she seems to like turn a blind eye, bury her in the sand. He lucked out, really. Big up 84 Mather. Loveless relationship based on a card getting accepted or declined. I don't think it's loveless. I'm gonna be a little bit contrarian. I don't think it's loveless. I think it's a different type of love. To us people, it might be loveless, but I think it's a different type of love. It's a different type of relationship where they have this weird, not even weird. They have some sort of agreement, whether it's said or it's implied. They have some sort of agreement where, you know, just make sure that card doesn't get declined, and I'm not gonna nag you. You know, I think some guys wouldn't mind that relationship. For me, it's a little bit weird, you know, but I think some guys wouldn't mind it. Big up Uche. Our chat is a sentient being and its pronouns are Z and zero. Okay, it's called codependency. Again, I think that's a little bit, I wouldn't say that personally. Big up KP. Wagwan KP.
Your boy had to get the truck ready, Bubba. Done count.
Imagine saying done count because of your kid's birthday. Imagine your kid's birthday, done count. Imagine that. Or saying your kid's bad vibes, innit? Imagine that being a thing, bro. I don't know. Again, what's this about? Is this baseball? Was Brendan there? This little league shit, right? Or is this flag football? I think it's flag football shit. Okay, so another person was having a birthday somewhere. Girls' night. Okay, drinking and shit. Hanging out with the kids. Any pictures of Brendan here? Zero, isn't it? Zero. Flag football shit. This is quite cute though. Them wearing little Dolphins gear. There's some sort of sleepover somewhere. All the kids. No Brendan in sight, I'm assuming, right? But what are you meant to do if you have kids and they have birthdays? Aren't you meant to be there? For people in the stream chat that have their parents, aren't you meant to be present? I know it's kids and it's their birthday with their friends, but aren't you meant to be like supervising, helping out, making sure you clean their bogies and shit, pick up after them? Or do you just run away? Is that what you're meant to do as a parent? Do you run away and let your kids do their own thing? I don't get this. Why is he never there? He's never there. It's like, look what she's doing for the kids. They went to some place. What's this place called? They went to a place called Radiator Springs, gateway to the Ornament Valley. Like, they went to this pretty fun little place, right? And where's Baba? What the fuck? Like, look at this. All these cute kid pictures, hanging out in crazy fun places, and no Baba in sight. The camera pans around. So I guess it's just it's just a mum thing. So only mums take their kids to fucking birthday parties. Dads don't go. This looks super fun, man. Where the fuck is Brendan? You're a beast of a dad. Where are you? That's what I want to know. Where's the beast of a dad? Is this Disneyland? I guess it's Disneyland, maybe. I'm not too sure. More kid shit. Looking pretty cool again. It's dressed up like Star Wars characters. Love to see it. Stormtroopers and Darth Vader. Nice. I think that's a Black Panther outfit. Brendan wouldn't be happy about that, by the way. The Black Panther outfit. He definitely won't be happy about that. And there's a party now. What's that? What she posted here? Party next door. Something about you. The sexiest thing I love about myself is if I always make shit happen with or without anyone. Ooh. Oh, I don't know about this. This seems like a sub. I'm not too sure about your wife posting these little party next door Drake quote sub lyric things. I'm not too sure about this. The sexiest thing I love about myself is I always make it happen with or without anybody. I don't know, man. That seems kind of dicey. What? What is she talking about? Is this directed at Brendan? Is this something she's just retweeting or resharing on the IG because it sounded cool and fun? Big up Jack Donahue Jr. Big up Jack Donahue Jr. Best beast dads only do sports, not school or any other extracurricular. Exactly. Oh yeah. Anyways, there we are. My favorite girl. And big up Run It Up. AZ, you gotta cover the podcast cringe Bryan Callen video. Bitch, guess what? Guess what's next, Run It Up? Guess what's next? So we're gonna go through this video ourselves, then we're gonna cover podcast cringe. But I wanna give you my impression first without getting tainted, without getting influenced by the wonderful podcast cringe. So let's go through this ourselves, right? So to give you some background, there's been a bit of confusion amongst the Bapaverse as to what's going on with their Austin move, because they haven't really been given any details. They haven't really laid out any plans. They haven't really laid out a timeline. Nothing really. The only indication that we have that they're going is a conversation that they had when Bryan Callen came back from doing his weekend at the mothership where he sold out. He also filmed his special there, and he kind of got, from what it seemed like he got reinvigorated to do stand up again. And from what I'm led to understand, reading between the lines and what they say, it seems like Callen's basically been doing the road himself on tour, but he's not going to comedy clubs to perform. Now I'm not too sure if that's because he's banned from comedy clubs or because he feels uncomfortable going to comedy clubs. I don't know, but essentially he's been booking his own shows, it sounds like, right? He books his own shows, he goes to these places, tries to sell them out as best as possible, and then rinse and repeat. Maybe the reason why he does that is because he gets more money. I think so. I think that makes more sense. If you just do like a regular show at the comedy store, you're probably not going to get that much money because you're on a lineup of like 10 other comics. But if you do your own shows at a comedy club in the middle of wherever for a weekend, you could probably get the ticket, the door maybe or something. I don't know. But I think it's to do with money, because I think Brendan's mentioning he got some money troubles and he's trying to get his money up and blah, blah, blah. And maybe the alimony, who knows what it is. Regardless, I guess doing that, from what I'm led to believe, doing it that way, you're a bit disconnected from the comedy community. And these guys always talk about the hang, the green room, blah, 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 being at the car park, all this shit. So he's been detached from the comedy scene. So when he went to the mothership, I think that was his first time in a long time that he's been involved in that, little club. And he's doing a weekend there. He's filming a comedy special. Rogan seems to have, wrapped his arm around him again after, ignoring him for basically 2 years when he got cancelled. And he seems like he was being reinvigorated. He got recharged to kind of take comedy seriously again. And it sounds like Brendan heard that Bryan did really well through the grapevine or from his friends. He was meant to go, but he lied and said he was going to go and didn't go, whatever it may be. So then when he comes back, they do a show, And Brendan says to him, you should really be out there, which I thought was very sincere advice. I thought that was very, like, for lack of a better term, that was selfless, right? That was him looking out for his friend. Like, hey, I know I gave up on stand-up. I know I'm doing this whole truck thing and pretend to be a car mechanic, but you really should be out there in Austin because this is all you have, basically, and you're really good at it. I think it's the only thing, to be fair to Bryan. He's not a really good actor, but I think if all the things that he does, the best thing that he's obviously good at, I think, in my personal opinion, is stand-up. I don't think he's that great at podcasting anymore, unless he's with certain people, but still, I think he's not the greatest. I think the best thing he can do with his eyes closed is stand-up. Cool, do stand-up. And he says, go to Austin. You should really be there in Austin and being around that community. Now, the thing that I'm thinking that's weird now, looking back, I don't think what Brendan said to Bryan was as selfless as it seems. Because now it seems like they're both going to Austin. So Brendan said to Bryan, you have to go to Austin, you have to be out there, you have to be around that energy, you have to get your career back on track. But then all of a sudden, it sounds like Brendan bought his house out in Austin before him. His house in LA is up for sale. It's not been sold yet, but it's up for sale. He's already bought a house there, he said. Bryan's also bought a house there, but it sounds like Brendan bought his house first. So what's really going on? Does Brendan actually want Bryan to go out there? Did he just tell Bryan to go out there to kind of, you know, to give him an excuse to also follow him? I don't know. But we've all been wondering what's going on with the show. TFATK, what's going to happen? I'm of the belief these guys don't really have any new ideas and they kind of burn out. I'm of the belief they're going to take this exact show and they're just going to do the same show in Austin, Texas. That's what I think. I don't think everything's going to change. I think it should change. They should change up the segments. They should refresh it. Maybe try and get new guests. Change up the format. Something. I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to take the exact same show and they're going to plump it in Austin, Texas. Cool. Now, there's a weird thing going on here. This clip is fucking interesting. Because in this clip, Brendan confronts Bryan over something he heard through the grapevine, that Bryan's been telling people that TFATK is over. It's on its last legs, essentially. And he confronts him on the pod. Now, on this particular clip, I want you guys to tell me, is Brendan bullying Bryan? Or is he just talking about something that he heard on the pod, just in an open way, just for, you know, in terms of content? Or is he like weirdly sunning him, like quote unquote marking him out? What do you think is going on here? Because I still can't read it correctly. Because I don't think Brendan is sophisticated enough to be like, you know, Machiavellian, clever and shit. I don't know what's going on. So please tell me in the stream chat, what do you think? Is this Brendan being a little bit sneaky and cheeky? Or is he just generally asking, like, what's going on? I heard this, I heard that.
Or loved it. The point is, life is complicated.
Yeah.
And if you don't think I like a gossip story.
God, that's tough.
What's
I told you to remind me. I'll do this off air, but we can do it here. A mutual friend of ours apparently talked the other day. Talked to him today and he goes, man, yeah, I talked to Bryan. So, I mean, how long you guys think you do firing the kid? Like, well, he goes, yeah, clearly you guys don't like doing it.
Jesus Christ. A mutual friend of ours told me the other day, how long do you think firing the kid? And look at Bryan's face. Automatically, you can tell Bryan knows. He knew straight away. As soon as Brendan started saying what you're saying, he knew exactly who said it and knew exactly who he said it to. He knew exactly what was going on. He knew. But is Brendan aware that Bryan's lying to him? Right? No. Is Brendan aware that what he's saying is true? That happened? No, hold on. Do you think Brendan's aware what's going on here? Or is he just like, what's happening? What is happening? Please, I'm just so confused. I'm so confused.
And I go,
Huh?
you're talking to Brendan, man. It's me. He goes, yeah, I know. It's running a short leash. You guys gonna stop doing it when you get to Austin? I go, fighting the kid? He's yeah. I go, oh, Bubba, let me go through this right. Fighting a kid could make $0, and me and Bryan would still do it every week.
Yeah.
By the way, that's a lie. That's a lie because they only do this show consistently and never miss a show because it pays. This is something that he's trying to repeat, or he repeats from Rogan because Rogan says that all the time. It's one of those things that people that make a lot of money say. Like, yeah, one of those things that people always say that make a lot of money. Oh, just follow your dreams. Chase what you're passionate about, right? Don't follow the money. All this sort of nonsense. But the same people that say that are the people that never turn down a check. Have you noticed? Rogan never turns down a fucking check, does he? He's never turns down a check. Yet here he is telling you that, oh, I just follow my passions. I just do what makes sense. I just do what I love. And whatever comes. It's like, come on, brother. Come on, brother. You got the analytics. You got the sponsorships. You got the ads. You got the emails. You got the invoices. You got the checks. You know what comes through. You got the wires. You know what comes through every month if you consistently drop 2 episodes per week. There's no way these guys, especially these guys, there's no way they're doing this show if it's not like at this moment in this time. I can probably think it's fair to say, especially in Brendan's case, the Friday Night Kid is definitely the main lion's share of his monthly income. I would assume so, because they have like 6 baked ads already in there. I forgot, somebody said it. Who said it? Was it Podcast Cringe? Somebody said it. I forgot who said it somewhere. Maybe I saw it somewhere on Reddit, that some people are suggesting or are floating the idea that some of these hard-baked ads on TFATK are fake. So they're doing fake ad reads, which is a thing. Allegedly, this is a thing in like podcast content world. People doing fake ad reads, which I guess makes sense because people on Instagram do that as well, where they'll pretend somebody sent them something like, oh my god, thank you Nike, thank you Gucci, right? People will pretend. Oh, yo, big up Austin Case, I appreciate it, bro.
Back in the day, Rogan would say he would never put ads in the middle of the pod because it interrupts the flow. Now Terry's an ad every 15 minutes.
Especially on Spotify. It drives me nuts. Because on Spotify, you'll try and skip, like if you play Joe Rogan podcast on Spotify, especially on your mobile app, if you try and skip forward past an ad, it'll just go back to the start again. You know? So you kind of have to just let it play out. You can't even skip past the ad, even if you pay for premium. That's the one thing that Spotify are really cheeky about. You pay for Spotify premium and it doesn't remove ads. You still have to listen to them. It only removes ads from the fucking music streaming, but not from the podcast streams. Yeah, Rogan's full of shit. I'd love to actually see how many ad breaks Rogan has, because I have premium and I have ad blocker and shit on my thing. I can't see them, but I'd love to see. You know, you can see there's little yellow dots or little yellow marks on the timeline of your YouTube video. I'd love to see how many ads fucking they insert there, because I think when you make a video over a certain number of hours, YouTube puts a certain amount of advertised in your video. I think it's 4 is what YouTube automatically puts in there. But if you want yourself, you can put more ad breaks in your videos. So I wonder how many in total Joe Rogan has in his videos. I wonder in his fucking interviews. There must be 10. It's for sure 10 plus. On top of whatever ads he's already getting on the video. So those guys, they don't miss a beat when it comes to extracting money from their pods. So this idea that they're magnanimous and it's all about the fucking content and just hanging out with your friends, fuck out of here. Bill, what's in Casey?
It's never been about the money.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with that.
Right.
He goes, really? I go, yeah. He goes, oh, I just figured the vibe, like after talking to Bryan, and talking to you, I went, oh, you're so off, dude.
Yeah.
I said, I talk to Bryan every day.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I thought you.
What a weird conversation to have. So it sounds like whoever this person was who said this to Brendan, instead of Brendan digging deeper to find out why that person would say that, because it sounds like the person that said it to Brendan also agrees with Bryan that the podcast is falling off, is coming to an end naturally, and is maybe asking Brendan for his opinion. Instead of Brendan investigating that some more or offering his opinion on what's going on, he's questioning whether or not that person actually even spoke to Bryan. He just questioned the validity of the conversation. Like, no way, you didn't speak to Bryan. I speak to Bryan every day. What? Are you like purposely trying? It's almost as if like he's willfully ignorant. Like he doesn't want to believe that Bryan said that to somebody. He's questioning the validity of what that person's saying, but then he's also saying, trust me, I speak to him every day, which I also doubt. They don't talk every day.
You only talk to me in the studio. I'm like, buddy. I said, dude, I can't tell you how off you are.
Okay, if they don't talk to each other, they don't talk to each other every day. Like maybe they talk to each other every other day, but not every day. I don't believe that in the slightest. And they definitely don't talk about podcast stuff as much as they should do. Because I don't even think they have a group chat. I don't even think there's a group chat that exists where Chin, Sanaz, Brendan, Bryan, whoever else is involved can speak about the show. Or if there is, they don't fucking open it. There's not one, because there are some things that get spoken about in this pod on air. You can tell it sounds like they never have production meetings. And you don't need to have you don't need to come in ahead of time to, you can just be doing production meetings on fucking WhatsApp, on group chat, on iMessage. It doesn't need to be a big thing. But I don't think these guys talk about the show at all. Maybe they send each other memes, but do they talk about the show? Zero, in my opinion.
He goes, really? I go, yeah.
Who
dude.
is this?
I'll tell you off air.
Oh, it's so funny.
He goes, really?
What do you mean, who's this? You know. Who's this? You know, Bryan. You know who it is. And you know what you said. I love how he's not denying it, by the way. Like, you could tell a liar. You could tell when someone's lying when they don't deny it outright or forcefully, right? He's not denying it at all. He's just laughing and trying to act like, oh yeah, as if I would say that. As if, fucking hell, Bryan Callen, man. What a sniveling, slimy, lacking in backbone type of guy.
Oh, but you're taking.
Right, because
I said you're either taking what I'm saying out of context or what Brian's out of context. I said
I can't. We're not talking enthusiastically because we're.
I said I can't emphasize it, or maybe when he's talking to us, there's just issues. Maybe I don't know.
I never said that.
But he was.
What do you mean not talking about enthusiastically? You see how he tried to maybe offer some explanation of why he might have said that? Maybe because we're not talking about enthusiastically. It's actually concerning that Brendan doesn't realize or doesn't notice that the show isn't as good as it was once before. I think Bryan does. I think that's what he's basically trying to say. But he's afraid to say it, obviously. But it's like Brendan's not even trying to process in his mind. Why would Brendan even say that? It's not gonna, no, it's never. It's the same. It's like, bro, don't you notice the show's not good anymore? Or are you oblivious to the show not being good or good? Like, is that even a thing? Does he have quality control? No, I'm saying this. I'm answering my own question in my head. But does he have a quality control? Is there any idea? Or is he just looking at the numbers and saying, yeah, numbers are all right? It's like, bro, is the show good? Are you having fun, though? Are you having fun?
He was like, what? And I'm like, you're so off?
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
We're going to Austin together, dude.
Yeah, I told him, I said, Brian.
That's not a good excuse, by the way. I'm also of the belief, don't know what you guys believe here. I'm also a belief of this. Here's what I think happened. Looking back, because I watched the video again, I went over some things. I was mulling it over my brain the other day. I was thinking to myself, you know what happened, I think? Because Brendan's like a redact, and I said it before. I think he's got a dog brain. I don't think he purposely is malicious in terms of his lying and shit. I just think he's got a dog brain. I don't think he remembers what he said. So I think in the process of him telling and encouraging Bryan to go to Austin and pursue his stand-up comedy career for the 17th time, right? In his 60th old, 60 years old plus and shit or whatever. Go and pursue your stand-up comedy. Let's go try and make it happen again. In the process of saying that, I think he was slowly realizing, oh shit, I'm gonna be here by myself. So in the process of him saying, yeah, Bryan, go, I'm cheering you on, I'm rooting for you, brother, he also then brought up the fact that, moving to Austin will be pretty fun, isn't it? And he basically tried to convince Bryan to move to give him an excuse to follow too, because he was probably too shook to go by himself. So that's what I think happened. I think he generally did come into the conversation being like, yeah, I want to root for my boy to go to Austin, but then the process quickly realized, oh shit, I'm going to be here by myself. I can't do this show by myself. Because we see what he did with comedy, right? As soon as all his friends left, as soon as he didn't have that support network, he quit comedy completely. So whatever passion he had before for comedy, wanted to be on stand-up, wanted to be on Saturday Night Live, wanted to have a special again on Netflix, all this nonsense, it completely went away as soon as his fucking support blanket or his emotional support animals and people left. So I think he knows if Bryan leaves him alone in fucking LA, he's not podcasting by himself. He can't do it. He needs people around him. Without people, without friends, without that quote unquote community, without the rat pack, it's not gonna happen. And because Bryan's, spineless and doesn't have any backbone at all, he caved into the idea that Brendan should move with him. But like we were surprised, myself included, that it seems like Joanna took the onus to move as well. She didn't mind. That's what I was surprised at, because I thought the stumbling block would have been the wives, especially Brendan's wife, because she seems to be very LA coded. So I was super surprised that she was down and she didn't need any convincing. She went to go, allegedly, according to Brendan, she was fucking visiting or doing house hunting and shit, meeting fucking estate agents and shit and whatnot. She was taking the onus of doing all that, going to see the schools. So it seems like she didn't mind to go. That was a big surprise. And maybe Bryan was also a bit surprised, like, oh shit, they're actually coming with me. And that's why we're in the situation we're in. But I don't think Brendan actually wanted to move. I think he only started wanting to move because he suggested to Bryan to move, and he didn't want to be by himself. And now we're in a situation where it's almost like, it's not almost, Brendan's basically following Bryan, but Bryan wants to go there to do his own thing, so it's gonna be interesting to see how it works out, which is not gonna work out. But hey,
Bryan bought a house before me. It was really, I never thought he was gonna go. I'm like, yeah, he bought the house before I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
of course he's bought it before you did, because you told him to move. You see what I mean about his dog brain? I don't think he remembers what he said. You told him to move to Austin to re-pursue or to go and, you know, reintegrate himself, reinvigorate his stand-up comedy career. He goes and does that. Then you follow him to do what? TFATK. Like, why are you actually going there? Like, no one's actually gonna wonder that, is it? Why is Brendan actually going to Austin, Texas? What's different there? Unless maybe what might be different, I've not checked it online, but maybe the schools in Austin are cheaper than LA. Maybe they can find something similar to what he's got, because the kids go to whatever that special school that all the celebrity kids go to. Is it Sierra Canyon? I don't know what it's called. It's one what Kanye's kids go to and shit. So maybe there's an equivalent of that school in Texas that's a quarter of the price. Maybe that's the point. Maybe we saw the houses already. I think Brendan's got his house listed at 3.5 million or something, and you could get the same house with 5 bedrooms, all that malarkey, for like $1 million less in Austin, Texas. So you should get the same house for far less than you can get it obviously in LA. So maybe it's just a purely financial decision. Maybe that's the whole point. But it's still going to be super weird because he's got no other business to be out there apart from what? Saving money.
Doing
No, we
podcasts.
both have houses. Yeah.
And it's going.
Isn't that weird though?
It's going to go strong.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Yeah.
I was like, oh, you're so
people
off.
get different ideas.
Yeah. Weird, right?
I'm
Weird
curious to
takeaway.
see who it is.
Yeah, you.
Look at the body language. I'm curious to see what he doesn't deny it once. He doesn't say, no, I did not say that. He doesn't deny it once. Look at the body language, brothers. Look at the body language. I can't understand it, bro. Because I think there was a time when, I think it happened to me when, maybe I was in sixth form? Yeah, I think it was before I go to uni. I think we've all had that moment, right? Where like you got your friends in college and shit, and then they want to go to uni. And then there's a moment where you're like thinking, should I follow my friends to this place they're going to, right? Especially me, because I was doing I did a fucking art degree, right? So I went to a quote unquote a prestigious art university to do like product design. So a lot of my friends I was with didn't do that. They all did accounting and law and whatever else, right? Computer science, all this stuff, right? So they were going to completely different universities than I was, but they were going to places that were a bit more vibey, right? They had a student campus. I was stuck in studying here in fucking London and shit. And there was a moment, yo, big up Mech.
He's texting the guy right now.
Yeah, exactly. Send me a screenshot. Send me a screenshot of what Brendan sent you. Send me a screenshot, sorry, what Bryan sent you. Exactly. Big up Mech. But there was a moment where you think to yourself, should I follow my friends? But you don't. And you also feel a bit lame, right? To follow your friends, especially at that time. You're like, ugh, I feel a little bit lame following my friends across the country to a university because I don't want to be alone. I wonder how it must feel for these guys, big adults. Like following, like the time to follow Rogan and to not feel like you're a fucking bum chum would have been during COVID when he moved there to open the comedy mothership. That would have been the prime time to move there, right? And get in early, ingratiate yourself, you know, befriend the right people. But moving now to Austin to follow Rogan, however many years after the fact, there's no way. Like, how could you not feel like a bum chum? How could you not feel like a beg? Especially when you've been kind of replaced, right? Like Shane Gillis, Ari, Mark Normand, all those guys have kind of replaced them, innit? They're the new Brendan and Bryan. Like, they've replaced that whole crew. So it's like, and Joe Rogan's got a whole different group of friends now with the Kill Tony people. You must, like, it surprises me that they don't feel lame doing this. Like, there's not a part of them that feels a little bit like, ugh, I'm uprooting my entire family to move to Austin, Texas, to follow my friend in Bryan Callen, to keep this podcast live that's dying, and to also be closer to Joe Rogan. And there's not a little flicker of like regret, cringe, self-doubt about it. Just makes complete sense. I don't know.
You know.
Very interesting.
Chan, how are you feeling about Texas? Now that it's getting real.
I told my parents yesterday because they came to
How'd
visit
they
me
take
yesterday.
it? I did get a call from you.
Now that it's getting real, I spoke to my, again, I'm not gonna lie about this, but I also find this really sad. Chin's parents called Brendan about the move. What, did he have to get a permission slip signed so he could go to fucking Austin, Texas? I know you speak to your parents about this sort of stuff, I know, but the fact that they had to call him over the phone, and he's 50, however old he is, 47 years old, Thank God Almighty.
Your dad.
I know. Was he crying or no?
No, he's like, I can't wait to get this kid out of here.
No, everyone's cool with it, man. Like I said, I haven't got pushback from anyone.
A few people expected, but for the most part, everyone's stoked.
I wonder who the people he got pushback from. Maybe his dad, I'm assuming, right? Most people that got pushback. I wonder who he got pushback from. And would he even acknowledge the pushback? Like, is it even like something that he'd even mull over in his brain? I wonder who the person was in his family that said, "Why are you going to Austin? Like, why? Why are you moving your family to Austin, Texas?" And I also noticed the deafening silence from Sanaz. The deafening silence from Sanaz.
Yeah, I don't have a wife. I don't have kids. Like,
yeah, you're the perfect kid.
Yeah, this is like the best time to give it a shot. So
maybe it's the opposite, no? If you're 47, you have no wife and no children, surely you should be maybe second guessing whether or not you should be uprooting your life to move to Austin if you've not settled down yet, really, innit? To follow a podcast. Because there's no doubt he could probably get another job from a podcast being in LA, surely. We don't rate some of his producing, but he's still got a lot of years in the game. He could definitely get another job elsewhere. So the fact that he's willing to go there and not maybe think, because he's okay in it in some respects, Chin. Because he's a producer, he's always going to be fine. There's always somebody that needs a producer, so he's going to fall into a job regardless of whether he's good or not, or whatever. Doesn't matter if he goes there. If he leaves and decides to come back to LA, he'll find a job really easily. I think so, personally. Whether it's independent podcasts or working for a fucking network or whatever on corporation, I think he'll be fine. But I just find it interesting how like he's not second guessing it at all. It makes complete sense to go over there. It's like, really though?
Go.
Yeah.
You get any pushback on your friends or family?
Oh no.
No, right?
Not at all.
Most people are like, can't believe we didn't go before.
Look at the change in demeanor and tone from Bryan. Brendan has completely forgotten about that conversation prior, by the way. He's got dog brain. Look at the change in demeanor from Bryan. He's completely closed up. He's completely like in his shell. He's feeling embarrassed, feeling exposed. He's feeling actually exposed. But Brendan has such, redact brain. He doesn't actually believe that Bryan said what that guy said he said, which he obviously did say it. Brendan is calling into doubt who that person's, claims or what he might have heard. You must have misheard what Bryan said. No, I'm pretty sure. I believe what that guy said. I believe the story. I think Bryan did tell somebody, hey, that show's probably over, which is fucking fucked up considering what Brendan's done for him on that show. But hey, that's another story for another day.
Yeah, that's right. All of them.
Our boy AG from Toehold's like, I can't believe Bryan's going. Everyone's like, I can't believe Bryan's going. I'm like, yeah, man.
Yeah.
They can't believe it because he never followed through with anything, innit? Bryan, the official fucking flaker, the #1 flake in the world. Hey, yo, big up Ashley Cummins in the chat. Love you more. What's going on, Ashley Cummins? Big up Auntie Ashley Cummins in the chat. Bang your chest, lovely. I don't know, man. This just seems very weird to me, man. This whole situation seems very weird to me.
Come on, man. Let's go. Hair transplant. Little,
in Texas?
The new Austin look, dude.
Dude, hair transplant, cowboy hat, and I fix my teeth, bro.
Oh, dude.
And your wife doesn't divorce you for that gay search history, dude.
Yup.
Clearly you, right?
Clearly
I was just laying low that whole conversation.
But then a little Botox.
I go, do I know him? You're like, not really. Definitely do. It's you, right? And that's fine, dude.
The code was 45, but he might be 58. You know what I mean, guys? Either way, so I have a profile. There is the guy who used my picture.
Anyway, so what do you think's going on in the chat? It's a pretty pathetic situation all around. It's pathetic in the side of Bryan going around bad-mouthing the stream and the business behind it to strangers. It's fucking insane, right? It's fucking insane. Really fucking insane. Especially when you consider that Brendan, even though he sidelined Bryan when he got cancelled, he still paid him. I know he took the majority of the money. I know the dynamic between them kind of changed after he got cancelled because it seemed like now Brendan's in charge and Bryan's his employee. They don't really co-own the show anymore. But he still kept paying him, even though he was sidelined for however long he was sidelined for. So with that being the case, and with Brendan being the only person who kind of stood by Bryan, he didn't really stand by him really, but he did kind of stand by him. For him to be going around bad-mouthing the Fire and the Kid to random strangers is absolutely insane. It really is. To be bad-mouthing the show when you haven't brought this up to Brendan directly, you haven't spoken about the future. He doesn't have the, like, imagine these guys, especially Bryan, speaks about being alpha this, alpha that, you know, masculinity this, right? But he doesn't have the courage, the guts to pull Brendan to one side and say, hey, let's have a conversation about the future of this fucking show. I don't think it's going to survive the move to Austin, whatever else it may be. Big up Austin Casey.
When you are a kid and you mention you're doing something fun to a friend, but that friend shows up uninvited and spoils the fun.
Exactly.
That's BRN.
Exactly. And the fact that he invited himself to move to Austin off the back of him telling Bryan to go, he should have pulled him to one side and told him, hey, what's going on here for the future of the show? And put those cards out on the table and let it be that way, because we know that Brendan has a hard time comprehending things, doesn't really pick up on social cues. Remember the story that he said about Theo and King and the Sting? King and the Sting was going on for a bit during Theo's move to LA, during move to Austin, Texas. And I think if you go back on old posts on like the Fire and the Kid sub, you'll find people who accurately predicted that Theo was going to leave. It was obvious. Theo moved to Austin. He was getting more involved in doing his own thing in Austin, blah, 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 blah. It seemed very obvious to me, at least, those of you watching, that Theo was trying to distance himself from Brendan. But Brendan couldn't read it. He couldn't see the obvious signs. According to Brendan, it took Theo telling him, hey, we've had the fun, man. We had a good run. And then Brendan realized, you know what? Yeah, let's stop trying to hang on to this. Let's stop trying to force this show via Skype or whatever else it may be. Let's just call it quits. It took Brendan a real long time to figure it out. Theo had to literally pull the cord on it for Brendan to get the message. So if Bryan was brave enough, had the balls, was this alpha that he says he is, he probably would have pulled Brendan to one side and said, hey, this is, you know what I mean? What's going on? I'm moving there for comedy. Why are you really going there? Why is this show moving there? Does it need to even go there? Can you not do it from here? Can we not Skype each other? Because I'm of the feeling that if they did this show remotely, it might actually be better, you know? With Bryan being in Austin and bringing stories from the stand-up world and shit, and them doing the show via fucking Skype or FaceTime, it might actually be a little bit better. Maybe they'll perform a little bit. Maybe because Bryan's away from he's far away somewhere to be a little bit more loosey and silly-goosey, whatever. And maybe Brendan will also look forward to the shows because Bryan's not around all the time. Who knows? But the fact that Brendan's following him like this is so fucking hilarious. And you know deep down Bryan is not happy about this in the slightest, because they're not even in the same world anymore. Brendan's a car guide at the podcast, and Bryan's a stand-up comedian. So it's like, why is he out there with him? So very strange situation. I don't think it's a bullying thing personally. I think it's Brendan just actually broaching the subject because he didn't believe what that guy was saying. He didn't think Bryan would ever say that to anybody, so he just, you know, called into question that guy's fucking honesty or whatever it may be. But yeah, I am more looking forward to this move than ever before now. Now that we've seen how awkward it is between these two guys, and the lack of, and the delusion, right, and the lack of honesty and whatever when it comes to dealing with the situations head on and just letting it kind of play out in front of camera and peter out. I can't wait. It's going to be a shit show. It's going to be an absolute shit show. And I'm gripped. I'm watching every single episode like a fucking hawk now to see what's going on, because for sure this move is going to be a fucking shit show. I can just read it now. It's going to be a shit show. It really is, because there's no guarantee that Bryan gets welcomed into the comedy scene there with open arms either, because, you know, he ruffles some feathers with the whole Bobby Lee shit. Then Brendan's obviously, you know, not the most well-liked guy in the community anymore. He doesn't have Rogan's protection anymore. How's Rogan going to react to these guys being around and begging it again? I'm so gripped. I'm so gripped to see the next chapter. And there's always a chance. There's always a chance that we get fucking Gringo Pappy 2 filmed from the mothership. There's always a chance that we get Gringo Pappy 2 from the fucking Vulcan or whatever it is filmed out there. There's always a chance that Brendan picks up the microphone again. And that's going to be fucking epic. So, bit wild situation. But here we are. Anyway, that was my analysis. Let's hop over to fucking Podcast Cringe says and see what he has to say about this very awkward interaction. Oh, no, let's talk Podcast Cringe. Yeah, let's go Podcast Cringe. Let's go Podcast Cringe first and see what he has to say about the interaction, and then we'll go to Chin. No, actually, let's do Chin first. Let's do Chin. Let's do Podcast Cringe. Let's do Podcast Cringe.
Then he goes, man, yeah, I talked to Bryan, so, I mean, how long you guys think you do firing the kid? Like, well, he goes, yeah, clearly you guys don't like doing it.
I never said that.
But he was like, what? And I'm like, you're so off?
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah. Isn't that weird, though?
It's going to go strong.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Isn't that weird, though? Isn't that weird? Is that bullying or is that genuine confusion from somebody that might have double-digit IQ?
I was like, oh, you're so off.
People get different ideas.
Yeah. Weird, right?
I'm
Weird
curious.
takeaway.
They've only just announced their move to Austin, and already there's trouble in paradise. Bryan Callen's been talking shit, and it came back to Brendan, who decided to bring it up during the latest episode of The Fighter and the Kid. Instead of talking about it off camera, Brendan thought he'd make it as awkward as possible by bringing it up on their failing podcast.
By the way, that's great podcasting from Brendan. I don't want anyone to doubt it. That is great podcasting from Brendan. Talking about this shit behind the scenes, let's bring it up in front of the camera. Let's speak about it on these microphones, because the show's already dying anyway. You might as well air out our dirty laundry in public. Forget all this behind the scenes private chats. No. This show needs a reinvigoration. It needs some life. Let's talk about our nonsense in front of the cameras, in front of people. Brilliant podcasting from Brendan.
And gone are the days when Brendan would straight up bully Callen on camera. Now he's refined his style into a more passive-aggressive confrontation where he drops an accusation while smiling through gritted teeth. He does the same thing with Bryan's allegations. Brendan's the sole reason why everyone still knows about them, because he'll randomly bring them up to remind everyone and then mask it off by saying how funny Bryan is and the allegations have ruined his life.
Is that passive aggressive, or is that just him being an arsehole? I don't know. I just think that's their dynamic, innit? They've got a real relationship where, like, Brendan can almost do the whole bullying thing to Bryan, but Bryan can't do it back to him. That's the relationship that they've got. Because Bryan's got that relationship with everybody. Bryan's the punching bag for everybody. That's part of his comedic charm, per se. He likes to do that. He likes to, what's that 10-minute podcast? He was like that. The good, when TFATK first started, it was kind of good. He was doing that. With Rogan, he does that. That's part of Bryan's thing. His shtick is being the punching bag. That's why they call him the cuck a little bit, right? He enjoys that. He enjoys he enjoys offering himself up for comedic relief, you know? So I don't actually think it's, I don't know if I think it's a super malicious thing from Brendan. I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little bit too understanding about this.
I have a very close friend, my best friend, who's falsely confused. But I'll get emotional here. It drives me, but if we're being honest, leave this, Chin. Don't edit this out. I'm speaking from my fucking heart. I know you're not going to like this. I'm going to look right. It drives me nuts. Nuts. It drives me nuts. And you want to outcast him over some bullshit? That's what I don't with.
Looking back at this, right? This was more about him than it was about Bryan, wasn't it? I may have said this at the time, but looking back at this was more to do with Brendan than it was to do with Bryan, really. It was him trying to get out his frustration about his own career, but using Bryan as a conduit. You know? Using Bryan as, like, you know, instead of talking about himself, he kind of used the Bryan situation. But it was really about him. It was about Bryan. I don't know.
That's what upsets me. So what makes me proud and not mad, I'm trying to get mad, what makes me proud is he's not going to lash out about it. Bryan's cool. Bryan goes to work. Bryan's doing the road. Bryan's trying to sell tickets. But I'll tell you right now, I don't forget, that shit's not cool with me. That's why you don't see me at those fucking places.
Yeah, sure. Not because you don't get invited, right? And not because you don't feel comfortable. Because Brendan also, for all this big tough guy talk that he has, you can see he's not confrontational. He's clearly non-confrontational. So most likely the reason why he doesn't go to these comedy clubs is because he doesn't want to be confronted. with some of the bullshit things he's done. He doesn't want to have those awkward conversations, so he just kind of, you know, stays at home, which is advisable, I think.
The irony is, Bryan's comedy career had a massive boost at the beginning of this year when he went down to Austin to record his new comedy special at Rogan's Comedy Club and sold out every show. That's the power of Rogan's celebrity. He'll drag in an average comic for a weekend and every single show will sell out fast.
You know exactly what joke he's doing there, innit? You can just tell from that body shape, that posture, that stance. You can tell exactly what type of joke is going on there, innit? I'm a man, woman, men alike, women alike.
Fast. But not only that, Bryan also did a solo episode of JRE to boost his profile, which is something our boy Bappa hasn't had the pleasure of doing since 2022, almost 3 years ago. Bear in mind that
the move to Austin will be the first time we'll see it, by the way, because Rogan's probably aware of this and he wants to set the record straight. The move to Austin will see the first solo appearance of Bappa on the JRE.
Brendan Schaub is the most frequent guest in JRE history.
I don't think about ratings.
No, you don't.
But that's why I have them.
That's right.
See what I'm saying? Like, it's not about ratings.
Right.
Like, if you sit around thinking about the ratings, do you think
brutal.
you would be on?
This is brutal.
No.
Jesus Christ.
No. What do you mean?
You be on this show right now.
That's what I was like saying things. Yeah, how'd that come across? Can we do that again? Let me do that again.
Get it.
Yeah.
You see what I mean about Bryan being a fucking cuck and allowing himself to get fucking cucked on? Yeah, Jesus Christ.
You didn't even catch it. Oh, you f***er. Oh, wait a minute. Hey, you motherfucker.
And so this move to Austin is looking like it's going to mostly benefit Bryan. Instead of traveling around the country doing gigs to feed his families and pay child support, he will likely tee up a regular spot at the mothership, which will honestly probably pay more than his tours do because Joe Rogan's known to be quite generous and give comedians most of the door. However, one thing we know about Brendan is that he's a shark when it comes to business. He will no doubt have massive plans to make a comedy comeback and finally get a spot on stage at the mothership as well, a place he's previously been banned from performing at. But I'll get into the rumors that Bryan Callen is leaving The Fighter and the Kid in just a moment, because today I'm wearing my fresh new business shark tee.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I like you podcast Cringe, but this merch kind of sucks, man. I'm kind of glad that I'm not in the merch game, man. I'm not involved in the merch game whatsoever. And again, I understand when people buy merch while you get merch and shit, but personally, me, myself, and I think, I don't know. I think as content creators in general, and I'm gonna call myself one, as cringe as enough as that sounds, I think we demand enough of our audience as it is. Memberships, Patreons, views, likes, comments, super chats, donos. Like, we demand a lot already by just constantly being here, yapping away your attention. You know, like, it's just your undivided attention in some regards. It's a lot. Even myself, I get tired of myself sometimes. That's why I fucking disappear for a few days. I just get bored of hearing my own fucking voice. The last thing I'd want again is, like, on top of everything else, like, I'm demanding of you by making content is making merch again. Like, how, like, when will it end? You know, when does the grifting end? When does exploitation, it's not exploitation, but you know what I mean. When does the extraction of your fans end? When do you stop looking at your fans like as a constant ATM? When does that fucking end? And I think for me, merch is the final stop for me. I'm just not for it, man. If I have my own brand, fair enough, I'll do it. But I just don't think there's any point. Like, the only merch I would make, actually, or that I said before, is maybe a flag, shit like this, like a flag, right? If I did like a Zinger Nation flag or something. But a t-shirt, hats and shit, I don't know, man. Maybe a mug, that might be cool. Or like a shot glass or something. Or, you know, with a multivitamins thing, maybe I'd make like some sort of drug paraphernalia. But I still think, you know, just give it away. You know, I wouldn't want to sell it. You know, it's just. And I don't know who makes good podcast merch, by the way. Is there a single podcast that doesn't make good merch? I don't really check for them, don't get me wrong, but does anybody actually make good podcast merch that you've seen? I don't know. You know, I quite liked Tim Dillon's ones, Fake Business. He doesn't do it anymore, but I did like Tim Dillon's Fake Business merch. I thought that was pretty good. With the fucking fleeces and the vest jackets and the vestings and the t-shirts and the mugs that had like the fake business logo, like the Enron logo. I thought that was pretty funny and on point. But I can't think of any other podcast that makes like merch that's worthy. What are you saying in the stream chat? Protects our parks. Okay, they make good merch. Okay. Stephen Crowder, big up cheese food. Yeah, fair. You know what? The mug club design, of that mug is actually pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie about that one. Teddy Fresh, I don't think so. I think Teddy Fresh sucks donkey dick personally for me. It sucks so much donkey dick, but that's just me personally. Matt and Shane make a good what? Snake pattern is good. Okay, big up Chris Mack. Big up Uche. Lemon Party also has cool merch. Okay, see the gap in the market. Get easy, go for it. What is that a joke? Because Chris Mack is laughing. Is Lemon Party merch actually good or bad? Big up Crip Cheese Food, like the Bappers. Am I gross for wanting to use Slow Joe for like? Yo, why did I read it? Hey, Crambo, man, Crambo, keep your gooning to yourself, brother, please. For the love of God, Crambo, keep your gooning to yourself. But because you mentioned that, let's give you some material. Let's give you some material. Wherever you are, Crambo, let's give you some material. I didn't like reading your gooning there by accident, by mistake there, but here's some material there, brother. Here's some material, okay? Wherever you are, Crambo, have some fun, okay? Have some fun, bro. Have some fun, Crambo. Have some fun, Monsieur Crambo. Have some fun. There you go, Crambo. Have some fun. Have some fun. Make sure you clean up though, brother. Make sure you clean up, okay? Cool. Let's go.
Hoodie, which you can get exclusively from the Podcast Cringe merch store. Anyway, check out the links below or just head straight over to podcastcringe.com to get your Business Shark tee and hoodie, as well as a bunch of other exclusive designs only available from the Podcast Cringe merch store.
I told you to remind me. I'll do this off air, but we can do it here. A mutual friend of ours apparently talked the other day. Talked to him today and he goes, man, yeah, I talked to Bryan, so I mean, how long you guys think you do firing the kid? I go, and he goes, yeah, clearly you guys don't like doing it. And I go,
huh?
You're talking to Brendan, man. It's me. He goes, yeah, I know. It's running a short leash. You guys gonna stop doing it to us? And I go, firing the kid? He goes, yeah. I go, oh, Bubba, let me go through this right. Firing a kid could make $0. And me and Bryan would still do it every week.
Yeah.
It's never been about the money.
Yeah.
Look at Bryan's face. Look at Bryan's face. Not once did he interject and say, I didn't say that. Who the fuck said that? I didn't say that. Or offer clarification on what he actually said. Look at his face, man. Oh my God. Look at his face.
It has nothing to do with that.
Right.
He goes, really? I go, yeah. He goes,
oh, Uche. Okay, that's actually a defense. That's actually a defense mechanism, by the way. It's like the equivalent of him crossing his arms. We got Uche with the interesting conspiracy theory there. I don't believe this conversation happened. So if this conversation didn't happen, why is Bryan acting so awkward and acting so guilty and so sheepish?
I just figured the vibe, like after talking to Bryan, talking to you, I went, oh, you're so off, dude.
Yeah.
I said, I talk to Bryan every day.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I thought you only talked to me when you're in the studio. I'm like, buddy. I said, dude, I can't tell you how off you are. He goes, really? I go, yeah,
Who
dude.
is this?
I'll tell you out there.
Big up King Bayu. Appreciate
Bryan
you.
is definitely running away from Baba ASAP.
I don't think he has a right to, though. I'm going to be honest, brothers and sisters. I don't think he has a right. I don't think he has the place. I don't think he has any kind of room to run away from Papa. Considering what Papa put up with him. With the cancellation, paying him money, bringing him back on the show, all this regards. I think he needs to go down with the ship. I don't think he's allowed to do this. I don't think he's allowed to run away to Austin. You're not allowed. You have to stay there until the fucking wheels fall off. That's what I think. That's what you owe that guy. As much of a douchebag Brendan is, that's what kind of loyalty he's owed. But this is Hollywood entertainment business, and Bryan's got the backbone of a jellyfish. That's not going to happen.
I said, you either taking what I'm saying out of context or what Bryan's out of context. I said, I can't.
We're not talking enthusiastically because we're.
I said, I can't emphasize it. Or maybe when he's talking to us, there's just issues, maybe. I don't know.
I never said that.
But he was like, what? I'm like, you're so off.
I know. Okay, that's the first refusal, the first denial. I never said that. Not very confidently, by the way. Not a lot of bass in his voice there.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
We're going to Austin together, dude.
Yeah, I told him, I said, Bryan bought a house before me. He goes, really? I never thought he was going to go. I'm like, yeah, he bought the house before I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we're doing
No, we both have houses. Yeah.
And it's going.
Isn't that weird, though?
It's going to go strong.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Yeah.
I was like, oh, you're so
people
off.
Get different ideas.
Yeah. Weird, right?
I'm
Weird
curious to see
takeaway.
who it is.
Now, Bo Jackson, I don't agree. I think you guys are giving your big up aside as he's appreciate you.
Weird, huh? Weird, no? Just weird. Makes zero sense.
Makes Zyro. I love Zyro. But big up aside Aziz. I think you guys are giving Brendan way too much credit. I don't think he's that sophisticated. I don't think he's that conniving. I don't think he's that malevolent. I don't think he's that clever to know how to feel somebody out. I don't think so. I think he's honestly repeating back a conversation that he heard from somebody. For sure. I don't think he's that clever. My personal opinion. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, you'll know.
Very interesting.
Okay, this is actually fucking crazy. There is so much loaded in there. Basically, there are two options in my opinion. The first one is Bryan has been talking shit about Brendan and the podcast, and as usual, our boy Bupper is the 12th man on the deal team and has to find out from somebody else about personal matters like this one. Alternatively, Bryan and Brendan's mutual friend was trolling Brendan. I think both options are equally valid. I've honestly heard it both ways. If you ask me though, I'd say that Bryan's been hinting to people that he's going to part ways with Brendan depending on how things go down in Austin. And there's something that Brendan said there that makes me think that. I didn't realize that Bryan was the first one to buy a place down there. I think a lot of us were thinking that Brendan was going to be more keen to move than Bryan was, and Bryan would either need a lot of convincing or would just end up staying back in LA. See, Bryan's made a career out of being a Hollywood extra as well as doing stand-up comedy, and the options are going to be limited when he moves to Texas. However, like I was saying earlier, it makes sense that Bryan has a massive opportunity to resurrect his comedy career at Rogan's Comedy Club, given that they've been friends for decades. But there's one more thing that I
also think, my other theory is this. I also think Rogan told Bryan, come back out here and I'm going to personally reinvigorate your career. Because I think Rogan did Bryan dirty in the first place because, you know, these guys talk big about being anti-fucking cancel culture and free speech. But when their friends got cancelled, yeah, big up A. Martinez, appreciate it, brother. Okay, I don't know why. Maybe it said ass. Big up A. Martinez, big up AZ in the chat. My ass is singing bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese. I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. I personally think Rogan maybe slightly regrets not standing up for Bryan when he should have, when he got cancelled. And maybe something along the lines of this happened. He pulled Bryan to one side and said, hey, I'm going to personally make it my responsibility and my priority to get you back up where you should belong, or help you to try and sell out theaters, or help you to secure a Netflix special. So move to Austin, Texas. I'll get you on stage more often. You'll be on my pod a lot more often, and we'll get your career on stand-up getting back up and running. I think that's what Rogan told him specifically. I think so. And then Bryan probably floated out on the pod to Brendan. Brendan encouraged him to go, and in the process, Brendan kind of jumped on and followed him. But I don't think he really wanted to follow him. So I think it's all kind of, it's a bit of a Rogan plan or a Bryan plan that they've said themselves privately. Like, let me help you in your comedy. But then Brendan just tagged along, you know what I mean?
can't get past. Brendan saying that they'll keep doing the podcast even if it's making $0 is absolutely wild. That right there just proves that somebody else is bankrolling his whole operation. How is it even possible to pay several staff as well as Bryan's monthly appearance fee with $0 coming through the door?
I think he's just talking in hyperbole. I think he's just being dramatic. I don't think the podcast doesn't make any money. They're not there because it makes some money. No way. This guy wouldn't get out of his bed if he wasn't able to make money on these shows. He's only there because it makes money. And I'm all but certain TFATK makes up for the majority of his monthly income.
You guys know my theory. His dad, Peter Schaub, is keeping the lights on and covering the bills as a tax write-off and to keep his boy busy and out of trouble.
I don't agree with that, by the way. I think you can tell by Brendan's house that he's selling now. That fucking huge Bel Air mansion that he's got over there. Podcasting makes a lot of money. We don't think it does because we just look at the people that are doing it and think this is bad, this is good. and we rate it on the quality of it. But I think a lot of these shows like Brendan, TFATK, they've been grandfathered in. So they were getting ads. They were getting ads that they probably didn't deserve to ever get. But because they've been around for a long time, they're associated with Rogan, they keep getting particular ads. So I think those ads pay a lot more than we actually understand, which is why he was able to afford that fucking crazy house in the first place. So it's I have no doubt that the pod still makes a decent amount of money now, which is why they're there. You know, in my personal opinion, I don't think Peter Schaub is bankrolling or financing the whole thing. I don't believe that in the slightest. Is Peter Schaub helping them out with his fucking expenses around the house? Maybe, possibly. But I don't think Papa Schaub is actually, you know, financing or bankrolling TFATK. I don't believe that. I think it makes money because they have ads, and they have ads because they've been around for a long time, even though the show's shit.
But there's no way to know that for sure. I mean, I've also speculated that Brendan secretly isn't getting paid for doing ad reads, he's just doing them to keep up appearances and be like his buddies.
I also don't believe that's true, because they cycle through a bunch of them, they go through them, and we know from BGL, he told us a scam, that they fake their numbers, and then once they fake the numbers to get ads, then once you get the ads, I think the minimum term is like 6 months to 12 months, which obviously guarantees you a certain amount of money up front, and then you basically, you know, fumble through the ads. Doesn't matter what your views you get, but you get, you know, you keep getting 6 to 12 months of, worth of runway per ads. So that can add up, because also think about it, Sanaz ain't gonna be there if Peter Schaub's financing it. Do you know what I mean? She gets her invoice paid. That lady's nails are always done, her hair's always laid. You know what I mean? She's always got new clothes on. She's always going to fucking punk shows. So there's no way Sanaz is there not getting paid. Even for Chin, he's a bit of a redact. There's no way that he's there not getting paid. So those guys are getting paid. How are they getting paid? Through ads, in my personal opinion.
Just take a look at how he throws one of his sponsors under the bus by admitting his gums are wrecked from sucking on too many nicotine pouches.
I think when I go to Texas, I got to go under and have someone work on his teeth. But I have to go under.
You do?
Yeah, I'd have to be knocked out.
What do they have to do to you?
I don't know.
Cover them?
Yeah. I can't touch anything.
Really?
Nothing with sugar.
Because the holes,
Daddy's in shape because I can't eat sugar.
But because it's you're
so sensitive. Oh, buddy.
Really?
Oh, buddy. Like
wow.
Like pain to my knees if I eat sugar.
What?
Yeah, but I haven't touched sugar in a year.
Man.
I know, isn't it great?
That's really good.
There's Ozempic,
That's
and
a
then
tough
just get
one.
cavities. Pick your poison. Cavities or Ozempic.
Yeah, that's impressive.
I chose cavities.
Don't you have that because of your sugar intake? Don't he have cavities because he's eating too much sugar? We know him. We saw him on the show. He was eating everything for the Food Trucks Diaries. He was digging in. Donuts were a big part of his brand, a big part of his identity. He clearly liked them. He was eating all the sweets. He never missed a cake. He never took a bite out of. So you can only imagine what he eats off air, right? You saw what he's eating on air. Imagine what he eats off air. So the fact that he thinks nicotine pouches are the ones that gave him cavities and not the amount of food he was eating, or the sugary Starbucks drinks, or the fucking big gulps, or the numerous amounts of Diet Cokes and shit, is hilarious.
Does it hurt on the outside too, like the side, or just on the
sensitive bottom? Where I do my nicotine, like the gums are all f***ed up down
Of
there.
course, because you do a ton.
No, that's not to do. Nicotine pouches don't make your teeth. Am I bugging out, or does nicotine pouches don't make your teeth sensitive? What the fuck's he talking about? That's not true, right?
So let's go to the
Gotta
dentist.
get you drilled up, Bubba.
You have to put me under like a Bengal tiger.
No.
Well, they can give you Novocaine, can't they?
Oh no! I can't do that. No, I can't be awake if you're gonna touch my mouth. But you ever had a dog that has a f***ed up paw and try and touch it? It's, yeah,
that's
me with my teeth.
Bubba,
but I'm 240 pounds.
Bubba, we'll just shoot you out.
Yep, you touch my teeth.
We'll shoot you out with some numbing agents.
No. Here's the thing. I get anxiety even walking into the dentist.
Ah, the big old pussy Schaub. So I don't know how his sponsor Rogue would feel about Brent. Ah, the big.
What's that? It's like, oh, buddy, I probably got 200 pounds on you. Okay.
Old pussy Schaub. So I don't know how his sponsor Rogue would feel about Brendan saying a product that he's the ambassador for fucked up his gums. That's the kind of thing they probably don't want Bubba advertising. Stick to the script, B. Thank him. But let's get back to this move to Austin, because this is going to actually be really interesting. We know this time last year, Brendan announced he was quitting comedy to focus on being a baseball dad and to be at home more for his sick daughter at the time. However, just a few weeks earlier, he divulged the real reason why the comedy scene in LA had become so unwelcoming towards him.
I feel like Joe Rogan really like shifted the mindset in comedy of like, we're not against each other, we're really together and we can like.
I still can't work out if this guy was an op or he was just a naive guy, just went into the interview, went to her, because I don't understand. Because some of the questions, some of the line of questioning, some of the things he was mentioning, it sounded like he was a homeless cat. I don't know though. He never came out and said anything. He played it cool. He just put the content out there and kept it moving. But some of the line of questioning this guy was putting forward to Brendan, it seemed like he was trolling. It seems like he was trolling. Well, I don't know if that's true. Big up him, by the way. Big up him. Big up Hot Breath Comedy Network.
Like a rising tide can lift all boats.
Correct.
He seemed to be like the tip of the spear on that.
Yep, and then he took that ship and he went to Austin. So that's the same philosophy out there in Austin. But now LA's like Game of Thrones because the king's out it. Got his head cut off. By head cut off, I mean he moved to Austin. Yeah. And then now it's back to survival of the fittest, which is fine. I can do both. I can adapt with both.
That doesn't make any sense though, does it? If you think about it. So Rogan left and now it's survival of the fittest. Why wouldn't it be survival of the fittest when Rogan's there though? Why wouldn't Why wouldn't it be that either when he's there? Isn't he meant to be like the foremost protector of stand-up comedy and its principles and standards and shit? Why would it not be the battle of the fittest when he's there, but when he's not there, it is?
I'm down, but it was a better time when Rogan was in town.
How was it different?
Because I was in the inner circle, right? That's what he wants to say. He's not going to say it, but the reason why it was better because he was in the inner circle and he was getting all the advantages and the privileges. And then Rogan left and it went back to normal. And now he's not in the core group anymore. And guess what? He quit stand-up.
It's just, when you got a guy at that magnitude going, this how we do it. Everyone respects everybody. We support each other in every way possible, whether it's podcasts, putting each other on shows. Like, this is how we do it. Like, people are like, I guess that, even if they didn't want it, like,
Big up Skinner, appreciate you, brother. I just became a member a few days ago. Also, this dude is a troll. Okay, cool. It's decided. Skinner says he's a troll, he's a troll. Big up Skinner.
That's what I got to do if that's what the guy says, and that's how he carries himself. We're going to do the same. So it was just a more welcoming time. Then he leaves, and that kind of standard's gone. And you still got the big boy. You got Santino and Bobby doing Bad Friends. You got Bert Kreischer. He just does his on his own. Segura's gone. Theo's gone. Tim Dillon's in and out. Right. So it's just kind of everyone spread. So that kind of those kind of unspoken rules are gone. Which is.
Don't you find it interesting that Brendan's the only person that complained about this? Yeah, big up SCHAUB'S. Appreciate it, brother.
Notice how although skinny and pale, the true alpha emerges through this interaction. The beta shows signs of anxiety through hand motions and mumbled growls.
100%, 100%. And even just the face, the way his mouth is moving as well. 100%, 100%. Big up SCHAUB'S. Don't you find it funny that Brendan was the only person that complained about this though? I don't think I heard from another comedian when Rogan left about this. I think the only thing people complained about was like the comedy store had changed and it was another person doing the booking and shit. But Brendan is the only one that was complaining that his friends, the close-knit group of the Rat Pack and Woods Malarkey, had left and he was now all alone, had to fend for himself. He was the only one that was kind of complaining. Everybody else complained that maybe the scene had changed a little bit, but they didn't complain about what Brendan was complaining about. I wonder why.
Because I'm down for the lawlessness of town. I'm down for that. I'll survive in that, but it's just not as fun, if that makes sense.
As fate would have it, Bupper wouldn't be able to survive the LA comedy scene without Papa Rogan to get him through the door every night. That's why I'm so interested to see what happens when they head down to Austin. We know that Rogan had a talk with Schaub and explained to him that he's not a headliner yet and he has to put in the work to improve his act.
Big up Uche, unspoken rule, exactly. And big up Timo Kazi as well, exactly. They just stopped being fake nice, exactly.
Before Rogan will put him on stage. We've also heard Rogan deflect responsibility for bookings onto Adam Egert, who takes care of all of the bookings at the mothership. But now that Brendan hasn't been on stage for over a year, he hasn't been working on his craft or putting in the hours on stage to make it into the elite top 50 group of comedy assassins. How will Joe Rogan deal with Bupper's constant pestering and nagging to put him on, especially if Bryan's got a regular spot? If things go the way I think they will, Bryan eventually won't need the monthly paycheck from Brendan's dad, and Brendan will be stuck with a dead podcast and a dead comedy career.
I don't know. The way Brendan talks about stand-up, he talks about it like it was a far, far, far long ago thing. He's very detached from stand-up. So my instant feeling is that he's not going to try and do it again. I feel like that chapter is well and truly behind him. He's closed that door completely. He doesn't talk about stand-up with any kind of reverence. He doesn't mention watching stand-up specials anymore. He really does talk about it like it was something that he did ages ago and it's long distant memory. And considering, I think, how painful it was to his ego to be told no by Rogan to perform at the mothership, I don't think he's going to do it to himself again. I don't think he has the ability to put himself through that again. Because he was trying really, like, say what you want about his level of comedy, but when he was doing comedy and trying to get into the mothership, he was trying really hard. Like, he was trying. He was performing. He was going on the road. He was booking his own shows. He was promoting his shows on his thing. He was writing material. He was doing that fucking shitty green room diary things. He was releasing crowd work stuff and putting clips up on his Instagram, which he was never comfortable doing. He was actually trying, and it failed, right? Rogan still denied him, and he got rejected from the comedy scene and still got laughed at and got the worst rated special twice in a row, right? So I don't think he has the ability to put himself through that ringer again. So I think he's generally going to Austin just to be around his friends again, which is going to be weird in itself. I don't think he's going there to try and do stand-up comedy, which is going to be awkward as fuck when Bryan, because I have a feeling what's going to happen is this. They're going to go there and Bryan's going to miss a couple episodes. He's going to miss something. He's going to be late. He's going to miss something because he's performing at the mothership or he's performing at Red Band's club or another club, you know? Something's going to happen that way. And then little by little, he's going to keep missing a few shows here and there, and then naturally the show will end. Then what's happened to Chin? The person I'm intrigued about is Chin. Chin's moving all the way to Austin, Texas to follow these guys, and it's likely that the show won't even continue anyway. You know, it's going to last maybe a few months, and then he's going to be out in the lurch for doing nothing. Or maybe he'll be okay because he'll still be doing the SCHAUB'S show. I don't know, but I'm curious to see what happens to Chin.
First it was Theo Von, and now it's looking like Bryan Callen will be figuring some stuff out. And it doesn't help that Brendan's completely innumerate.
Tucker's way bigger now that he's on his own, yeah?
Oh yeah, way bigger, way bigger. He's so good. He's undeniable. He's
a super nice guy.
He knows exactly why he stands where he stands. Like he's really thought out every position. It feels.
Well,
like.
He's not a liar.
He was a little weird when he was on Fox because he's pushing the agenda. But then when he went on his own, I'm like,
yeah.
Well,
But he was
towards
also
the end of
fighting
Fox,
people who were
towards the end of his run, he was like the only guy on the news talking about real shit.
Yeah,
and and talking about things that were very controversial and people did not want him talking about.
And that's why they fired him. Right?
They fired him when he was at the top. It was a lot of different things. There was multiple different. I mean, no one was happy.
Both the Fox and CNN ratings suck cock. Final Kid gets more views.
Yeah, it's at this point it's a weird medium because there's too many commercials. You have to watch it at the time that it's
that's
on.
how they make money through all the advertising. And it's all pharmaceutical companies.
It's just too hard to compete with the internet.
So I actually went and looked this up. In the past week, Fox News averaged 2.8 million viewers per night, and CNN averaged 500,000 viewers per night. Compare that to The Fighter and the Kid's 900,000 views for the past 30 days, and Fox News does more than 3 times the views that Brendan does in a month in just one night.
Yo, big up NJ Ranger, big up NJ Ranger.
Yeah, Joe, when I think Tucker, I think not a liar.
Yeah, exactly. Tucker Truth Teller Carlson. That's what I used to call him, right? Tucker Truth Teller Carlson. Big up NJ Ranger.
And CNN isn't too far behind. Why Brendan makes shit up like that when it's easily verifiable will never cease to amaze me, but
he's just repeating something. Remember when he don't say it anymore, but remember that's what Bryan, they used to say that when it was trendy to dunk on like mainstream media, be like, oh, my podcast gets more views than MSNBC, you know, like that's just something he's repeating. I don't think he's saying it to be intentionally, facetious and shit or whatever. I just think he's just repeating those things that he hears his mentors saying to make himself sound funny or sound like a big dog.
But it makes more and more sense why Rogan tells Jamie to disable the live chat on Fight Companions. And Brendan's clearly nervous about this move. It seems like he was a bit quick to pull the trigger on the move, and now he's getting cold feet.
Shannon, how are you feeling about Texas? Now that it's getting real?
I told my parents yesterday because they came to visit me yesterday.
How'd they take it? I did get a call from your dad.
I like how he never actually, that's something I've noticed actually in this clip again, watching it back. I love how he never says how he's feeling. He always uses other people to say how he's feeling. So he's only asking Chin this question because he doesn't want to admit he's feeling a little bit, you know, a little bit off, a little bit. He's having doubts. He's getting cold feet about the move or whatever, right? He's second guessing whether or not he should be going. Instead, he's asking Chin, and through Chin, he's gonna, you know, then lay on his own insecurities.
Done.
I know. Was he crying or no?
No, he's like, I can't wait to get this kid out of here.
No, they're.
Was he crying? Chin asking Brendan whether or not his dad was crying that his nearly 50-year-old son was moving to Austin, Texas. Why would he be crying? You're not going to Mars, brother. You're going to Texas. Aren't you from there? Didn't your parents live there before? Why would he be crying?
Everyone's cool with it, man. Like I said, I
haven't got pushback from anyone. A few people expected, but for the most part, everyone's stoked.
Yeah, I don't have a wife. I don't have kids. Like,
yeah, you're the perfect kid.
Yeah, this is like the best time to give it a shot. So
up and go.
Yeah.
You get any pushback on your friends or family?
Oh no.
No, right?
Not at all.
Most people are like, can't believe we didn't go before.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. All of them.
Our boy AG from Toehold is like, I can't believe Brian's going. Everyone's like, I can't believe Brian's going. I'm like, yeah, man.
Yeah. Come on, man. Let's go.
Yeah, Brian's 100.
Yo, big up Apex Putter. Appreciate you. Well gone. No chance the pod's gonna cover his nut. It might do though. You guys are doubting it. Like, if what I'm saying is true and this pod makes way more money than you guys think it does, if they lower their expenses, if they go to Austin and find a fucking studio as big as this one that is much cheaper, because from the houses prices, it looks like Austin is considerably cheaper than LA, they could actually make money. You know what I mean? It could actually be profitable if they're moving there. They should have moved there anyway, or maybe gotten a smaller place regardless, but he could probably find the same house that he's got now up for sale for like $1 million max, and he's selling his for nearly 3.5. He could probably find a studio space cheaper than what he's paying rent for this studio space. He's not got to pay CINNA. He's just got to pay Chin. There's no fucking George. There's no BGL. There's no Shrimp. No anybody else. They're gonna make they might make some cheap. They might make some dough. Big up Skinny. It's used to make money. They do still do ad reads. Yeah. Big up Coiler. It's not cheaper in my opinion. But didn't you see what we saw earlier about the Zello on the Zillow, wherever that fucking site was? We looked at houses, and there's houses in Austin that the same fucking the same fucking bedroom, whatever size is his one, and you could get them for like max $1 million. Max $1 million. 5-bedroom house with a fucking pool outside and everything. So I don't know. Maybe life is the same expensive. I don't know, but it seemed like it's cheaper. I could be wrong though.
100% been talking shit behind Brendan's back. He's got a plan and I'm totally fucking here for it. Now, you guys know I don't like to be cynical and I never make assumptions or create my own narratives. Seriously, who the fuck keeps adding shit to my scripts? Sorry. Anyway, apparently Texas has much looser family laws and actually caps monthly child support.
Yo, big up AZ in denial only wants to move to work or else it's the end of his channel. Not even that. I just think people underestimate how much the pods make. That's what I think. I think people really underestimate how much, especially the shitty ones, because these guys have been grandfathered in. They get like what? Let's go down. I don't have to find the kid video here, but allegedly, I think if you go on the comments, it will show you how many ads they have, right? Because those are the ones they have to mention on their fucking bio. So how many ads do they have here? Do they have them listed? No, it's not listed there, is it? I thought they had them listed. Usually they have them listed on there. No, they've got 2 on there, right? They've got True Classic and Joy Mode. But usually they'll have them all listed on there. Maybe they have them on the, let me go on my podcast app. But I think they usually have like 6 ads hard baked into the episode, right? So if they get in like $5,000 per ad read, that's a pretty decent amount of money coming in, despite the podcast being pretty shit. So it's not, it's I think it's a lot more lucrative than people fucking give them credit for, you know? Let me see if I can get it up on here. Bear with me a second. Let's see if I can get it. Maybe it's on the bio of the Fire and the Kid actual thing on here. The Fighter and the Kid. Where are ya? Come on, load up on my. There you go. Let's see if does it show many ads? No, it doesn't show the ads on it. Okay, it only shows 2. Oof. Okay, maybe I'm in denial. It only shows 2. It only shows True Classic and Joy Mode. Let me go back to the previous episode. previous episode had 3 sponsors: Magic Mind, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and Joy Mode. The other one before that had 3 again. So they're down to 2 ad reads. Episode number 1445, they had 4. They had DraftKings, Progressive, O'Reilly, and Joy Mode. Sorry. Damn, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong then. Holy shit, maybe I'm wrong. Episode number 1622, Magic Mind, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and Joy Mode. 1585. 1558, sorry. 3 again, DraftKings, Hymns, and Joy Mode. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm in denial. Maybe you're right.
Sure is apparently on Grindr, right? Somebody told me.
Oh, people hit me up all the time like, oh, you're on Raya, you're on Grindr? I'm like, no,
I'm not.
Yeah, no.
So apparently somebody on Facebook, I got...
Wrong one.
Support payments at $2,760 for 3 kids. I mean, everything helps, right?
The new Austin look, dude.
Dude, hair transplant, cowboy hat, and I fix my teeth, bro.
Oh, dude.
And your wife doesn't divorce you for that gay search history, dude.
Yeah,
my only issue with all of it, there's a million things you have to figure out, leave the studio, all this, but we'll figure all that out. And the kids are stoked, but I just don't think they realize the magnitude.
They don't yet, but they'll get, kid.
The kids don't realize the magnitude of it. But why did you make them move though? If they don't realize the magnitude of it, if they don't realize the magnitude of this move, but you do, why did you make them move? Why did you make these kids uproot their lives and go to a whole different state? Why? It'd be different if like Tiger was like athletically gifted or something and they were moving based on that to get into a better school or whatever. But he's primarily moving for a podcast and then moving because of you next to Rogan. But then Brendan's pushback could be, this is my main nut. So I'm going to try and keep this alive regardless. I'm going to do everything possible to keep this alive. So if I have to move to Texas, I'll move to Texas. Maybe that's part of his rationale. Maybe it's less to do with moving because of Rogan and more to do with making sure this podcast stays running so he can stay making money. I don't know. Either way, I think it's a bit shitty on the kids. I'm not going to lie.
Kids do, especially boys. They adapt this quickly.
They will, especially I'll find his team, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And we'll end the season in May, so we'll leave after then.
You'll get yourself a Tesla. You'll be driving around with me. It's going to be great.
Never. Yeah, okay. I'm excited. Be fun.
Yeah, me too. I can't wait.
A new journey, new chapter.
Fuck yeah, man.
Of course, he's wearing orange shoes. Of course.
Be great.
What else you got, Jen?
Okay, is it just me or was the whole vibe of this podcast fucking weird? It's like everyone in that studio has Stockholm Syndrome. Bryan sits there like a hostage, nodding and smiling, picking away at his hands, while Brendan looks around, forcing everyone to laugh at his shit jokes. It'll be interesting to see how much money Brendan's dad puts into the new podcast studio down in Texas. Maybe Papa Rogan can lease them some space for cheap in one of his warehouses or something, but
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think this whole like Peter Shaw bankrolling the podcast thing. I don't know. I don't buy it. Like, you make money like that. If like that guy is a successful dude, right? Brendan's dad. He sold fucking computer software to the army or something. He made his fucking fortune doing that. He's retired, enjoying life. I don't think someone like that just willy-nilly fucking funds their fucking sons' podcasts and pays people's salary. I don't think so. Maybe helping out in terms of paying for the kids' school and shit, fair. But I don't think somebody that's self-made like that would be okay to just like be funding a podcast that's failing like this. I don't think that doesn't make sense. I think the pod makes money itself. Maybe not a lot, but it does make money itself, and it's probably enough to pay everybody's salary and all that malarkey. But I don't believe in the whole like, oh, Peter Shaub is the secret not so secret financier behind it, and without him the podcast would die. I think it still makes a decent amount of money, even just on AdSense alone on YouTube. It probably makes a decent amount of money per month, but most of the money they probably use to pay their salaries and whatever else comes from the advertisers for sure. And we already know from fucking, from from BGL that they still get decent ads, even though the show doesn't get the numbers it used to. They lie about the ad money. Brendan got $1 million, $1 million, sorry, from podcast net. What's that pod network thing that happened previously, which made no sense to anybody that was watching from afar. So I think the whole podcast game is a little bit scammy. It's a little bit fucked up. It's a little bit all over the place. So I think these guys make way more money than people think they do, which doesn't make sense because the show's shit. But I think people are underestimating how much money the show makes, personally. But it's just funny, man. I just can't wait to see how this plays. It's just funny. Now, the more and more you look at it, it's looking more and more like Brendan's just following Bryan. He's tagging along. Like, he's literally tagging along, and Bryan's probably just not, he doesn't have the balls to tell him to fuck off. So it's going to be so fun to see the dynamic, how it's going to work. Because Bryan can't really mention any stand-up shit to Brendan because it's going to make him feel left out. You know? Like, he's not involved. He can't really mention funny stand-up stories. You can't mention certain people because certain people won't be friends with Brendan. Brendan's going to feel left out. Is he going to go to the comedy store? Is he going to go to the mothership and just watch shows and talk about, like, I don't know. I can't wait. Anyway, next. Let's check out what Chin's saying. Chin also had an update regarding his move to Austin, Texas, courtesy of the After Hour show, episode number 24. Let's hear what Chin has to say.
Get the hell out of here.
Get used to that.
Get the hair out of here.
Get used to that, fellas. This is the last legs of being sick.
And the last legs of this show.
What do you mean?
I'm just kidding.
Oh, welcome to the After Hour.
Welcome to the After Hour.
Definitely not the last legs of this show. Chin just told us.
For me.
Chin just told us he's not moving to Austin.
I'm not moving.
He's going to stay here and invest in our show.
Yeah.
We love it. And we're going to set up.
Someone offered me a job. Someone you know.
Oh.
Me.
No. But I'm not going to take it.
Bobby Reed?
Ooh. Connected in a way. Let's talk about it off air, bro.
Is it Gil?
I don't know who that is.
Okay.
Pat Sajak.
So, I think Chin was being sarcastic there. I don't think he was being serious about staying and trying to make the After Hour pod work, because it's just a thing they do for shits and giggles. Obviously, if it became successful, they'd love it. I think Nick's is not so shy, or no. I think it's pretty obvious that Nick wants to be a podcaster or wants to be, somebody in the scene or something, or whatever it may be. I don't think he's happy just being a producer like Chin is. But I think they do this show just for the fun of it, right? To hang out as friends or whatever, shoot the shit. But I don't think Chin would stay in LA because of this show. He's definitely moving to Austin. I think he's just being sarcastic here. But he probably knows just as much as we do about the move. That's the feeling that I get. He's still moving to Austin, but he probably knows as much as we do about the move. He probably doesn't have a concrete date. He probably doesn't have a place to stay, right? He probably doesn't know what if there is a new location for the fucking, the pod, when they're gonna start, when his handover, nothing. He probably knows as much as we know about the move, generally. But I definitely do think he's one of the people that's going to go with them over there and is going to stay with TFATK until the walls fall off. He's going to be there until the bitter end, for sure. Callen will likely leave TFATK before Chin does. Chin's going down with the ship. Plus, Chin also has the benefit of being the producer of SCHAUB'S show, so he'll be fine in that regard too. But I definitely think he's 100%, 1,000,000% moving to Austin. And also, from what I saw on the fucking episode when we did the Chin vlog, do you guys remember he did meet up with quite a lot of friends over there? So even though he's like, we laugh at him saying he's from Austin, Texas, it's clear that he's got a lot of friends out there and family. I think those two white ladies who are part of his family, I think they're, extended family and shit. I think they live out there as well, right? Or near enough to Austin. So I think he's partly moving there for the pod and also to be closer to his nieces, nephews, cousins, all this malarkey. I think that's why he's also moving there. And also some old school friends. I think they live in that area. So I think he'll be perfectly fine, in my personal opinion. But who knows? Who fucking knows? Let's see how it plays out. If I was him, what would I have done? If I was him, at his age, probably would have done the same thing. I'm not gonna lie, because he's a bit. He seems like he's a little bit lost in life, right? For his age and where he's at in life. So if that's the case, maybe you'll find yourself being next to your friends, going back home, quote unquote, being around your people. That might work out, because clearly it hasn't worked out in LA. He hasn't found a person yet. He lost a relationship while being out there. He's probably not the most social out there, even apart from the people hangs around him on the podcast scene. But at least when he goes back home, quote unquote, he'll be surrounded by his friends and family. So it might be the best place to bump into another fellow lonely person who's also looking for direction or to settle down. So it wouldn't be surprising if Chin actually settles down while he's out there. That wouldn't surprise me. If you find somebody, maybe rekindles a love, who knows, maybe Jobo comes back into the picture. But it's more likely that he gets his life sorted out going back home than it is him being out in LA, because LA hasn't worked out. He probably doesn't have the whatever. The thing is, he probably would find another job in LA, because no matter what we think about his podcast producing skills, he's still got more than 10 years being a producer of like a successful podcast in TFATK for a long time. So I'm sure that counts for something. So I'm sure there'll be another pod that will gladly pick him up. And from what I've been, from what I watch on pods, the standard in terms of producers isn't that high. Most people are pretty terrible at what they do, or they just get by on, being able to Google or whatever else it may be. But most of them don't really know that much. So I think he'll find a job in LA easy if he stayed. But I think the right decision is following the guys to Austin, because even if it doesn't work out for him with TFATK, he'll also find another place to go and work with. You know what I mean? Because all those guys are out there, so he'll be fine. He'll find another job to be involved with. So I think he'll be fine in Austin. Personally, you never know. Chin might find some love out there. Chin might find some love out there. Yeah. Big up Bryan Laura. You pull up SUV.
Hot instructor 2 Dane Ancient. Even wore glasses.
Big up Abe Martinez. Big up Coiler too. His friends didn't look. You know what? Coiler makes a good point. His friends didn't look into it, or didn't look up to it, or didn't look into it. Into it. They didn't want to be recorded 24/7. Sorry if it's lost his late in. Sorry if you're lost this late in life. It's game over. Fucking hell, Coiler. You're actually right. Thinking about it, he went to that was that house party he went to, right? Where he was by himself. The house party where he didn't look like he made any friends. He got invited over, and it looked like he was just by himself, recording himself having shots in the house party, which is fucking freakish to say the least, right? It's like going to a house party and putting your headphones on. He was recording himself at a house party taking shots. So maybe Coiler's right. Maybe it's over and there's no hope. But I think if me being the optimistic half glass, glass half empty, glass half full, kind of guy, and also my very silly, naivete involved, I think there's a chance, man. I think there's a chance he turns it around over there. I think there's a chance. There could be a slight chance he turns it around, guys. Don't lose any hope with Chin. Continuing on. What else we got to talk about? Let's break up a little bit and let's do no, should we do that? No, let's do Brendan. Yes, this one. Brendan Shop can't stop lying. Big up Retroactive. New video from Retroactive. Brendan Shaw, Can't Stop the Lies, featuring Creepy Crystalia. Big up Retroactive. Big up Blood Clot Retroactive.
You know, people don't like him because he's a beautiful man, and it's a real problem for people.
Oh, Bubba.
It really makes people uncomfortable, me included. I'm his friend. This beef is going on forever.
You with the wrong.
Yeah, that's the wrong guy.
Like a real street guy. Kendrick really doesn't have the catalog.
I don't like that Kendrick is just like, he's a pedophile, and it's like
we just texted each other the other day, and he was like, I miss you so much. He gives me advice about boys. What's the problem?
There's endless problems with that, Brendan. How much CTE does Brendan have at this point to think that's okay? Maybe Hollywood goes deeper than we thought. Between changing his opinion on Kendrick and moving to Texas, maybe he's hoping to get back some of the sugar tank admiration from Papa Rogan by being as agreeable as humanly possible. And yes, Kendrick Lamar, very well known for his no catalog. Good on you, Brandon.
Talked to him today and he goes, man, I talked to Bryan, so, how long you guys think you do firing the kid? He goes, yeah, clearly you guys don't like doing it. Oh, Bubba.
Oh, Bubba, his strangest yet favorite infantilizing insult. The fighter in the kid sub now thinks Bryan is trying to escape from Brendan and would have ended the show, but now Brendan is following along. Certainly possible, especially now with even the Thick Boy merch website being down indefinitely after the—
Really? No way is that true. Really? No way. It's down. So it's been liquidated, I'm assuming. It's down completely. No way. So you can't buy $5 merch anymore. Brendan still got his tour dates thing on there, by the way. He doesn't take this off. Any updates on the tour dates? No updates on the tour dates. Let's see what Bryan Callen's tour dates are saying. Is it healthy? Healthy looking? Healthy looking tour dates? Oof. Tight. Not that much. Wow, there's no merch link. There's no merch. Wow. Okay, there's the merch. There we go. There's the merch, right? Shop. Let's go to store. Is it gone? The Fire and the Kid shop. The Fire and the Kid shop.com. Is it gone already? Wow. It's all gone. Damn, son. It's all gone. It's over. No more TFATK. Shit. That is wild. That is wild. Okay, I didn't expect to see that. I didn't expect to see that. God damn. Let's move on. Let's go back to the video.
Their truck giveaways, Tiger Thick Whiskey, Toontown, all buried now basically. Brendan had no choice but to follow.
Oh, I just figured the vibe, like after talking to Bryan, talking to Daniels, and talking to you, I went, I said, I talk to Bryan every day.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I thought you only talked to me in the studio.
I like how these guys never address their failures, by the way, right? Bert Kreischer never talks about the fucking Machine movie ever again. And Brendan never speaks about the failure that was Tiger Thick, the failure that was the merch, the failure, you know what I mean? They never mention it again. They almost pretend like it never happened. But when they're doing it, they don't stop ramming it down your throats, right? They don't stop fucking promoting it, forcing it down your throats. Just never stop fucking shilling it. But the moment it doesn't work out, all of a sudden they've got amnesia.
I'm like, oh, Bubba.
And it's a good thing, really. We might just get his third comedy special or his long-awaited Mothership appearance. After all, he wants to get back into Joe's good books, or to even book the Step-Mothership, he's going to have to work on his act, or just become a truck genius in Texas.
Fire and a Kid could make $0, and me and Bryan would still do it every week.
Yeah.
11 years in, the wheels are coming off, and yet even if it makes $0, they'll still keep doing the podcast. Maybe if this theory is true, it all adds up, or they both start doing the pod from their house for free. It'd be great to watch Bryan and Brendan use a laptop and audio equipment, using the Rogan Texas wave to get some whitewash in the form of some live show ticket sales for old Barn and...
I think if Brendan actually did some... He would actually be far better off, or maybe not far better off, but he probably just doesn't enjoy podcasting. I've always been surprised why he just doesn't do his own watch-alongs for UFC fight cards. That'd be so easy to do, especially from the studio they already have. You could just do it from home if you wanted to on a laptop, but you got an entire studio set up there. You could just do a watch-along there, have Nick and all those guys in the background chatting shit, drinking, watching UFC fights. They could easily do that, and you could probably make a bucket of it, especially if you left TTS on. Imagine if Brendan for once left TTS on and did fucking Fight Companions and just sat there and watched the show and didn't even reply to the TTSs. Don't even reply to them, just let people send in donos and do TTSs above fucking $50 only. He'd make a killing, and the shows they'll get high viewership. People would want to just troll and take the piss.
Bryan.
So Kendrick Lamar, I went back and read the lyrics. I listened to his song, especially the one against
What a
Drake.
waste of time.
It was, well, I know, right?
What a waste of time.
Because I'm not sure what he's saying, except for saying that Drake is a...
What's this one, Joe?
In LA, yes, it was lit. Wow. And they all at the same time go, minor. God, dog. And then also it's rap. And then when you see this guy that, is doing this diss song, but he has dancers behind him, I thought that was a little lame.
Yeah.
And also he's in bell bottoms. Not to mention he's 5'1". Savage.
How crazy is this beef? It never ends.
Well,
this beef is going on forever.
You fuck with the wrong.
Yeah, that's the wrong guy. Like a
It's
real
such a
street
good-
guy.
But Drake,
Kendrick really doesn't have the catalog.
The whole West Coast.
So he wrote. To be fair, Brendan's criticism of Kendrick on his pod was actually on point, or the points you were making made somewhat some sense. But then he goes on Rogan and he completely tucks tail and starts sucking off Kendrick because Rogan's a fan of Kendrick.
He has more credibility.
I don't
right?
think Drake could do that in Toronto.
No.
So fake. Just like Schultz constantly changing opinions on Kendrick and Drake, all of Rogan's friends jumped on the topic for views while openly saying they haven't even heard all of the diss tracks. The Rogan Sphere special. Bend your opinion to appease your superiors. Even alleged creepy Callen had enough brains to tell that at a basic level, one artist has more radio hits and one has more critical acclaim with their albums, but not Barn Door.
His credit, right? Because he was like considered more of an artist or more of a...
No, they're both. What does that even mean? They're both fucking rapping.
Well, one's more legit as a rapper.
No, yeah, what are we doing?
I like it.
Dude, how about the white corner?
Metallica and Taylor Swift both sing and hit guitar. They are the same. Thank you guys. Especially after Pusha T's story of Adidon and then Kendrick. These three haven't heard any of this yet, are posing as experts. 10 out of 10. Does Brendan remember The Fighter and the Kid also has a hip-hop intro theme song? It's okay though, as this doesn't last if placed amongst someone that isn't Callen. Old Schaub can change opinions mid-sentence if you're not watching too carefully. Such a strange existence when there's dozens of comedians we can name who...
You know what would be so cool for once on these podcasts? It's never going to happen because I think they all kind of, most of them for the most part, love the idea of like, I guess being like faux Renaissance men or something. But wouldn't it be refreshing if one time when a topic comes up or something that's in the news, that's in the fucking cultural zeitgeist came up as a topic on their fucking show, they were like, you know what? I have no idea about this topic. I have no opinion on it. I don't know anything about what's going on. I wish both people luck. I've seen some of the stuff that's happening, but I'm not really that well versed in it, so I can't really offer an opinion. Let's move on to the next topic. Wouldn't that be cool? Instead of just pontificating and blabbering on about things that you have no knowledge about whatsoever, just skip the topic. It's not that big of a deal. Not everybody is paying attention to the Kendrick and Drake beat. The people that are paying attention to it go to people that know what they're talking about, but they don't need to hear from Brendan, Rogan, Callen. None of these people about Kendrick and Drake. They go to the people who cover that sort of stuff for that kind of information. But these guys, there's never a topic that comes up they can just say, I don't know. Next topic. Big up SCHAUB'S, appreciate you.
When asked about his fave rappers during the Malik B days, Bappa said the red-headed girl from Wild 'N Out. That's who's talking about Rap RN.
No way. No way.
You do not.
No way did he say that. No way. The red-headed girl. No way. Oh, and by the way, not to be mistaken, didn't that girl die? Was the red-headed girl the one that died? Or is she alive? Because one of them died, didn't it? That was the boyfriend or the wife of fucking that comedian. R.I.P. But yeah, big up SCHAUB'S. That's true. That's fucking amazing lore. That's an amazing pull there. Big up SCHAUB'S. Amazing lore pull there. Amazing lore reference.
Have this problem.
When an artist does that, their record sales and everything skyrocket because that didn't happen. Because 4 days later, the person he's talking about, that the only song people even knew, is now the #1 freaking.
Holy shit.
You know what I mean? Yeah, so it's like all the people that are like all these like fake.
Obviously, neither have heard a full album from either of them.
Exactly.
Yet they're now experts for the next half an hour of their podcast. Great. Neither able to look at a quick YouTube breakdown to have the slightest clue before they talk for months and months of a topic.
And with such confidence too, by the way. Talking with such confidence. Especially Eric, his fucking stupid opinions. So loud, so confidently wrong. Fucking love it. I love it.
They don't understand to their dwindling audience. Well, it's hilarious. Oh yeah, well, Ice Ice Baby sold more than Tupac's Hit 'Em Up, so it must be better. Drake sells more than most artists alive. It doesn't mean he's respected as the best rapper by his peers, fans, critics, etc. Well, Mr. Potato Eric Griffin chimed in with his expert takes over and over to the point of even his own golden hour fans being sick of him. Yes, delete.
Another riveting podcast of Eric talking about his kid and wife, truly one of the contributions of mankind. Every time Eric speaks, Chris just says, It's exactly how we feel when Eric talks. And it's almost every time Eric speaks, LOL, in every one of these podcasts, you can tell Chris does not care what he is saying. Go back and listen. Eric is a massive dork. I agree with all those statements.
And Shaw, but now in the good books of the audience somehow. And it's Eric who is winning the annoying race. What a twist.
5 days later, by the way, too.
Hold on, Eric saying Rakim wouldn't like and Kendrick is such an Eric take. Does Eric not know anything about rap culture? Exactly. Oh my god.
Drake puts out an album and breaks the record.
#1, yeah, breaks the biggest rapper.
Yeah. Listen, this is just an online narrative.
I don't have my ear to the ground.
It's an online narrative
You're
that Kendrick
mistaking-
Lamar is like doing this thing. No, Kendrick, listen, by all metrics, Drake is doing fine.
I'm with you. I'm
It's just
with
a narrative for him to run with because Drake's been king for so long.
It's not a narrative. The song went #1 multiple times, first upon release, and then with each Drake lawsuit, then the Grammys and Super Bowl boost. All that aside, Kendrick outdid Drake as a writer and performer, and that's where the world decided that Meet the Grahams, Not Like Us was stronger than Family Matters and Heart Part 6. But yes, Eric Griffin, someone who clearly...
Yay, my thumbnail. Big up Retroactive for including my thumbnail, my video. Big up Retroactive. We love you.
knows a lot about this. You are the expert.
Some new 16-year-old was like, oh, I saw Chris on Golden Hour. He's the funniest. Googled you. He'd be like, oh my God.
Yeah.
He must not be selling any tickets.
No,
like,
no, no.
Oh, buddy.
Yeah, no. It's all a narrative, and it's fake, dude. This is why I don't like that. I don't like that Kendrick is just like, he's a pedophile, and it's like.
Also, that's a weird train of thought, right? Somebody would be like, oh, he's not selling tickets. So if somebody Googles Chris and finds out all this information about him being an alleged PDF, the first thing they're going to think about is, oh, I wonder if he sells tickets. No, the first thing they're going to think is, I wonder if this stuff is true. Then they're going to go on YouTube and find tons of documentaries. Then they might go on Google and stumble across a couple of Reddit threads. They might even stumble across some of the fucking, you know, court papers and shit, and dig a bit deeper. Yeah, big up us all disease.
Chris' favorite rapper is Afrika Bambaataa. Not for his raps but for his life choices and allegations. Shout out Hassan Campbell.
We're not gonna go there. Big up Hassan Campbell. No. You're too much. African Bambaataa. No. No, put him on an island with Russell Simmons and fucking Diddy and shit, man. No. Fuck African Bambaataa, man. We're not doing all that type of shit. Actually wild that he hasn't been cancelled, you know. It's actually maybe because he's an old man and shit, but it's actually wild that cancel culture hasn't come after African Bambaataa, considering the amount of allegations out there about him. You know, so many allegations, like first-hand accounts from people who suffered off the hands of him allegedly. But hey, whatever. Big up Hassan Campbell. Snotbox.
First of all, do you know what that is?
Yeah.
D'Elia tries to pretend Drake's allegations aren't extremely weird, because he has his own horrible FBI investigation Rolling Stones rabbit hole that Schaub just can't help but bring up all the time hilariously. Eric Griffin then falsely recounts the Drake underage on stage video.
He's like, he finds out she's 17.
Yeah,
he's like, ah, man, you know what I mean? Whatever he's saying there. Okay. So then that's been extrapolated later to like, in their minds, they think he was 35 and she's 17.
Yeah, I get that, but
You know
why?
I mean?
But he didn't know how old she was. She got on stage.
To me, it was
so
like
I'm
he should be mad at his people.
He did know her age.
Exactly.
It's said to the whole crowd, hence why everyone knows. The issue is he then continued. Anyone can look it up and watch it with captions, yet they blatantly lie, of course. Must be in the air.
So at the time, Drake was 24. His people brought a girl from.
To be fair, anyway, especially guys and people. Anyway, people know. Forget guys, just human beings in general. I think whenever these type of topics come up, and if a guy is very passionately defending somebody around topics, you know, when they pertain to PDF shit, essay shit, grape shit, most likely they have skeletons in their closet. Most likely. Guys who are very passionate and, you know, animated and loud about topics like this and, you know, are very clued in on the details, usually have their own skeleton in their own closets, right? Because most regular dudes who don't get up to this nastiness don't give a flaming fuck about anything. You're just looking at it all like it's nasty and laughing along at it. But whenever people are like very plugged in or trying to make excuses or lying or just bloviating in general, you know they've got some shit. You know they've got some shit in their closet.
From the crowd because he would bring a girl on stage. In their minds, they think he was 35 and she's 17.
Yeah, I get that, but
You know what
why?
I mean?
But he didn't.
Eric implies that being 24 makes it okay, as he wasn't 35. This is why you don't go to Mr. Potato Head for comedy or legal advice. Straight to jail type comments. All he's good for is trying to get a Lyft driver fired like a Karen for calling him Mr. Potato Head when he could play the live-action version of Toy Story. What a hero this apparent professional comedian is. Schaub also danced to Not Like Us on their Patreon episode in the cringiest display. 10 months late, after talking the genre and Kendrick many times now, but now that it's popular this week, off he goes. And Eric and Chris kept saying they can't understand him, of course. Blatant racism aside, you can't hear the song calling Drake a PDF, Chris. Those allegations echoing in your head, hey? I wonder why he really can't hear what Kendrick is saying. Maybe if he had less allegations and had heard more than 2 genres, it would actually be quite easy. Makes you wonder what Mr. Potato Head's been up to as well to be on Drake's side this hard, as clearly not a fan of either of them.
But notice he didn't say A minor. He had the backup dancers say it. That's how he got away with it.
Well, bro,
because they
everyone
told
in
him
the
he can't
stadium
say
said it.
Yeah,
Everyone.
That's the only thing they know. It's like the kind
Bro,
of thing, they don't even understand it. Like,
did you see who gives me advice about boys? What's the fucking
no,
problem?
The issue is you look at this like
Out of context.
Imagine imagine these two of the guys on that panel have daughters. No, Chris doesn't have, Brendan recently had a daughter, but they all have young kids. And imagine them not having any issue with a man in his 30s or whatever texting somebody that's a teenager. No issues with it whatsoever. Zero. It doesn't even ring any alarm bells. It's not a cause for concern. It doesn't make them have a weird feeling. It doesn't give them the ick. Zero. Just because their friend got accused of something.
That looks weird.
It
just
looks
like
weird.
that. Yeah, it looks weird.
This is the kind of thing where you have to say to her, like, don't.
Hey, yeah.
This is not something you say to public.
Yeah, but also she's 14, so.
Jesus, even D'Elia knows it looks weird, and now Schaub changed his mind. From why is that weird to it is weird. Schaub really can change his mind mid-sentence.
But people want.
Because that's more interesting
so
than real
badly.
life.
People want so badly for people to be pedophiles.
No, incorrect. I think people want so badly for PDFs to get adequately punished, and it doesn't happen enough. People that essay women don't get adequately punished. I saw some recently. Who was it? I think it was a person that did some sort of essay thing and he got like 20 something years. A person that got caught doing county lines of drugs and shit gets fucking life in prison or 35 years in England. People are getting convicted or getting fucking way more prison time by dealing drugs as opposed to, R-wording somebody or anything involving kids in any kind of sexual manner. That is heinous, right? Deplorable. I know which crime I think is far worse, personally. This guy, man, the excuses. Big up Ranger.
So the problem with pedophilia is the optics.
Exactly.
Cool.
Exactly. It reminds me of that Mark Norman joke. What's that Mark Norman joke he says in Comedian Getting Cars, Getting Coffee? It's like the thing that bothered me about the Bill Cosby was the what was it? Was the hypocrisy, right? That's the thing that bothered me the most about Bill Cosby allegations. Not what he got accused of, it's the hypocrisy. It's like, okay.
What the f? That's so weird.
Ooh, it's getting a bit personal for Chris D'Elia. When people see smoke, they want the fire put out. It's about as simple as that.
Exactly.
Drake has had many questionable moments over the years. It's far from a one-off, hence why the entire industry, all of his peers, everybody turned against him. Just like Diddy, R. Kelly, Cosby, there was also tons of signs for decades before they all went down, but their power protected them.
Hey, if that's what you want, if you're on your mind that much, you're fucking weird, bro.
Imagine the gaslighting. Because people want PDFs to get punished and to go down and to receive the full fucking force of the law and to lose their life in some cases, that makes you the weirdo. That makes you the weirdo because you're concerned that PDFs seem to get away with it. You're the weirdo now. Okay.
You got problems.
People who are like, dude, Drake is a fucking pedophile.
People don't want their artists to be monsters, actually.
Exactly.
And D'Elia's tour manager compared him to Bill Cosby for
Jesus
sake.
Christ.
Nobody wants that to be reality, but by many accounts, unfortunately, it is alleged to have been. Oh, but he sells tickets.
Bro, you can find out, you can fucking put, there's so many shitty things about me online. People talk shit all the time. I sell out, bro.
Brendan also returns with his long-known alleged history of returning pets. Now he makes his golden doodle everybody else's problem at his workplace.
Well, why do you bring him to work?
What else am I gonna do?
Leave him at home.
Nah, he likes to roam around.
All right.
What else am I gonna do? What do you mean? Leave him at home with your wife, innit? Is your wife a stay-at-home mum? I don't think it's allowed. I think Joanna put her foot down.
Well, then that's on you then.
No one tells you this when you buy golden doodles. They're fucking stage 5 clingers, and people.
No one tells you this about dogs. dogs are clingy. Dogs like to be around their person, right? Nah, no one told you about this, by the way. No one tells you that that dogs don't like being left alone. No one tells you this.
Love that.
Oh yes, most dogs aren't clingy or
Exactly.
anything, especially not that breed. No, nobody told him.
Exactly.
It's not something one Google search could tell him
Exactly.
or... No, not at all. But this is a man who does not go to the dentist ever. Don't waste your surprise.
Do my nicotine, like the gums are all fucked up down
Of
there.
course, because you do a ton. But I mean, so your outside teeth and
outside.
But the podcast world has promoted the old pouches as safe, effective, nootropic brain enhancers, when clearly they aren't. Who would have guessed having 5 to 10 very strong pouches in your mouth 24/7 that are abrasive chemically to the point where Rogan, who does anything and everything, would take them out after a minute saying it stings too much. I'm sure that's what the brand wants. But you can't discount zero water, not brushing your teeth, and a case of Diet Coke a day, according to Brendan Schaub himself.
Diet Cokes.
Exactly.
She brought 12.
That's what I'm thinking. As much as the Zins probably did cause some damage, I think the amount of Diet Coke he drinks, the amount of coffees he drinks, the sugary drinks, the big gulps. Remember that was the big thing he'd doing. He'd always bring fucking massive big gulp cups with him to work. I think those were the real reasons why his teeth are super sensitive and he's got cavities and shit. I don't think it's to do with the Zins personally. Zins doesn't help, but I don't think it help. I don't think it's to do with the nicotine pouches. I'm sure Rogue isn't too happy about him saying that. But I don't think it's the pouches. I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
Of them, like every day I need 24.
Truly a dentist's dream. Judging by this 2 years ago post, unless that's just lighting trickery, that does not look good. That deterioration
Yeah, Jesus Christ. That hole, the roof. I don't know what that's about.
is the visual representation of the black hole our mind collectively disappears into listening to these brilliant takes.
Jesus Christ, bro. Could you imagine what's in there? Could you imagine what must be inside of there? He doesn't brush his teeth probably that much as well. The fucking stuff around it, the smell. Oy, 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 oy. Anyway, big up Retroactive. Appreciate Retroactive. Absolute boss channel. Love Retroactive. Cool. Next, let's move on. Let's do this one. BERT and Mark Maron. So Mark, he looks awful here, isn't it? Jesus Christ, looks so pale. God damn it. Mark Maron recently sat down with BERT KREISCHER to clear the air on their issues they've been having over the years. And this is off the back of, do you guys remember that clip where BERT said on a podcast, no, where Mark Maron said on the podcast, Mark Maron said on Instagram Live, something about comedians who get all of the gigs and do shitty specials, something kind of rude that sounded like he was directing it towards BERT. Then word got back to BERT via Joe Rogan that Mark Maron was talking shit about him, and BERT threw a bit of a wobbler, threw a bit of a strop, spoke about it in his podcast, cried about it, and then for some reason Mark Maron decided to act like he didn't say it about BERT, and went on Bobby Lee's podcast, I think, it's like copping pleas and lying and basically saying, I wasn't talking about BERT, I was actually talking about Dave Chappelle. And I think ever since then he's been saying that the internet kind of, took it out of context and made it a narrative and blah 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 blah. I personally think he was lying. I don't believe him. I think he was talking about BERT KREISCHER, but he just got, he got scared, especially when Brent Rogan mentioned it and word got around that he was talking shit about BERT. He got worried and tried to fucking, cope. He tried to, save face. But I do fucking think that he was talking about BERT. Big up Uche in the stream chat. AJ does toilet zins once and he thinks he's an expert. Toilet zins is hilarious. I should have never shared that. I should have never been honest. I should have never been vulnerable. I should have never been authentic. I should have never shared that story.
That upset me beyond anything I can tell you.
Oh, that makes me feel good because it really upset me.
Oh, it was terrible because I'm just on my porch, rambling, and sometimes I'm cranky, and I make a comment. I think the comment.
Sometimes I'm cranky. That's the understatement of the year, mate. Understatement, maybe of the decade. Sometimes I'm cranky. That's your whole brand, bro. Your whole brand is that you're cranky. Your whole brand is that you wish you were Rogan. You think you're more deserving of Rogan's success than he is. You were there first, and he got all the money. You got some of it. Cranky sometimes I'm cranky. Hilarious.
And was that we have in comedy, we have this cash grab culture where these drunks can do pop-up shows and sell thousands of tickets.
You're obviously talking about Bert Kreischer. Who else could you be talking about? If you think of a drunk comedian, who else comes to mind? If you're not thinking of Ron White, I don't think doesn't even drink as much as he did before in the past. But if you think of a drunk comedian, if you think of somebody that's a functioning alcoholic who does stand-up comedy, who's the first person that comes to mind? I think most people within the Rogan verse would say Bert Kreischer. You wouldn't automatically go to fucking Dave Chappelle. I think of cigarettes more with Dave Chappelle. I'm not gonna lie. On stage, I think of cigarettes with Dave Chappelle before I think of booze. I know he drinks, but I think of him smoking on stage more than I do him sipping drinks. When I think of someone sipping drinks, I look to Bert.
And one of Joe's, Lena Riefenstahl's decided to make a fucking movie about it. And then I guess Joe got...
It's not a movie. It was a clip. Again, he's being facetious. He's being a cunt about it. It was a clip. It was a clip. And by the way, I love the subtle punking, boy. I love the subtle punking. This is Bert Kreischer's studio. It's got nice shag carpet on the floor. He's got his bare feet there. No shoes. No sandals. And fucking Mark Maron comes in with his boots. I'm not gonna lie, I'm sure Bert probably didn't have the guts to tell him to take off his shoes. But you don't come into my house where I've got my feet out and you got your shoes on. I'm sorry. Take your fucking boots off. Take those fucking shitty outdoor shoes off, please.
In your head, and then you threw me under the bus on a podcast, and I'm like, I wasn't even talking about him. Okay, it would have been better if I mentioned names, but I'm so averse to being caught in the clickbait dialogue that I just made it cryptic, and I was talking about Chappelle because you don't do I'd heard
he only mentioned Chappelle because Chappelle won't clap back, and Chappelle's too big to even give a shit, and or even notice what he said. That's why. But he was talking about Bert. It's actually made me not like him more. I was never the biggest fan of him, but it's like, why are you copying please over Bert Kreischer? What you said about Bert Kreischer is somewhat accurate. Like, you've got every reason not to like him. You've got every reason to think that he should not be deserving of his Netflix specials because all he does is stand on stage and blurt out drunk jokes. He's pretty terrible. He is in desperate need of a decent special. His last few have been pretty much hot garbage, especially on Netflix. I think he's got a new one coming out soon. So you're within your rights to call Bert Kreischer out for his stand-up, for his specials, for Netflix re-signing him all the time due to quality and lack thereof of his specials. Why are you walking back insults towards Bert Kreischer, bro? Like, what?
Heard that he did an arena show that was a pop-up, and he was shit-faced. Really? So that was the point of reference. And then when I saw you, I was like, oh my God, I'm not going to say anything bad about Bert. And then it just got out of...
I don't believe that in the slightest, by the way. Imagine copying please in front of someone like this and this age. I also think there was a time in his life where he probably would have stood 10 toes down on what he said, but he probably needs these guys as well, He's not in a stage of his career now where he can afford to be isolated, excommunicated, or, not within the hallowed group of people. So he has to do what he has to do to keep himself involved. But this is pretty embarrassing, I'm not going to lie.
At hand, and there was no way to put it back in the bottle, but I knew that, but I knew I could call you and just say, like, dude, it wasn't about you.
Oh, well, it made me feel good. It's funny, the internet will take... I stopped.
By the way, is there going to be any mention of Rogan being the one that gassed him up? It wasn't the internet. Someone made a clip, and Rogan sent it to Bert, and probably added more spice to it, which made Bert angry. And then Bert is the one that got frustrated and said what he said on the fucking pod. But is he going to mention that Rogan played a role in kind of aggravating the situation, egging it on? Because Maron and Rogan have their long-running feud.
For a long time, I almost found it like, I don't know, I was stupid. I was naive to think that if I had an issue with someone, I could talk about them and not say their names. And it's the biggest mistake you ever make because people assume it's someone else. And then all of a sudden you've got to go like, yo, Ron Funches, I didn't talk about you.
That's right. It wasn't, that's a good, if you're going to say something, you might as well
say their name because it's coming back to you.
Someone's going to do something with it. And I've got enough, tribal issues with a certain side of people that they want to come at me that they're going to look for any opportunity to do it.
When you start breaking people's ticket sales and breaking people's attendance records, that is what I found got in people's feelings. And I'm watching it happen. I'm watching it happen to a bunch of us now who are, now are not selling the tickets the way that like Shane Gillis is. Shane Gillis is setting record tickets in everywhere. Nate Bargatze does
these conversations, around tickets, like what does this actually do? Like what purpose does this serve? What purpose does this serve? Don't they understand that some people are going to have their moment in the sun for a little bit, then they might come around to you, or that some people are just way more palatable than others? What does this conversation even mean? I would have thought with these comedians that just the fact that they're getting paid to do stand-up is enough. Some of these guys, the style of comedy they do, type of jokes that they tell, do they all think they're deserving to be like the #1 ticket-selling comedian? It's like, some people just aren't going to be the flavor of the month for certain people, especially for normies. They're going to gravitate to certain comedians, but it's no slight or it's no reflection on whether or not you're good or not. The fact that you can still tour and do shows and go and, fucking touch your fans, for lack of a better term, and whatever it may be, that should be enough. Like, why is everyone trying to be like the like maybe you're not maybe you don't have Nate Bargatze appeal. Maybe you just don't have that in you, which is okay. Like, what is this competition about ticket sales when really it's very much, dependent on who you are, case by case, and you all can't be #1. It's just not possible.
There's 2 shows in an arena. He does a 4 o'clock and a 7 o'clock.
I love the guy. It's so weird because it's funny because when people start talking about, here's another thing that happens online is when you talk about another comic and people are like, hey, why are you talking about your brothers? Like, or whatever, you don't know fucking comics.
Yeah.
All we do is talk about other comics. This idea that we're all so respectful of each other's success.
No, but that's the thing though. That's the thing, Mark Maron. You're not plugged in enough. These guys talk like this on their pods. They're the ones that give the false impression that they're all closer than what they are. And they're the ones that get in front of these microphones on their podcasts and lie and say, we never talk about other people. It's like a form of because I think Rogan says it. Rogan cannot afford to talk about other comedians because he's fucking Rogan. Why would he? He doesn't need to get involved in that fucking gossip. But other comedians who are maybe smaller or maybe aren't as successful as him probably are engaging in that gossip. So they act like they're above it to pretend like they're Rogan and to kind of, act as if they're like Billy Big Balls, but they're actually doing it. That's the problem. That's the issue really at heart. No one gives a fuck that these guys talk about each other behind each other's back because we know they do. It's that they lie about it and act like they're bigger than that, when in fact they're the ones saying the worst stuff about each other, more so than anything you'll find on a comment section or Reddit, in my opinion.
And that there's some sort of a sacred brotherhood. Maybe we don't do it publicly, but I've been doing this since I was 22, and always we're like high school kids.
Yeah.
It's just the way it is.
The gossip between us is pretty wild. Yeah,
it's fucking crazy. But
I had Jeff Dye on here the other day.
Who?
Jeff Dye.
Yeah,
and he was trashing you. But it was just him upset that you were rude to him, and he was like, "I fucking love Mark Maron." But it's like that's the way you talk about someone at high school. You're like,
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I thought he was joking for a minute. He seriously mentioned Jeff Dye talking shit about him to his face like that. Basically doing exactly the same thing that Rogan did to him, and now he's doing it to Jeff Dye when it's all out of context. Love it. I love it. Let's just keep repeating the same cycle. Love it. I love it. Big up Jeff Dye. Big up Jeff DUI.
Like, wait, what? He fucking did what? Like but he was just like,
he was mad at me.
He was mad at you because you were rude to him when he was younger or something.
Well, I'll say this in my defense. I have no fucking idea who he is.
Look at BERT KREISCHER just inadvertently now causing an issue between Jeff Dye and Mark Maron. Just dropping him there. Look at what he's done. Look at this asshole. He's upset that Rogan did it to him, and now he's putting Jeff Dye in the shit. Oh my God. Brilliant podcasting.
Like, whether he was in high school or now, no idea who we're talking about. Zero idea.
Fucking
so
hell.
in light of that.
Brutal. Big up Angel Ranger.
Jeff Dye / Mark Maron equals lightning bug versus lightning.
Exactly. Big Avenger Ranger. Oh my god.
I'd like to apologize for being a dick to him when he was a child, and I'll try to check out his comedy if I have time.
That might be the single hardest I've laughed on a podcast in a long time.
Oh, shut up, man. You're always laughing on a fucking podcast, you fucking blimp.
I wish I could do that. I wish I could do that. I wish I could just be ruthless and just be like, speak my mind at times. I bite my tongue. You know,
by the way, Jeff Dye, and I hope you know that Bert Kreischer isn't your friend. He was probably sucking you up and agreeing with you when you were trashing Mark Maron. And now, in front of Mark Maron, he's acting as if you're some, like, bum. I hope you know he's not your friend.
There's a girl.
But it's true. You know, like, I've been doing this forever. I'm an old fucking man. And like, and a lot of times people assume I'm being arrogant or I'm being dismissive. But 90% of the time, I'm just thinking about me. I'm not, you know, it's got nothing to do with you. I'm just sort of like, I got no time for this or whatever.
Yeah.
And generally, every time this is.
That's not a good excuse, though. You still sound like a fucking asshole, though, right? You've been doing it for so many years, and every time you go out, you're just thinking about yourself. You can't just be courteous. You can't just, you know, give people a little bit of time of your day. Especially young comics that are trying to say hi and get some advice or shoot the shit. You can't just be nice, you know? You have to be an asshole. I mean, you want us to believe that you weren't talking about Bert Kreischer, you're talking about Dave Chappelle instead. Get out of here, man. This guy's got more hate in his heart than Eric Griffin.
Shifted over the years. You know, people would come on my show and they'd be like, I got to tell you a story about you. Like, it's something that happened with us. And I'm like, where's this going? You know, because it's going to be the Jeff Dye story. And they've changed over time because at some point I became more gracious. You know, if somebody, you know, needs my attention, I'll give it to them. But like.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mark Maron, for giving up and coming or us lowly people a bit of your attention. Thank you for taking time out of your very busy, important day to give us regular folks a little bit of your attention and time. What a fucking wanker this guy sounds like.
Whenever I met that kid back in the day, you know, I was like, you know, so frenetically nervous and aggravated and wondering if my comedy was going to work. But no matter what anyone thought about me, you know, as a comic, whether they liked me or not, you know, I was kind of crazy, you know, just about like whether my act was going to work. Yeah. And that's what you're thinking about. If it was at a club or something, so I'm like, hey man, I'm a big fan. I'm like, okay, good. And then, you know, I got to do the thing.
Yeah.
So like, whatever, I apologize to that guy. But in terms of being honest, I mean, it wasn't even meant as a dig. I mean, it's just there was some, you know, he had a moment that didn't go his way and it stuck in his craw for life, apparently. And
for life, he's younger than you. You could probably old enough to be his dad for life. Isn't Jeff Dye like 30 or something? Honestly, Mark Maron sounds like a proper wanker. Proper miserable wanker. It's actually a good thing that Rogan became so successful and he didn't. But he has to kind of like sit there and watch it all play out in real time, because I think he technically might have started his podcast around the same time as Rogan did, maybe a couple of years apart, of if that. And you know, it must still fucking be a bee in his bonnet that Rogan went on to make nearly $500 million from fucking podcasting, and he didn't, even though he had Obama on, all this sort of early stuff that he done, and some good interviews. Don't get me wrong, but he does sound like a miserable cunt.
And now I can't live it down, and I don't even like, you know, all right, I'm sorry, buddy. I hope you can get over it.
Do you go to bed at night and like regret things? 'Cause I'm one of those guys that if I like last night I geeked out over Bryan Austin Green, and I wish I could have just not talked and been like, it's so nice to meet you.
With that guy? Who's that guy now?
Bryan Austin Green. He was in 90210, and I saw him, and I fucking kind of lost my mind because he was in 90210, and we watched 90210 in college. And he came up, and he was like, I wish I regretted how I behaved. He goes, hey man,
I don't know that guy either. Yeah.
He goes, I'm a big fan. And I went, you know who I am?
Mm-hmm.
And
you have to hate these, like, the ones who go out of their way to say they don't know who anybody is. Like, honestly, do yourself a favor, man. We get it, man. You're super important. I don't know who anybody is. I'm just doing my own thing. It's like, all right, we get it, mate, we get it. Anyway, that was BERT, KREISCHER, Mark Maron, Clear in the Air. There's no other things we need to go over there, is it? Be Misunderstood, His Girlfriend, Dictators, cool. I think that's it basically. We got the most of it. Actually, let's actually skip ahead to this. Let's actually see sobriety. I want to see a little bit about this. What's sobriety? What does BERT say about sobriety here? And then we'll move on.
Go away. The thing about like the one thing you know about drinking is that like, sure, you know, it'll go away, but you're gonna have to keep drinking.
Yeah.
But you know, it's been over 25 years, and you know that what's pretty solid.
That's what BERT says. That's what BERT says.
Is that
that's what BERT says.
You know, the first step in recovery is about powerlessness. So if you get that pretty solid, you know, you can run with it. Mm-hmm. That to know that like if you ever get to a point where you have a problem, and you have that realization where like no matter what I do to stop, it doesn't work, is that you have to accept like, well, I have no control of this.
Yeah.
And so once you kind of know that, you know, and you get it in your heart and your mind, you know, you don't do it.
So, but I'm curious, like, how did you had to go to rehab to stop?
No, I went to rehab long before I stopped.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the first time I went to rehab was after I was in LA, after I was a doorman at the Comedy Store, and I got cocaine psychosis from hanging out with Kennison and everybody. And I left here running from things that didn't exist. You know, like it was fucking bad, dude. It was, and I was a kid. I was like 22, 23. And I was a door guy and Kennison, and I was living in Crest Hill, doing a lot of blow with Kennison. And I just coaxed myself into psychosis. And I had like all these weird mystical conspiracies and stuff.
How much coke do you have to do to get cocaine psychosis? Fucking hell. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure doing coke with Kennison must have been fun. And I'm sure it must have been plentiful during his time when he was successful and alive doing his shit. But how much blow do you have to do to get psychosis from it? God damn.
And I remember, like, I've told this story a lot. I told it on Joe's podcast way back in the day, actually. You know, just that like I had a falling out with the Kennison entourage, which, you know, that experience made me realize, like, never be part of an entourage.
Yeah.
Ever. Because you're not going to go anywhere unless you're going with the guy.
No,
oh, big up Uche. Okay, big up Uche. I could, it's coke. It's not the coke, it's the lack of sleep that causes like, oh, okay, cool. You see, that's something that I've never had the benefit of having. I think this is something that you get when you become, or when you do fun things, you have a fun career like this. You know, because most of us, if you have regular jobs, like I think most of us who've maybe had, you know, who've maybe dabbled in some of the adult vitamins, you're maybe kept on a straight and narrow because you have a job, you know? You have responsibilities, you have maybe a place you have to be tomorrow. But these guys, like, it's probably a miracle that a lot of them are still alive because they don't have any responsibilities. No one's actually even nagging them or relying on them. Like, their wives don't seem to care if they're alive or not. They, like in Leanne's case, they encourage some of their, you know, partners' vices and shit, and they can indulge as much as they want. It's actually surprising that a lot of them are still alive, given how much shit they have exposed themselves to, indulged themselves in, and the people they surround themselves with.
Dude, I said I had a falling out with the guy I was opening for, and I said I'll never open for anyone. I will never be anyone's opener. I will never be anyone's. Yeah. That will never happen again. And I remember Joe one time saying to me, he was like, "Hey man, I'm doing this like fun theater. You should come out with me." And I was like, "Yeah, I don't open for people."
Yeah.
And he was like, "You know who said that to me?" I offered Schultz to come out to do something. I think it was maybe the Super Bowl or Fully Loaded. And Schultz is like, "Yeah, man, I don't open for people." And I was like, "I respect that."
Yeah. Well, yeah. So like I remember I was in the.
I don't open for people is a bit big time, isn't it? I'm sure that happens across the board, but it's a bit big time though. Wouldn't that be fun actually to go and open for somebody? It's not. You still have responsibility of it being your show. Like, wouldn't that be? Or is it just an ego thing? Because I think if I was a comedian and somebody asked me to open for them, but I was bigger than them, it would actually be quite fun. Like, technically on paper, I'm bigger than that person, but I'm opening for them. It's just a free, fun shot. You don't get to, it's not your show. You get to just arrive and do something and hang out, shoot the shit, surprise the fans, run, you know, test out some new material. I don't know. Why would you fucking care? Like, I don't open for people. Like, what the fuck is that about? Like, I would, you know, exactly, you still get paid. Exactly. Like, it would be super fun to do that. Like as a really big comedian, you go and open for somebody quite small on their tour just to help them out, to help them sell more tickets, create a little bit of a viral moment. Oh my god, look who's fucking opening for me. That'd be quite sick. Get them to fucking introduce you when you come on stage. I don't open for people, you know. The ego on some of these comedians, man. God damn. I'm sure there's a reason behind it. I'm sure there's probably a logical reason behind it, but if it was me, I'd probably be down for it. If you're a Schultz, why not?
In the parking lot of the Comedy Store, all fucked up, and like everyone, like I got kicked out of the group. And the drug dealer, I'm like, I don't know what to do, man. I said to him, I said, I don't know what to do, man. They're all fucking mad at me. And he's like, you gotta get out. And when the drug dealer tells you to leave,
oh wow,
you get out.
Wow.
So that's when I loaded up my car and paid my debts.
Hold on. So is Marc Maron admitting? Is this his admittance that he wasn't part of the crew? Because it seems like he's a bit out in the group of comedy. I think most of it has to do with him and his not so secret grudge against Rogan. But is he trying to say that part of the reason why he's not in that kind of circle of comedians is because early on he was a menace on the coke and a bit annoying and people didn't really like him too much, and to this day they don't like him.
And just drove back to Albuquerque, and I checked in for a month, but that was like 1988, and I got sober for real in 99. So like it was a lot.
You got sober for real in 99?
Yeah.
Well done, man.
Mark,
well done.
I knew you then.
Sure.
Well done.
That was when you were married?
Yeah.
Well done.
Well, she got me sober.
Well done.
Really?
So yeah, so I got sober for good with Mishna. It's so funny because she wants nothing to do with me. Just the idea that like if you Google her, I come up. I think is she, and it's understandable. I was an asshole, but this is a terrible set.
So you got sober with somebody told you to get like how much? He must be a really like awful guy in it. His ex-wife helps him get sober, but then nowadays she doesn't want anything to do with him. How could you be less? I bet that happens more often than not, though, right? You're an asshole when you're on the drugs. That then makes people want you to put you through some sort of therapy or rehab and shit. But it sounds like he was also an asshole when he was sober. It didn't stop. So much so he drove people away from him, including the wife.
That moment of humility where, despite the fact that she's got every right to not like me, and she's got a life now and kids, and you after time goes by, you realize like to them you're just this bad phase, like that was a mistake they made for a few years. But I used to email her every day on my sober birthday, and we had no communication. I knew she wanted nothing to do with me, but I'd email her and say like, look, despite whatever happened with us, I just want to thank you for getting me sober. And it was a few years ago where I did that yearly email, and she never emailed back. And then she finally just emailed back, like, if I want to hear from you, I'll let you know. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm that guy. I'm the email that shows up, and she's like, God damn it.
Fuck.
Yeah. So I respect.
God almighty, mate. Marc Maron, what do you do to people, man? Like he's like a textbook example of what not to do in relationships and friendships, isn't it? Everyone can't seem to stand this guy. God almighty.
He was good friends with Mishna.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was awesome.
Special person. Yeah. I mean, a lot of that's all Pat.
Thanks, Bert. Thanks for rubbing in, Bert. Thank you.
So I want to share the similar management moment that you had with Barry Katz, because it was with Becky. When I was with Becky.
Fucking Dave Becky. Yeah. I've met.
Anyway, let's move on. There's not much more to go there. Big up everybody tuning in. Appreciate you. Make sure you smash the like button down below, people. If you're watching the show, you like what you see what you like, please smash the like button down below. Please help me out and smash the like button down below. That'd be greatly appreciated. Cool. Let's bang on. Actually, I'm going to quickly go to the toilet. So let me play. I'll get back to this in a minute. I'm going to quickly play World of T-Shirts. Where is he? Depressive. Let's play a bit of Joshua Block, and I'll be back in a second.
One viral video can change your life on TikTok. It can make you rich, famous, and basically unstoppable. But not everyone goes viral for a good reason. And sadly, that's the case for the TikToker known as World of T-Shirts. The same fame that led him to become a star also spurred an alcohol addiction that is currently tearing his life apart.
But our tour business...
From being chased down through the streets of New York, to getting bullied in every country he visits.
I love unique all the time. Yes, Joseph. Yes. Welcome the ultimate son.
Things are spiraling downward for Joshua Block. Many of his viewers see him as a lolcow, someone who they watch because they make a fool of themselves. Shockingly, things may actually be worse than they appear. Joshua is allegedly being manipulated by a former convict, making his downfall not just inevitable, but also extremely tragic. However, in order to understand how things got this bad, we need to go back to the start. World of T-Shirts started posting on TikTok in 2019. His early content was just snippets of random moments, like a shot of his dirty socks or a 1-second clip of his doorknob. None of it made any sense, but despite this, he kept posting multiple times every single day. And in 2021, he somehow went viral for singing Empire State of Mind in the middle of New York City.
Yeah, in New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York.
The video ended up getting over 20 million views and marked the beginning of his internet fame. From that point on, he was out on the streets of New York, posting as often as he could.
Yeah, in New York, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York. I run this city now. Me. This is my city. New York is my city.
Sadly though, people were drawn to his content as a sort of joke, especially when he claimed to run the city. To his audience, he was just some autistic dude who did weird things for entertainment. Viewers weren't really laughing with him, but rather at him. But in December 2021, a YouTube channel called Apex Primary released a 15-minute documentary titled This Is My City. It revealed a more personal side of Joshua, including his struggles with autism.
It's really just something that, you know, is actually plaguing a lot more people than we think. And Josh just tends to be one of them that has really taken it to a new level and shown us that those barriers can be broken down.
For the first time, the internet saw a vulnerable side of him, and his story was heartbreaking. Block lost his mother to ovarian cancer at a young age.
I lived with that for about 4 years, and she passed away in 2015.
As a result, he was mostly raised by his grandfather. But despite his tough upbringing, Josh had big dreams. He loved photography and planned to turn it into a business, selling t-shirts with his photos on them. That's actually where the name World of T-Shirts came from. But just when it seemed like he'd found his place in the world, the same fame that lifted him up was about to drag him down, turning his life into a public spectacle filled with chaos and exploitation. And if you don't want your personal information to get exploited, then please listen to today's sponsor, Aura. Look, it's no secret that your data is being sold on the dark web, so spammers, scammers, and identity thieves can target you. In 2024, the national public data was breached. This exposed 2.9 billion records, including our most sensitive information. Names, phone numbers, addresses, and social security numbers were all put out there for anyone who wanted it. Worst of all, most of this information was released for free. Aura keeps you safe online by doing all of the hard work for you. They will identify data brokers who sell your information and submit opt-out requests on your behalf. Give Aura a few weeks and you'll stop seeing your information on these sites when you search yourself. It's privacy at its finest. You will receive less spam and no longer be vulnerable. Your personal information will no longer be exposed without protection. Aura will let you know fast if anyone tries to use your information to access your credit or bank accounts. They are so confident in their service that they will give you up to $5 million in identity theft insurance should the worst case scenario happen. Oh, not to mention that the Aura app also has a VPN with 100+ virtual locations. Does your current VPN have all those features too? You can go to my link aura.com/internetajay to try 14 days for free. That will be enough time for Aura to find out if any of your personal data is exposed. Now back to the video. Over time, Joshua's behavior shifted from eccentric to downright concerning. One of his first major controversies came when a video surfaced of him stomping on a fish.
Okay, we're back. By the way, isn't World of T-shirts a really good name? Or am I bugging out? Isn't World of T-shirts an actual really good username in general? Or a really good fucking internet name, tag, whatever? Isn't that a really good one?
And it understandably launched a wave of criticism. He took so much enjoyment from it, was so weird. Dude, someone needs to check out that kid for real. He's really weird having fun killing a fish. But not everyone pointed their fingers solely at Joshua. Some believed he was being manipulated by his audience and was encouraged to do reckless stunts just for cheap laughs.
How does this end, by the way? I wonder how this ends. I wonder how this fucking Josh Block World of T-shirts saga ends. How will it end? How will it end for this young man? I'm really curious. I'm really curious to see what happens, because he got pancreatitis, hasn't stopped drinking, still going fucking hard in the paint.
It's sad because people take advantage of people who are on the spectrum, and they encourage him to do stuff like this just for their own laughter and entertainment. Joshua's life took a darker turn when he started IRL streaming in late 2021. And if there's one thing the internet has shown us, it's that IRL streaming mixed with problematic behavior is a recipe for disaster. Josh traveled to Mexico, where the legal age of drinking is 18.
Wow, he looks, I only realize this now. He looks like a Yuri, innit? Or am I bugging out? Doesn't he look a lot like Yuri? They share a lot of mannerisms as well. The flailing arms, the weird voice, the infantile behavior. Him and Yuri are very similar, looking wise at least anyway. Big up Joe from MIA. I saw World T-shirt souvenir shop on Hollywood Boulevard. That's fucking awesome. That's merch I'd buy, actually. That's merch I'd fucking buy. Big up Skin It. Probably with him taking a bathroom breaks on live stream. Blah, LOL. LOL. Big up Skin It.
And unsurprisingly ended up visiting clubs and getting completely drunk. While he seemed to be having fun, some fans were genuinely concerned about him drinking alone without any supervision. How is this kid allowed to travel and drink by himself? He's gonna end up dead or hurt. I have a bad feeling about all of this. Now, if this had been a one-off thing, maybe it wouldn't have raised as many alarms. But Josh kept going back to Mexico, and each trip was the same story.
Wow.
Him drinking live on camera until he was completely wasted.
Love it, love it. It's actually impressive he doesn't get robbed as much as he probably should, isn't it? That's actually the most impressive part. It's actually impressive that he doesn't get robbed more often, considering how crazy and loosey-goosey is when he goes outside.
I might take it to the house, fucking last.
On August 7th, 2022, Block turned 20.
Big up Two Swords. Yeah, they do drink us about the same level, to be fair. I think Yuri does Yuri does like a Tito's thing, isn't it? He has something. Yuri has something with his donations. I don't know what it is exactly, but he does something to his shots. I don't know what the trigger is, whether it's a certain amount he has to make, but I know Yuri drinks on stream. That's a big part of his streams, though.
What? This meant he could now legally drink in the US, and that he did excessively.
Jesus Christ.
While some of his fans were genuinely worried about him developing an alcohol addiction, the majority egged him on and encouraged him to drink more.
Have some
Malort. You'll love it, Josh. Sweet, Josh. Keep the...
You pronounce it Malort. It's not Marlowe. Is it Malort or Marlowe?
Drinks going. And well, things took a far more dangerous turn when Josh met Michael Quinn. For context, Quinn is a native New Yorker and hot dog business owner who first interacted with Joshua by stitching his videos on TikTok.
Oh.
Me!
So continue running the city for Long Island. I'll continue to run the city from New York City.
Queens is the best borough. Don't let anybody.
Hey, Josh, you know I love you, but there can't be a best borough in New York City. However, let's imagine for a moment that there is a best borough. It would be the borough that I was born in.
Oh, big up Job MIA. Really? Merlot and Marlowe are different. Okay, cool. Apologies to the drinkers out there, to the drinking community, apologies.
Eventually, they met in person and started posting together. Quinn called himself Block's supposed mentor and manager, but under his influence, Block's drinking spiraled out of control.
As it
Quinn
should.
frequently took him to bars, paid for his drinks, and basically enabled his alcoholism and reckless behavior.
Good. It's content. By the way, I hate this fake concern people do on the internet, man. Just let people crash out, man. Enjoy the shit show. Unless they're your family and friend, I don't know why you fucking give a fuck, honestly. Enjoy the fucking shit show. I don't know why people fake this whole compassion, empathy thing. Like, you're not going to do anything to support the kid. You're not going to go and help him. You're not going to do anything. Do you know what I mean? Just enjoy the shit show. Or don't. But let's stop acting as if we really care about this kid's life.
Beginning to look a lot like celebrating Christmas in October.
As a result, Block's condition deteriorated rapidly. On one occasion, he even soiled himself while walking around in public. In another incident in May 2023, he harassed passengers on a subway and started shouting erratically.
I live paycheck to fucking paycheck. I'm sick. Go to sleep. Get a different job. Shut the fuck up.
He even threatened to
Lovely.
sue them.
Love it, love it,
I'll
love it.
sue you for millions of fucking dollars.
Please do.
You fucking unemployed bitch.
Please do.
I'll fucking sue
I love it. I love it. I love it. Hell yeah.
Block had gone full lolcow. And while this was all happening, his supposed mentor Quinn did nothing but encourage his self-destructive
Good, as he
behavior.
should have.
In fact, in one TikTok live, when Joshua mentioned he hadn't had a drink all day, Quinn casually told him to bring alcohol the next time.
I haven't drank. You give the best tours in the world. I went to bed early.
You didn't drink today at Hobo? You can bring beers next time, you know?
Bring drinks next time.
It was clear that Quinn was
Great, I love
exploiting
it.
Josh for internet clout, gaining tens of thousands of followers in the process. He didn't seem to care about Joshua and rather used him as a prop while he was intoxicated.
I know you trolls are like torturing him, like
Look out, go check for his parents, bro. Why are you ragging on this Michael Quinn guy as a random guy? Where are these guys? Why are these kids' parents? Does he have parents? Are they alive? Are they in his life? Maybe go talk to them instead. Or trying to ask this random guy to have, sympathy or empathy, or lay off him. If he doesn't want to drink, you stop drinking himself, innit? Or go talk to his parents. What do they know?
why would you do that? Why would you torture them? I'm taking care of this kid and you torture him? Why?
One time, he even walked away while Joshua was passed out at a restaurant.
All right, have a good night. I'm heading home.
Okay, now it's getting bleak. Pick up the stream chat, alerting me that Joshua Block's parents, one of T-shirt's parents, are all dead. Great. Thank you guys for that dose of reality. Thank you for making me feel bad.
It was an incredibly unsafe situation for Block, and something bad could have happened to him. People soon started to notice how problematic Quinn's behavior was and called him out for it. Michael Quinn is a terrible person, and Josh is an idiot for continuing drinking and becoming a lost sober. Dude seems like a fucking weirdo, lol. Definitely something strange going on there. After months of continuous backlash and exposed videos though, Joshua eventually distanced himself from Quinn. But cutting ties with Quinn didn't stop Block's downward spiral.
So he's always had one of those guys. The next guy was the other guy, right? Mr. Bass or whatever. So I guess there's always been a handler. There's always been somebody enabling, somebody encouraging, somebody sponsoring, supporting, whatever. He's always had somebody, a manager, whatever, handler. There's always somebody there. I guess he's an easy person to exploit and take the piss out of, probably. But it seems like he's also looking for somebody to help him, or a friend basically to hang out with as well on top of that, I'm assuming, which is unfortunate and a bit sad, especially when you consider that, you know, the stream chat said his parents are dead and he doesn't probably have any other relatives around him to help him, probably.
fact, what came next made his life even more disturbing. Soon after leaving Quinn, Joshua crossed paths with a man named Jason Itzler. Itzler, aka Mr. Based, is the self-proclaimed king of all.
Hold on, is that the guy that kissed the girl on stream that got cancelled for a bit? Now I'm recognizing his face. He's the same dude, isn't it? Where he walked up to some streamer online and he went for a hug and then she went to hug him and he kissed her on the lips. Like, without any permission whatsoever. I'm sure that's the same streamer. I'm sure that's him.
All pimps. He actually went to prison for charges related to prostitution,
Jesus
money
Christ.
laundering, and drugs.
Lovely.
Itzler first met Joshua by
Lovely.
harassing him during one of his fan meetups asking for help on his small channel. Block didn't take kindly to this and screamed at him to leave.
No, everyone told me to take your hat and I wouldn't disrespect you. I could have just taken it.
That's fine.
Now you should be my friend. I have a small YouTube channel.
You have to leave.
And you're a very large TikToker.
You have to leave.
Somehow, after that encounter, he got closer to Joshua, and soon they were posting content together almost every day. This perplexed the internet. Insane how Mr. Based became his handler after the way they met.
100%.
Cheers, Captain. Cheers, Captain. Cheers, Captain.
Jesus, look at the smile on his face. Look at the smile on his face. You know an exploiter when you see them, innit, right? You know somebody is exploiting somebody when you see him. This Joshua Block guy didn't stand a chance, mate. This guy's an expert at exploitation, especially based on his previous convictions.
The duo went live nearly every night together.
That was an amazing question. I like that question. I was waiting for that.
And if you thought Michael Quinn was a terrible influence, Mr. Based proved to be far worse. Mr. Based exploited Joshua without the slightest morsel of remorse. And it didn't take long before Joshua's drinking became out of control again.
Ah! Oh, no!
It's actually, I haven't been following him from the start. Don't get me wrong. I haven't been following this kid from the start. I only picked up on it recently. But I feel like his drinking is worse now with this Mr. Block guy than it was any other time. I feel like it's far worse nowadays, especially when you consider that he recently got diagnosed with pancreatitis. But I feel like his drinking is way out of control now. And he's hooking him up with like hookers and stuff, lose his virginity, like all those weird things, like oof. He's helped him make a lot of money though, right? He got that deal on that. What's that website that he's on? I forgot the website what it's called, but he helped him get some money, but he's also, you know, had a very lasting and damaging effect on his health.
Come here, let me. Ow! Stop it! You're being crazy for no reason.
Yo, big up KP. No, it's not Kick. It's another one. It's a smaller site. I forgot the name of it. I think it's like Prime or I forgot what it's called. It's not Kick. It's a very small. It's smaller than Kick. It's another streaming platform where a lot of those guys go on. If they get cancelled everywhere else, they go on this new place. It's like the new D-Live. It's a new alternative streaming platform that everyone's streaming on now. And I think they gave him a pretty swanky deal. This one of the t-shirts guy to stream on there.
Stop!
I don't get paid enough. Ah!
No, please leave him alone. Please leave him alone.
Ah! I quit rap.
Stop it!
And just like Quinn, instead of helping or supporting Josh, Mr. Based exploited him, filming his psychotic melt.
Yeah, big up Adam Bomb. Yeah, it might be Party. That might be the. I think that rings a bell. It might be that site.
Downs for content.
Why do some people get to travel and I don't? What's your problem? You want my hat? I'll give you my hat.
Jesus.
Ah! No, you're breaking my camera, Josh. No. What's wrong with you, man? Sure.
Want my hat? I'll give you my hat.
Oh, stop it. Hey! No! Please stop. What the Josh? You come up with creative new ways to be a...
I love how you can't kick him out. He has to just endure it because he's helping him make a ton of money. Because I'm assuming they've been streaming on, what's that place called? Powerchat. Yeah, so wherever they're streaming on, it's probably this guy's channel, Mr. Base NYC. So all the donors are coming through his channel. So he probably is tempted to kick him out, but he can't because he's making him some money.
Lunatic.
You're a fat fuck.
No bad words.
I'm from Brownsville.
No
You're
bad words.
Done. You're a You mess with
Shit? I'll take a shit on your chest and tell your mom on you, you little shit bucket.
I'm gonna eat you alive. You're done. You're a peasant. I make $5,000 a month, bitch.
Mr. Based even laughed and clearly enjoyed what was happening. By this point, Joshua was no longer the awkward kid that the internet watched as a joke. Instead, he was a reckless alcoholic who would shout and scream, creating a scene everywhere he went. He was a laughingstock and some people would troll him whenever they saw him, just to get him to react. Their comment always seemed to anger him.
No! Put the fries in the bag! Put the fries in the bag! No! 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 Stop it!
Put the fries in the fucking bag. You put the fries in the bag. I'm gonna kick your butt!
She wants to have
You can only do that when you're white, innit? You can only some pranks, some little games. You can only really do if you're if you're a certain race, because I can only imagine what it would look like. How the optics would be if I got my big asses up and started chasing some white girl down the street when she told me to put the fries in the bag. And then, I started chasing after her in a somewhat angry, loud manner. I don't think it would go down well with with other people watching, especially if the policey came rolling by.
Never say that to me again, bitch!
Jesus Christ.
Will Browning just subscribed on YouTube.
He told me to put the fries in the bag.
Joshua likely reacted this way due to his narcissism. After all, he charged $40 for a cameo and made fans pay for pictures with him. In his mind, telling him to put the fries in the bag was probably equal to calling him a fast food worker, something he felt he was better than. The phrase, "just put the fries in the bag," is meant to be derogatory to fast food workers. Josh sees anyone working a minimum wage or menial service job as below him. Now, it's important to point out that Mr. Based was greatly profiting off of all of Block's crash out. He intentionally kept the super chat feature on during his streams, knowing full well that people would send provocative messages that would trigger and upset Josh.
I'm surprised he's still on. Is he still on YouTube? Is Mr. Based on YouTube actually? Does he have a channel on there? Surely this can't run on YouTube, right? Surely they're not going to monetize that shit on fucking YouTube. Or am I bugging out? Mr. Based, has he got a channel on YouTube? I can't see one on here. I wonder if he's got an official channel on YouTube. I don't think he has though. I think it's just another site. I don't think it's YouTube.
Josh, go to I'm gonna fucking ruin you! I'll ruin you!
Jesus Christ.
I'm phoning the police!
But as disturbing as this was, it's nothing compared to the true depths of horror Mr. Based was capable of. It turns out he was connected to a murder investigation involving a 21-year-old aspiring model named Julia Sumnick. Her body was found in his home in March 2010 with high levels of a rape drug in her system. However, there wasn't enough evidence to charge him. Mr. Based...
What? I didn't know this part of the law. This guy killed somebody. Allegedly. They found a woman's dead body in his crib. The same crib he streams out of. Yo.
Found yet another way to exploit Joshua, this time through a crypto scam. He launched Blockcoin, which turned out to be nothing more than a pump and dump.
You wanna go to Cancun, I wanna go to the moon! Blockcoin to the moon!
And let's be real for a second. Do you actually think this was Joshua's idea? A guy who spends every...
Sorry, but if you buy a block coin and you get infused, you get encouraged, you get inspired to jump on the crypto wave because of Joshua Block, aka World of T-shirts, you deserve to lose every single penny of your money. Everything. You deserve to lose it all. You deserve to lose it all.
Every waking moment, drinking, vomiting, and crashing out in public, barely holding himself together, suddenly decided to launch his own cryptocurrency? This was yet another example of Mr. Based cashing out on Joshua every chance he got. Block even got a tattoo of the coin on his arm.
Jesus
And if
Christ.
you're wondering how the coin ended up doing, here you go. Apparently, Mr. Based made around $70,000 out of the scam.
Why do you think we made $70,000? I didn't even buy any of the coin.
I know how much you made.
And while Joshua is undoubtedly responsible for many of these mistakes, especially his drinking, it's clear that not every bad thing that's happened has been entirely his fault. Because in 2024, Joshua traveled across multiple countries in Europe, and while he was still drinking heavily,
Pour me something tall and strong, make it a hurricane.
there was a small difference. Block actually seemed healthier and his crash outs were less frequent. This showed that staying away from people like Jason and Quinn was good for his mental and physical health. After he returned to the US, he went on the No Jumper podcast in December 2024. On it, he talked about how he didn't want to go to rehab or AA. He also claimed he could cut down his alcohol use on his own.
You seem like you probably could go to rehab if you really wanted to.
I don't want to go to rehab or AA. I think I can cut down on my own.
Okay. Would you consider it if it seemed like your last way out?
If worse comes to worse, I could go to a 5-day detox. But I think I can cut down on my own.
Oddly enough,
I think that's what every actual addict and alcoholic says, isn't it, right? They always think they have it under control, but the reality is it's never under control. You know, you're trying to convince yourself that you have it under control, but you don't really. And somebody that drinks like that, he looks like Bert, he seems like he really enjoys it, and he drinks to the point of getting blacked out every day. It's tough, man. It's tough. It probably helps that he's young. I think he's at 24. That probably helps with his like bounce back and recovery. But he's probably going to pay the price long term. You'd think, innit? You'd think, unless he's some sort of genetic freak.
he mentioned he liked both Mr. Based and Michael Quinn.
I do like Mr. Based.
Do you think a lot of the narratives about him are bullshit, where people try to make him out to be this bad guy?
Yeah, a lot of them are. Like, they were saying that he killed someone.
Okay, but so is Michael Quinn out of the picture?
No, I still hang out with Quinn. We're still friends. It has nothing to do with that.
Shortly after going on No Jumper, Block was featured in a video with the YouTuber Danny Duncan.
I didn't know I was gonna get picked up in all that.
But no one was available to rent, so I had to buy one.
Just for my appearance?
Just to pick you up.
In both of these appearances, Joshua looked happier and more composed. He was finally acting normal again. He soon went back to collaborating with Mr. Based and out of nowhere called No Jumper a Ponzi scheme.
I know about your Ponzi scheme, motherfucker. So basically, No Jumper, it's a massive Ponzi scheme in LA. Where they invite, up-and-coming influencers and then they never pay them.
And just like that, his crash outs had returned.
You unemployed brat! I make $4 grand! 400 grand a year! I make 400 grand a year!
But it wouldn't be until January 2025 when Block's downward spiral would hit rock bottom. During a live stream, Joshua motorboated a woman after being egged on by Mr. Bass.
Okay.
Do it. Do it. He's ready.
Don't get ahead of yourself.
He's ready. No, he's ready. Look.
Okay, don't get ahead of yourself.
I'm ready. He's ready.
Take it slow. Take it slow.
Take it slow.
For an autistic alcoholic.
Do the motorboat. Do it. Do the motorboat. Show him. Motorboat.
How much did she get paid to let him do that? How much do you think she got paid to let him do that? God almighty, girl. God almighty. That's some standards at least, man. God damn. He's hot beer breath like, ugh.
Why do you keep resisting?
I'm scared.
No, it's okay.
Well, then don't
Right.
do it. Don't do it.
Josh, get over with. Go, Josh, go for the clip.
Come on, put your arms to the side.
Don't move.
You're not making her feel comfortable, bro. She's ready. She's everything in her nervous system is telling her not to do it, but she doesn't mind doing it. But her arms can't help but protect her breast because he's so creepy. He's still freaking her out. She seems like she's down to do it for the video, but she still can't help to put her hands up and cover them, you know?
Strong.
Yes.
You're really strong.
Motorboat.
Big up Joe from MIA. Exactly. I'm the same, brother. I'm the same. I echo those thoughts entirely.
Yeah, motorboat.
Spinning on.
Immediately after the incident, Joshua was permanently banned from Kick for sexually assaulting a female. Currently, Block's behavior is deteriorating at an alarming rate. His crashouts are becoming more frequent, extreme, and self-destructive. Block had gone full lolcow. For example, during a trip to Japan, he got detained for saying he would unalive people.
By the way, he's lucky. By the way, I read online that he's lucky he got out of Japan when he did, because if you get sectioned out there in Japan, it's pretty hard to get out. Allegedly, they don't really take not that they don't take serious, but they have very different ways of looking at mental health in places like Japan than they do maybe here in Western Europe. So if he would have got put in a mental asylum in Japan, it would have been curtains for him for a very long time. So he's fortunate he got out of there as soon as he did, because I think somebody tried to commit a citizen's arrest on him, innit, or something as well, right? Because you can do that out there in Japan. He was causing havoc, man. He's so lucky he didn't get in real trouble.
In public.
Josh, are you okay? Josh, my glasses! Josh, are you okay? Shh. Jesus Christ. Josh. Oh. Josh. I dropped something. Josh. Japan. Oh, you. I ain't 400 grand a year. I'll you. This country, I want to go home to Italy. You. I don't get paid enough.
Where the fuck's he going?
I'll fucking murder you. It's your
God almighty.
This country.
Love it.
Japan. You.
A part of me really wants him to go to like a black neighborhood. I don't know why, but a part of me wants him to badly go to some sort of black neighborhood somewhere. Please, I want to see how that. I want to see what happens when he pops up in some like block or somewhere with some, with some enthusiastic YNs. I want to see what happens there.
Just relax. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
What the fuck is going on?
This is the best part of my Japan trip. It's just fucking mad. I've been here for a month. This is the best part of it.
He even admitted that no amount of money would help him or stop him from crashing out.
Nothing's gonna stop me from crashing out. Even if I had $100 million,
That's not
I
true,
would
Josh.
still crash out.
No. The more your life is beautiful, the more control you should have. You're looking at it the wrong way.
Love it.
Even if I had $10 million and someone said put the fries in the bag, I would still crash out.
World of T-Shirts started off as a quirky, lighthearted internet personality and has since turned into a depressing alcoholic disgrace.
Honestly, I like him. I want to see how it ends out. I can't wait to see how it ends out. Big up all the T-shirts. Big up all the T-shirts. Anyway, let's move on quickly to the fucking Friday the Kids sub. What have we missed out on that I haven't checked out yet? And then we can continue on. What have we missed out on that I haven't checked out yet? 5 days ago, we've seen some of the Mexican. What's a Mexican cookie? Right, lovely image there. A chocolate chip cookie with some sauce on top of it. Gotta love that. Chin in 2 months outside of a HEB.
About this is it comes.
I don't know what HEB is, but this is a picture. What's this? David Cho.
It's full of chicken. You eat all the chicken. It looks clean, but there's grease in there. You cook the ramen in the microwave, then you dump it in there. You let that shit grind on the sides, hit the sides, get all that flavor. So now we're gonna pour this into a big gulp size.
Okay.
But what happens when you seep these chips into the juices of hot ramen lava is it seeps into the pores and it expands and it turns into like a little fat steak. The thing is, when you buy anything at the place that starts with 7 and ends with 11, there's as much free condiments, chili, and cheese as possible. And now let's do this. Let's pour a little chili in with the ramen, get some chili ramen action.
What the fuck is this? This food looks like it's gonna shit your ass. Like, what is this? What is this?
So we got chili going all the way around.
Ugh, that's like dog shit.
Man, that's good. Thing about this.
I don't know about that, mate. I don't know about that. What's that? What's the title of the caption called? Embracing imperfection. I'm not too sure about that, brother. You can keep that to yourself, bro. I like you, David Cho, but you can keep that to yourself. I'm okay with that one. I'm okay. I'm okay with that. That looks absolutely rancid. Cultivating the talent.
Grandfather league, stuff like that. Yep. But my whole explanation there, and I was talking with Brian Rogan about this off air, it's like that model of, because casuals, they really don't know. They just know the names, and that puts the butts in the seat. It's no different than if it's a comedy club. The comedy club books the biggest name to attract the people, and then they fill in the rest of the lineup. And so you're just doing that, but then you're looking, you're cultivating the
not cultivating, cultivating.
You're cultivating the younger talent, but you're just using those older heads to get the butts in the seats. And then once you get that initial viewership, then they're like, oh damn, Sage Northcutt, oh damn, Kevin Lee, or insert whoever, these younger cats.
By the way, big up the guy from the GFL just sitting there, letting Brendan tell him how business works. And I also love the fact that, Brendan not even for once having any moment of self-reflection, clarity, and actually, hold on. I've got a guest here that runs a fight league who's in the business of promoting fights, who's trying to go toe-to-toe, blow for blow with UFC. Why don't I ask him how business works? Why don't I ask him how the model works? What's the thinking behind it? Methodology, business fucking, angle, whatever. Nah, let's just talk to him. Let's just talk at him about business and hope he kind of just tags along. Love it. Gotta love Papa. Violence in its purest form. We've got a picture here of Rogan on the cover of Black Belt Jiu-Jitsu magazine. Cool. We saw that grandpa one. He dropped a fresh pillow.
I like keeping my money where I see it, under my pillow. Hotheads. We need cold pillow.
I got a hot head, and they're lovely.
I need a cold pillow. I need some springs in my mattress, and I need Helix. And right now, you guys get $200 off all mattresses. All right,
that's right.
And
Helix.
free pillows for you guys. Free pillows for you guys at helixsleep.com/BD.
For improving your sleep.
Can you give them $200 off?
Take $200
all
off.
mattress orders and 2 free pillows.
Yes, I'll give you $200 off and 2 free pillows. Go to.
What do you do when you pronounce stuff like this, but then you have kids? How do you make that work? When your kids come back with homework, or they need an answer answered on a particular test or something, or they're just curious and want to ask you a question. What do you do when you have kids, or they just hear you pronouncing pillows like that? What do you do with your kids then? You just lie to them and say, nah, that's how it's pronounced. It's actually pillows. It's not pillows. Then you set your kids back. Such a weird way to live your life, but hey. What else? Oh, okay, we've seen that Drake one already. Rapist thinks he's more dignity than a janitor. We've seen that one as well. We've seen the UFC Bryce one. Let's move on quickly here. By the way, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, you see what you enjoy, please like the stream. Let's see if I can get to 100 likes. How many have I got? I've got 42. Still a long way to go, but smash that like throughout the stream if you enjoy you like what you see. That'd be nice. Let's see what else we go on here. What else did we miss out on? Hot Chips Austin update. Okay, this is one of the we saw this already as well, I think.
Not moving to Austin. We'll never leave the weather in LA. Golden Hour will probably continue with Chris and Eric, I'd assume, and hopefully After Hour as well. But we still have 4 to 7 months.
Cool. So it's 4 to 7 months. Like I mentioned, is it 4 to 7 months before Brendan and Bryan move to Austin, or is he talking about 4 to 7 months? That lease at that TFATK studio. I think he's talking about the lease at TFATK studio. If I'm guessing, I think he means that space at Thick Boy, that studio space. I think they've got 4 to 6 months left on the lease, and then they have to kind of find somewhere else. I'm assuming, because TFATK won't be there. I don't know. Maybe that's the case. Who knows? But big up Hot Chip. What else is going on here? Oh really? What they're selling? Oh wow! Fucking hell! I don't buy a lot of like home furniture, so I don't really know what the prices are. But does this sound reasonable for a restoration hardware Machinto cabinet? $3,000 they're trying to sell it for. And if you look closely, you can see a little reflection of Slojo in the reflection of the fucking reflection of the window or the door. Look at that. You see Slojo, they're taking a picture of the fucking cabinet. Hilarious. But I wonder, is $3,000 a good price or something like this, or is that a bit exorbitant? KP 100 max. What do you mean $100 max for a cabinet? Why are you selling it for $3,000 then? Why are you selling it for $3,000? Fucking hell. Yo, big up Burt Reynolds. That's coming up. Too much. It retails for probably 4,000. Okay, cool. That shit's gonna go for 750 up on offer up. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Okay, I didn't know that. But she's charging $3,000. Cool. Most people plan their vacations with rink with their kids, not rinks.
Wait, Brian, have you ever been back to the Philippines where you were born?
Never have.
Never? Are you
No, I'd like
plan
to, too.
Okay.
I'd like to, but again,
when are you gonna go?
Again, what I really like is being with my kids. Yesterday, I had all 4 of my kids at my house.
This fucking LARP, this nonsense about being so dad is fucking hilarious. And also, I'm wondering, did they film 2 episodes in one day? I see the same clothes here from the other episode that I spoke about recently.
House. That's my home. That's everything for me.
Yeah, I can't travel.
You get to a point. So if you put me in the Philippines, if I'm not with all of them.
No, I imagine you would take your
Yeah,
kids.
but I'm just saying, like, I'm just missing them. I'm just in another country missing them. So.
Yeah, like the caption says, you could just take your kids with you, but I don't know. Maybe he wants to go there by himself to enjoy himself, you know, as men do in those places. Keep forgetting about the allegations with Diddler.
Considered more of an artist or more of a...
No, they're both. What does that even mean? They're both fucking rapping.
Well, one's more legit as a rapper.
No,
yeah.
But what does that even mean? I love how Brendan doesn't understand the difference between different artists and what type of art they produce. As long as you do art, you're all the same. There is no difference. There is no nuance. It doesn't exist. Nuance doesn't exist in art. What you are is what you are. An artist. Black and white. Either you are or you aren't. And if you are, you're the same as everybody else.
What are we doing? Oh, come on, Eric.
Oh, let me get that. I don't want them to play that. No, now they're playing this. Why they're talking about it so... I don't know the context of this, but I haven't watched the episode yet or seen it in full. But what's the context of them like getting balls deep into covering the Kendrick and Drake thing when it's so old or it's been running for so long? Why are they now suddenly talking about it on their pod?
Look at Donnie. Look at him.
Okay, let's make sure. I don't want this to continue. I don't want to hear it. Please, for the love of God.
I have no idea.
Okay, please, for the love of God, no more.
I don't know what a lot of this means.
I don't know what a lot of this means. Listen to the lyrics, bro. On your comedian. Listen to the words. Jesus Christ.
I don't like when he says, do my stuff.
Oh, that's my favorite part.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah. What does it mean? Go.
My God, they're still playing the song, bro. The copyright. God damn it, people.
He at the party playing with his nose now.
Look at Chris's face. Look at that gore. Look at both of their faces when they're reading. Fucking. They both got the fucking divvy face, isn't it? They don't look like the most, the sharpest tools in the shed, do they? Either. When they're reading aloud.
Reach.
Okay.
So.
Come on, brothers, man. Did we hear the whole song on this? No?
So it says Stockton famously played much of his career alongside power forward Karl Malone, hence his reputation as a passer. Malone, however, is notorious for impregnating a 13-year-old girl in 1983 at the age of 20.
Right.
Kendrick is playing into the rumors of pedophile surrounding Drake.
Look at Eric looking over at Chris. Eric's look over at Chris is fucking hilarious, by the way. Look at Eric looking over at Chris D'Elia, like, oh. How does Brendan keep bringing up PDF stuff in front of Chris, man? It's sensitive subject. Please think of something else to talk about. God almighty.
The rumors of pedophile surrounding Drake, while also suggesting that he can skillfully move past this moment if he chooses, passing the proverbial ball to any of Drake's number of enemies.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, Chris is going to be at Temple.
Peoria, Dubuque,
Oh, he's not even there.
Appleton,
He's not
and
even there at the end.
Ontario.
Chris is not even there at the end to promote his dates. Chris leaves the show at the end. Chris is not even there at the end.
Love it. Peaches, delight.
That's hilarious. Chris is not even there at the end to promote his shows. He just ducks out. Fucking hell, love it. I love the dedication. Talk about parallel thinking, B. What's this about? Something's Burning, episode 1 with Tyler Smith. Oh, okay. Another person who did Something's Burning before Bert. 11 years ago. Okay, you can't really. I think Something's Burning is probably a bit of a common name for a food show, isn't it? I don't think you could say Bert is being, I don't know. So this show found Something's Burning from this guy called Tyler Smith Comedy. Oh no, it was a comedian. Okay, that now it's dicey. Another comedian had a show around cooking that was about, I guess, was it burning weed or not? In this week, Tyler explains the leaves, but I guess it's some sort of cooking show. He did it 11 years ago, and then Bert came 2018 and stole the idea. And somebody asked him in the DMs, did you sell Something's Burning to Bert, or did he rip you off? He ripped me off. Has he ever addressed it? Nope. Wow, your show's 100% better. Has it been called out yet? No, thanks. I tweeted something, but might as well screamed into the pillow. Womp womp, life goes on. Wow. Tyler Smith Comedy, bro. We stand with you, man. We stand with you. 11 years ago, you were doing your show on Vimeo, it looks like. That looks like a Vimeo site there. He had his show called Something's Burning on Vimeo, and then Bert just took it. He just took the name. He just took the name without fucking a care in the world. God damn it. Life ain't fair. Big up Tyler Smith Comedy. Chin opens up about his mental health to Bryan and Barndor. Really? Chin's got mental health issues. What's going on here?
Yeah. You're so stressed out.
That's why I'm like, with therapy,
you should see a therapist.
I told you I did. But
wow. Chin went to see a therapist. And they mocked him about it on the show. Oh no. I feel so bad for the guy, man. He's clearly lost, isn't it? He's clearly lost and confused. He doesn't know what to do. He went to see a therapist, as Brendan would say.
But it was through BetterHelp. It was through like the online.
Oh, you did a Zoom?
So what you do is you just kind of take action and just get better at something. So you're stronger and you're a different person, and that can be really helpful too. And I believe in that actually.
No, I'm with you, Brian. Yeah. And I do all the steps as far as like doing.
Imagine trying to get mental health advice from fucking Bryan Callen and Brendan Schaub. I'll pass, thank you very much. I'll pass. You guys are detached from reality. You know what I mean? Real consequences of life don't occur to you or affect you in any kind of way, shape, or form. Neither of you have had to work a fucking real job in your lives. You know, anything. Fuck all that shit. Mental health advice. I swear I swear Brendan doesn't believe that's true anyway. I swear Brendan is a known detractor, is a known non-believer of mental health. You think it's all bullshit? You think you can cure it with kettlebell swings and burpees and shit? Or jiu-jitsu? I swear he's one of those guys.
Other than drinking, you guys always give me shit about drinking. But so other than drinking, but as far as like
you guys always give me shit about drinking. Why don't you give yourself shit about drinking? God almighty, Chin.
This one particular thing that I'm trying to figure out.
What is it?
I've not been able to. I've tried everything, reading books, you know, doing all this stuff, but I can't figure out how to get over it.
What is it, love? What's the thing here?
Man, maybe one day I'll tell you once I'm over it.
Does it involve women?
Oh, the silence. It doesn't it? Wow, Chin is actually going through it. I didn't know that, man. Bless Chin in a way. I know some people won't agree, but bless Chin in a way.
He goes, just tap. And I'm like, all right, fine, I tapped. But it was already like way past like before I should have tapped. That's kind of part of it, yeah. Yeah. Relationship stuff, yeah. Yeah.
Also, yeah, I've talked.
What happened then? Do you think big of a side disease?
Therapy? Nah, man. Do jujitsu and cold plunge.
Exactly. I wonder what happened then. Do you think maybe the slow Joe, maybe the what's it called? The what's the name again? Dojo, Mojo, whatever her fucking name was, that girl. Maybe she cheated on him. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe Jobo cheated on him. That's her name, Jobo. Maybe Jobo cheated on him. That's why they broke up. Maybe it wasn't because she was freaked out by him and ran away. Maybe there was some infidelity. Maybe. Ooh. I don't know, man. Fucking hell. Chin's going through it. And he's got the worst people around him to help. Sanaz doesn't give a fuck about him. They're not that close. She could help as a woman. She probably would offer a lot more sensible advice because she seems to be a well-adjusted and she has a good circle of friends and whatever. So she should be able to help him, but they're not that close. And Bryan and Brendan are like detached from reality and a little bit, whatever. Not the best place you would go for advice either. And I don't think BetterHelp should be the best place either. He probably needs an in-person psychiatrist, or he probably needs in-person therapy, one of those type of things, right? He needs to go see somebody weekly, and talk through his issues, especially at his stage of his life, or his age. He doesn't need to do BetterHelp shit. He needs to go see somebody in real life, but will he do that? Probably not.
The therapist, I was like, you just need better friends you can talk to instead of paying this fucking therapist $200 an hour.
You get to that point by doing the therapy, mate. Honestly, this fucking freak. You don't even have any friends. You're talking about better friends. Your kids' baseball teammates' dads don't count. You know what I mean? You don't really have any friends outside of what people you talk to on the podcast. You don't really talk to probably after the show. This guy, man, giving out people advice on how to have friends is like, what?
It feels like you're just talking to
They just listen. They're like, oh, you have no idea how to relate to me.
That's why I don't know about therapists.
Do you guys like your freedom? You like have an opinion, your freedom?
Yeah.
Thank him.
Yeah, you're
Thank
welcome.
him. You're welcome.
The optics of telling two black guys, "Do you like your freedom?" It still makes me laugh. Look at how Malik is looking at him. Chappelle obviously is a fucking golden retriever, so no faults going on there. But honestly, Brennan not understanding the optics of telling two black guys, "Do you like your freedom?" Thank Tim Kennedy. Thank Tim Kennedy for giving you freedom. Oh, mate, Chin's going through it, bro. I feel really bad for Chin. I'm not gonna lie. I feel really fucking bad for Chin.
Dude, this is awesome. Yeah.
Thank you.
Honestly, I feel really bad for Chin, man. I'm not gonna lie. I feel really bad for Chin. Nearly 50 years old. A bit lost in life. No girlfriend. No partner. No nothing. No family. Like, he doesn't even have a dog or like a cat or something, Like, because you can do it that way. I think some guys do it that way and it works. Get a pet and let's look after this pet together. Chin has zero. None of that shit. And he clearly wants it. I think it's better when you don't want it as a dude. You just live in your little bachelor life. But I think he wants someone to settle down with. Fuck Chin. Oh, he needs better people around him for sure. But, hey, he's got to figure it out. He's the big boy now. Is Bryan getting his foot back into Hollywood?
Next time on The Fallen State.
Why don't you drop your anger right now?
I keep that pilot light of aggression going at all times.
These guys, man. These Muppets.
What the? How do you deal with the hell of your wife when it comes out?
She's a lot more sensible in many ways. I'm hot. I'm passionate.
Man.
He didn't. Well, I got my black belt in marriage.
Oh,
you might
God.
still be a white belt. Yeah, I think I know why you haven't been married.
So what's wrong with the blacks?
Am I getting punked? Where are we? Hey, Bryan, what happened to your career? Well, Jesse Lee Peterson had me on.
Aggression, masculinity, like, It's funny that the guys who aren't really aggressive, who don't really have much of that alpha energy, don't really talk about being alpha as much as this, right? The guy, no, the guys who are actually aggressive, the guys who are actually a menace to society, the guys who will actually crash out over the smallest of things, they are actually, or the minors of things. These are the guys who aren't really talking about it 24/7. But guys like fucking Callen are out here posturing, spreading his legs, cock eagle, talking about all this bad boy, bad guy, rough around the edges, crazy dude talk. It's like, come on, man, lay off it. Lay off it. And also the Jesse Lee Peterson grift that's long gone, man. Going on there to kind of revive your career and have a bit of a viral moment with somebody to say some dicey shit, that's over with. But hey, what do I know? He just used that word. What? He just had to use the word. I know it's supposed to be Bryce Mitchell's discipline over his wild ass compliment. No, I know this is supposed to be Bryce Mitchell's discipline over his wild ass comments about dude can fight. No, I know this is supposed to be Bryce Mitchell's discipline over his wild ass comments, but dude can fight. Not an easy fight for Silver in any facet. He loves a good facet, right? He loves a good facet. Facet Papa, innit? Brendan Facet Schaub. That's what it should be, mate. Not forget Big Bryan, it should be Facet. Brendan Facet Schaub. He loves a good facet. He loves a good facet and a good narrative. Let's continue. What's that? To fuck we doing? The fuck we doing? That's hilarious, by the way. That's fucking hilarious. What's that? You'll never guess what his vapid cunt's ick is.
What's like your biggest ick in a guy? My biggest ick is definitely when a guy trips but he doesn't fall. I hate the motion of just like I don't know what it is. I know that's not fair because I'm really clumsy, but I hate when a man trips. Like just fall, commit to something. Yeah, like stand up straight, be vertical, be confident in your walk, or fall. I need commitment out of a man.
What? Or is that just a hot take to be funny? What the fuck's she even talking about? Fall or like, huh? But by the way, whoever done the work on her, whoever did the work on her fucking hips, I don't know if it does. Is that how BBLs come? Do BBLs come with a package that involves hips, or you have to pay separately for the hips? Because Lego or fucking Kat never used to look like this in TFATK. She never looked like this in TFATK. Like she got like a proper like, you know, hourglass figure. Like she never had hips like that. Like she was kind of, you know, straight down. Does BBLs come with fucking hips or whatever? Yo, big up Asad Aziz.
This is why there will never be a matriarchy. This.
Yeah, I just don't understand. I don't even get what she's even talking about, to be fair. It doesn't even make any sense. Like, what? So your biggest ick is a guy nearly falling over and trying to keep himself up on his feet instead of landing flat face on the floor. You'd rather he land flat face on the floor than if he tripped and kept himself up. Huh? Committed. That shows a lack of commitment. Not falling down, not letting your body just fall and succumb to gravity. Okay, cool. Pick up. What's that? Zoom in on the one on the right. Which one? Oh, okay. Okay. I saw. Okay. Now we see why Joe and wanted to zoom in on that one. Now we know why. I didn't notice that at first. I don't know why. I think I was paying too much attention to the content. I was too focused on the content. Big up Joe for MIA for the excellent spot there. Excellent spot. I was too focused on the content. I'm too pure. I'm just here for the fucking lols. That's what I'm here for. I'm here for the lols. I'm here for the content. I'm not here to see the tatas, you know? I'm not here to see the tatas. I'm just here for the content, mate. Alright? Apologies. That's what I'm here for. Content over everything. Content over everything. But there you go. There's your view. There's your fucking view. Big up the stream chat. Big up the stream chat. Okay, big up Kat. She doesn't like guys that fall over. Rinks loves to guess people's ethnicity. Let's unmute that.
Yep.
Portland or something when they were doing the road together? It was a while ago.
Yep. But you can put things together, you know.
If
Like-
you're well traveled and you're around it, you know the dialect.
Physically too, you know.
Yeah.
Like Turks, Serbs. Serbs are tall a lot of times. Good looking, strong looking people. It's really interesting. You can do it, you know.
My favorite were in Portland, the last one, you go, and trans, and you're spot on.
Okay. Baba's repeating same word like he's master.
Balls maybe, or like I don't
Was
know,
it something
balls.
cat?
The Cat Club, the Kit Kat or something.
Kit Kat.
Lucky Devil Lounge.
No, it was called the Kit Kat.
It was the Golden Dragon.
No, man. It was,
Was
a
it
Kit
the
Kat.
Golden
It's
Dragon?
Kit Kats. Bring it, Kit Kats. Portland.
Kats.
Kit Kat.
Or there's
Kat
Kit
Club.
Club. Kit
There
Kat
it is,
Club.
Bubba.
That's it, dude. That's it.
Okay. Cool. Let's continue on. What else I missed out on here? Actually, there's a post about the house, isn't it? Let's go to that one. Actually, there's a new. Actually, I saw something about the house. About it's not selling. Allegedly, the house ain't selling, right? Yeah, there we go. Allegedly, the house isn't selling. Price cut. Travel in paradise. Wow. So big up fucking Young Old Vibes. I think Young Old Vibes was the one to flag it. Big up Young Old Vibes. She was right, innit? I think I remember her flagging it. The house has been reduced by 252,000. I guess it was over 4 mil, but now they're trying to sell it for 3.9 mil. And it's still not selling. Interesting. Let's go on the Zillow now. There's no way to check about similar houses in the area, innit, right? That have the same amount of bedrooms. I'd love to see what all the other houses are going for in that area. What's a Zestimate? A Zestimate says 3.8. A Zestimate says 3.8. I wonder what the other houses are going for. Or if this is just what... Or maybe the house market isn't what it should be. So where are they getting the money to buy the new house if they haven't sold this house yet? Maybe Podcast Cringe was right. Maybe Papa Schaub is financing all this, because I thought they were going to wait until they sold this house to buy the new house, but it seems like they're still moving despite not having sold this house. And now this house is still sitting on the market, and they've been unable to sell it, so they're slashing the price. Zestimate says 3.8 mil, whatever that Zestimate is. I guess it might be an approximate of what they're doing. But I wonder if you could just check via address to see other houses in the Woodland Hills. Maybe you can do it. Is it there? Yeah, okay, cool. I think I can do it, actually. I think if I say, well, how many bedrooms is that? It's 5 bedrooms, 7 baths, right? Let's see. 5 bedrooms, 7 baths. Yeah, so I want to check this. 5 bedrooms, 7 baths. Oh wow, they're going for much cheaper, innit? Okay. I don't know. Well, I guess the areas are different, but there's Woodland Hills homes here. There's one here that's in Woodland Hills, the same area that Brendan's house is allegedly in, with a pool. It's going for it's got basically just under 2 mil. Looks pretty nice to me. So did Brendan just overprice his house, or has he overestimated the value of his home based on what's available? Because it seems like there's other houses that are the same. Look at this: 5 bedroom, 4 bathrooms. I think Brendan's one had 7 bathrooms, right? So let's scroll down and see if there's one with 7. There's one house here that has 5 bathrooms, 5 bedrooms in Ganoga Park. That's 1.8 mil. So why did Brendan sell his house for? Why did Brendan try to sell his one for nearly 4 million before? If houses in these area, okay, Encino's a bit further out, I think, right? There's one here that's 6 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms. That's available for 1.9 mil. That looks pretty swanky, this one here. That one looks pretty swanky. How the fuck did he convince himself that he could sell that house for 4 mil? Huh. These estate agents must have given him bad advice, man. Tarzana. Okay, these are areas a little bit outside of where he's from. I wonder. West Hill. Some of these houses are connected though, so I guess maybe it's different if it's like a detached house via semi-detached, right? Okay, look at the square footage, B. Okay, cool. It says square footage, right? Sorry about that. I'm not familiar with houses and buying them and shit. So let's. What is the square footage? Is there? Can we do square footage here? No, day. We can't do. Oh yeah, we can do square feet. So I forgot what square feet is Brendan's one. Better be a second here. How many square feet is Brendan's one? Brendan's one is 6,600. Okay, cool. So let's do it to 7. Let's do 7,000 then, up to 7,000. Let's see if we can find that. Let's go down here. Square feet. Max. Let's do 7. Minimum. Let's do 5. Yeah. Let's see what we find here now. Apply. Ah, not that many houses. Only 2. Only 2, really? Only 2 in that area. Okay, cool. What's the remove boundary? Los Angeles, California. Let's go. Let's just do Woodland Hills. Sorry, let's do Woodland Hills. Woodland Hills homes. Yeah, there's nothing available. Change the price. My bad. Change the price. Max. Let's go to 6 mil. Okay, there's not many. Okay, cool. Okay, my bad. Okay, I think you're right. So there's similar houses with the same sort of square feet. This one is 6,702 square feet, just a little bit above what he has, and it's already listed for 4.2. Another one that's 7,000 square foot. That's actually a really good. I prefer the architecture of this one, to be fair. This one here looks really funky. That's almost just like a Bauhaus architecture, right? A little bit. That's really nice, that one. On Mulholland Drive, Woodland Hills. 5 bathrooms, 5 bedrooms. 2.7 mil. Don't get me wrong, it looks a little bit Armenian inside, interior design wise. Just a little bit Armenian. But I do prefer this crib to Brendan's one, I'm not going to lie. This actually looks a little bit better. I should prefer this one a little bit better. The stairs are a little bit mad though. Don't walk up and down these stairs if you're hungover. But I wonder why Brendan's estate agents or whatever realtor told him to list his property so high when there's clearly other places you can get with a similar square footage, you know, or layout that have. Look at this one. This one's quite nice as well. Woodland Hills. What's that one? 6,000 square feet. 4. Okay, this is about the same price as what he has, right? 4.9. Still, I prefer this one. Oh, this looks like Emma Chamberlain's house, isn't it? Or am I bugging? Guys in stream chat, doesn't this look similar to the house that Emma Chamberlain had when she did that house tour or vlog back in the day? Or recently? I don't know if it was recently. Am I bugging out? Does this look like Emma Chamberlain's crib? I wonder if that's the one. Huh. Okay, that style is so popular. Okay, maybe it's just a LA thing in general. It looks a little bit like Emma Chamberlain's crib. I remember seeing it. Or one of those people involved in Vlog House or whatever. Fuck, bro. Do you think Brendan's not gonna be able to sell that house? He's gonna have to cut the price like down, maybe to half, like 2 mil, and then it might move. Because there's some nice cribs here. Similar square footage that look. Wait, look at that one. Fucking hell. That's way less square feet. Like, why is that? Like, houses make no sense. Why is this place 5 bedrooms, 7 bathrooms, have less square feet than Brendan's crib, but it's listed as 5 million, and it's been price cut recently by 100 grand? Wonder why some cribs are just listed way more than others. It's just because of the interior design. I see it's got a sports pitch there. It's got a football pitch in the garden. House prices make no sense. Because Brendan one's meant to be bigger and quote unquote nicer, and his one is cheaper, and that one is a bit okay. That's what's a nice one. So yeah, Brendan's struggling to sell his crib, essentially. Brendan is struggling to sell his crib. It's been price cut or it's been slashed, and it's still not moving. So yeah, Young Old Vibes, wherever you are, you were correct. You were correct. I think she said from the beginning that ain't gonna sell. That's not gonna sell that price. And it looks like Young Old Vibes was right, because this crib is not selling, bro. They're price cutting the ting. and it still ain't moving. It still isn't fucking moving. And it's a really nice crib on the eye, do you know what I mean? Like visually, it's actually really fucking nice. It's split in different ways as well. 2-car garage, or maybe even 3-car garage, depending. Probably got a gym in there, nice garden, a whole basketball court in the back, swimming pool, like big rooms, high ceilings, but they can't shift it. They cannot shift that house, bro. Mad ting. Continuing on, what else we got to talk about here? We talk about a lot about the Callen stuff. Okay, cool. Let's move on from that one. Let's do some other stuff here that I didn't talk about. What else to talk about? Actually, yeah, let's do a couple more Bert Kreischer ones and we move on. All right, cool. Let's do Bert Kreischer accidentally follow the hater. This is courtesy of Josh Peck. Who's Josh? I don't know who's Josh Peck again. Why does that name sound familiar? Big up Josh Peck. Let's talk about Josh Peck.
I've been into a lot of Two Dudes podcasts lately. So like if I catch them, I check it out because I have a Two Dudes podcast.
Right.
So I like to see how, and man, there are some really fucking good ones. I wish I could remember everyone's names.
Are You Garbage is
a great one. They Might Be Drunk is a great one.
Yes.
Hey Babe is a great one. There's so many good Two Dude podcasts. And there was one that I saw, it's fun. This is a fucking bizarre story, but I was just flipping through my thing and my picture came up first. So I saw my picture. I go, oh, I'm never in my own trend. And so I clicked it and it was like, hey, do you know Bert Kreischer? And this one guy I know, a comic, was like, I love Bertie. And guy's like, well, I fucking hate him.
No.
And yeah. And I was like, what the? I don't even know this guy. And he's like, and that's what I love about being and he just goes off on me.
About what? What did he say?
You have to fill it. I love how you're trying to act like he doesn't remember. Please, if you're gonna talk about it, you might as well talk about it openly and start repeating what the person said about you. Let's not start dancing around the topic. Let's talk about it openly. Let's replay everything that was said, please.
Relive the trauma.
I will tell you, because it's a weird feeling. Not the average person doesn't get this, but when you got to remember, we're also regular people, and so when I scroll Instagram, I'm not looking for me. I'm looking for watches or boat launch videos or surf videos or dogs or recipes. Like I'm looking for what I like.
Historically black colleges, dancing teams.
HBCU dance, man, fuck.
I know
I've crept into the fucking high school cheerleaders too. Shout out to Smoke Squad. And so like I'm friends with this. Never mind, I'm getting off of that. And so then I get bummed out. It's a weird feeling when you hear people hate on you because it rushes up. It's almost like you get broken up with. Like it's like a rush in your heart, and you're like, whoa. And then you can't not look at it. You go, I'll just put it away. And then you're like, well, I gotta. How bad is it? You know, it's like a dark spot on your skin, and they're like, I think that's skin. Well, that's what's out on your tongue, and you're like, oh, now I got to look at it all day.
Yeah.
So I watch it, and then I was like, what's interesting is when I saw the picture of myself, I knew one of the comics, so I immediately was like, oh, I'm gonna like this. They're talking about me. I'm gonna like this. So I followed.
But it's got such an infantile, like childish brain in it. Because somebody's mentioning you in the pod, it has to be good. If somebody puts you in a bit of content as a thumbnail, is he being naive? Is he just being dumb? Is he lying? Like what? Why would you immediately think because someone's talking about you on a video that it's a good thing? Or that you should even listen to it in the first place? Like what is wrong with your brain?
Followed both the comics and the podcast without watching it. Then I watched it and realized the one guy hated me, and I was like, motherfucker. So then I said, because I've already followed him, I know that shows up in people's things. I can't just unfollow everyone.
Sure.
So I DM'd the comic, the guy who wasn't a comic, he's an artist, and he had pictures of me. He like really hated me.
Well, on what grounds?
He just thought I was annoying.
Yeah, just speak about it, man. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy, man? Like, I love how he doesn't, like, can you just mention why this person hates you, please? That might actually make the story a little bit more fun to listen to. Like, this vague, like, tripping around the story and not saying what actually the person said is so lame.
Essence.
Just I'm annoying.
He had pictures of you on his Instagram or in his
DMs?
DMs?
He's an artist. He drew pictures of me.
Like being murdered or?
Just being fat and disgusting. And so I was like.
Relatable.
Yeah.
But do you want to be? Do you want to live in the middle in the sense of do you want to be loved
No.
and hated because you've triggered
You want to
feelings?
be. You want to be
and-
loved and hated. You want to be
Right.
loved and hated. You don't want to be. Trust me, I've been ignored.
Milk toast.
And,
yeah.
and that's and like I was like, oh yeah, I don't really give a f- about that. You want to be either loved or hated. But so I sent him a DM and I was like, hey man, I've given you hilarious. I followed you before I saw the clip. I saw a picture of myself and there was a picture of myself, so I followed you. I'm friends with your podcast buddy. Obviously I didn't know you disliked me, and so I just want you to know that I get it. I hope you have a good day or whatever.
Yeah.
And then the guy DM'd me back.
Honestly, man, this is just reeking of insecurity, isn't it? Imagine accidentally following somebody that's hating on you, realizing it's hate, but then wanting to like be friends with them or let them know that you're hurt. Like, I could never be this insecure. Like, even if I was, I'd pretend I wasn't. You know, that's what I think a real man would do. You just pretend that he didn't hurt you. You just ignore it and just keep soldiering on. Sending people DMs, telling them how much they hurt you. It's like, oh yeah, yuck. Give me the fucking bath bucket, please.
It was like, I am so fucking sorry, man. Like, it was like really cool. He was like, you say these things and you don't think everyone's ever going to fucking hear them. And I'm just trying to do a podcast. And I was like, and then you have to find yourself accountable. And I was like, I've done that a lot. Where you talk shit about someone.
Or maybe he wasn't even talking shit. Maybe it was just a joke. Maybe he wasn't even talking shit. Maybe it was just a joke, man.
Not even thinking Reese Witherspoon's ever going to fucking hear it. And then Reese Witherspoon's probably sitting there like, what the f did I? Like, I often think about Richard Gere and like how many of us
Me
talked
too.
about that fucking hamster up his ass. And
So that's
he
not
has-
true?
Well, whether it is or it isn't, I have to say with not. I have to go with not, right? But he had a kid, right? Richard Gere had a kid, like well after that rumor went out. And that kid had like a kindergarten hamster that they would take home on weekends. That's how it works when you have a kid. And that everyone's in school like, yo, don't give the fucking. And then Richard Gere had to sit down with his fucking first grader and be like, listen, we can't have a hamster because people think I put hamsters up my asshole.
Don't give little Jimmy Gear the class hamster.
And like that was an innocuous fucking thing. We all, Richard Gere shoves hamsters up his asshole. But that affected Richard Gere.
And it caught.
Right? And
did it? He's a Buddhist. Maybe it didn't.
No, dude, it affects everyone.
Yeah,
you
you
know
don't get
Tom
over
Cruise
that.
is like, I'm not fucking gay. Why can't they just let me go? Like, I'm a Scientologist. Like,
Right.
there are so many crazy rumors out there that we callously just throw out. And then the like little ones, like, obviously,
Now it's turning into a celebrity fucking diatribe. I don't know why we're talking about celebrities now. Just mention your story, but this is classic Bert.
bigger ones that are more accurate, and then like little ones like Bert's annoying, and I go, what? That hurts my feeling. That's not my goal.
You
As someone who literally, you talk about, I would imagine almost everything, but you have a wide berth. Does something like Tom Cruise being in Scientology, do you shy away from that knowing that they might come after you?
No, but I don't really care. Like, you'd be shocked how much I don't care about. Like, I'm an astounding amount of
you're an idiot, basically.
self-focus.
You're an idiot.
Like, if it affects me, yeah. Like, I'm also I play
You're a fucking dummy.
with every bit or everywhere angle I take especially with comedy. First of all, I started to try to celebrate things, to go like, maybe I would be into Scientology, like to try to figure the me angle, because let me be the fucking asshole, let me be the idiot, and then celebrate things.
Classic, isn't it? Let me just make everything about me. Because Tom Cruise being into Scientology, doesn't involve me, I don't care. But if I think about it involving me, then I care. Classic Bert.
Because I think, like, here's the deal. Like, okay, so we'll build it back. I'm looking for something. Like, I'm curious. If you told
No, you're not.
me that Christianity worked, I'd lean real hard into it. If you told me Kabbalah was still kicking, I'd check it out.
Is it? Where
So,
Kabbalah
so this
go?
is this is a really good time for us to try to convert you to Judaism, because we do it during most episodes, but it was kind of just the perfect entree.
We're
So
very
if you want,
Jewish.
I'll set you up with a rabbi. It'll be nice and it won't be easy.
Jesus Christ. Has there been a more Jewish sounding voice that you've ever heard in your entire life? Or is that just like a New York accent? Jesus Christ, bro.
Rabbis are
incredibly
slick.
difficult. It'll be very
Rabbis are
difficult.
slick.
Well, that's going to go on the cover of Anti-Semitic Times. Rabbis are slick.
No, I didn't mean it like. but like Sarah Silverman's sister's a rabbi.
Right.
Like you can chill with a rabbi.
Yeah, they're down to clown.
Tough to chill with a priest.
Rabbis be fucking too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They can. Fuck.
Yeah.
Priests give off. First of all, they all smell kind of weird.
Mm-hmm.
Like they smell like your grandma.
Yeah.
And they're always
it's incense and diabetic shoes.
It's bad breath.
Yeah.
Josh, that's the episode. That's the episode title. Rabbis be.
Rabbis be.
They do be fucking.
I wanted to be Jewish twice in my life. When I was around bar mitzvah age, obviously.
Sure, it's a good time.
It's such an easy time to convert people.
Oh,
if you
my
guys
God.
were smarter, you would fucking lean into 13-year-olds.
It's a wedding.
You
for
want
a
to come into
13-year-old.
our grind line? Like all you got to do is sign this waiver. That's it. You're in. You're loaded.
Oh, just don't.
Anyway, that's it. I'm moving off of that. But and this part is a bit boring. But that's when Bert accidentally followed the hater. Bert wants to spend. Oh, no more Bert. Fuck Bert. No more Bert. Let's move on to Les Friedman on 2 Days to Try. Big up 2 Days to Try. Big up Too Lazy to Try. Big up Blood Clot 2 Days to Try. We love Too Lazy. By the way, if you're enjoying the stream, you like the stream, please like the stream down below. Help me out. I'm trying to get to 100 likes on the stream. That'd be greatly appreciated, especially since we're aiming for the 5-hour mark. So let's give me 100 likes if you can. Smash the like button down below if you haven't liked it already. Help a brother out. Appreciate you.
They call me Bryan Callahan. In this cruel world, there is a man you should listen to as you journey on through life.
Hold on,
His name.
I never noticed he mentioned Bryan Callen. Honestly, singing to Rogan like this is so GAY, isn't it? It's so GAY. I never noticed he mentioned Bryan Callen at the beginning. Not Brendan Shaw, by the way. He mentioned Bryan Callen, but not Brendan Shaw.
They call me Bryan Callahan. In this cruel world, there is a man you should listen to as you journey on through life. His name is Joe Rogan.
Jesus Christ.
Joe Rogan. Shoulders for days and a really wide back. Joe Rogan.
Joe just sitting there letting him play it as well, not getting at all embarrassed or cringed out or telling him to stop, smiling if anything, getting a little chub on. Rogan getting a little bit of a chub on hearing fucking Lex say he's got a wide back. Shoulders for days. Oh my god, bro. I get it, he changed your life. I understand he made you lots of money. Because I'm sure Rogan getting him on Rogan. I'm sure Rogan getting Lex on there was a big help in terms of, helping success. I think COVID helped Lex more, to be fair. I think he was pumping out the content super hard during COVID and really killed it. But of course the Rogan bump definitely helped him being associated with the intellectual dark web. Remember those guys? Intellectual dark web. Fucking hilarious. But this is cringe, man. You can thank Rogan another way. I don't know, buy him a nice bottle of wine or something. This is fucking too much, man.
Joe Rogan, a barrel of snakes for a bag.
Jesus Christ. Yuck.
You fucked up. You should have never done that song. It was terrible.
All right, so this cringe merchant we have here is Lex Friedman, who I'm sure people are somewhat familiar with, but if you're not, he's another one of these pseudo-intellectual Rogan Sphere podcaster characters who has some kind of association with MIT and has worked on AI research, but his role at MIT and some of the work he's done there has been questioned a lot.
I love that, by the way. I love the fact that everybody questions his role at MIT. Let's see what this person right here.
But his role at MIT and
Nassim Nicholas Taleb. Big up Nassim Nicholas Taleb, by the way, one of my favorites on fucking social. Am I banned from him? Did he block me? Because I love following him, but he's notorious for the block button. He's notorious for. Okay, I'm still following him. Big up Nassim Nicholas Taleb. What's his book that I read? What was it fucking called? What's the book called again? That I read, black cover. I think I read a couple of them. I maybe have to go over them again. But what do you say about Lex? By the way, if you want more cues, Lex Friedman does not seem to be part of the faculty at MIT. Research scientist could be an unpaid external status that allows library access. No, not saying that one must be affiliated to an institution to produce knowledge, but using the name of an institution to build an image is something very shoddy. I agree with that one. And sending a mail with a heading "Quick note for MIT" when the podcast has nothing to do with MIT is shoddy as hell. 100%. That's some definite, and I would respect him more. I would respect Lex more if he owned up to the fake it till you make it. because we've all done it, right? We've all kind of maybe used the name of something to maybe, you know, embellish a little bit of our experience or whatever it may be. But it's the fact that he lies and tries to act like he never did it, or he tries to underplay it or downplay it, sorry, is what's really annoying. It's like, bruh, there was a time where he would not stop mentioning, or he would always name drop MIT in everything he was talking about. Now I don't think he does it because his podcast has been successful enough where he can basically just use that as clout. But in the beginning, he was really, really, really going on hard or laying it thick with the fucking MIT shit, and the association with MIT was very, very loose, if that.
And some of the work he's done there has been questioned a lot. And
another post here, an actual person from MIT on Lex Friedman. I've come across a handful of people in the last few years that figured out how easy it was to become very vaguely affiliated with MIT. Then they used the university email and add some spin to the affiliation, and all of a sudden they've gotten a bunch of new opportunities, and it's only builds from there. People within the academic circles will know the difference, but outsiders don't. Lex definitely raises some red flags on his front. The dude randomly requested me on LinkedIn 4 to 5 years ago, and now I saw we had all the MIT mutual connections. At the time, he was heavily pushing a January term class he was teaching. It's not difficult to organize a Jan term class. Many undergraduates even do it, but most don't use it to claim they are a lecturer at MIT. I still see this buzzword heavy post in my feed from time to time, but I honestly had no idea he was such a popular podcast name. To be fair, it does sound like MIT kind of allow people to use their name too. I think they recognize the cachet that comes with their name, and it sounds like when they get you involved to do a lecture or something, they kind of put stuff in your lap that most people probably would like enjoy to use if you're a sharp, especially if you're a grifter. You know, they give you an email address that I guess has .mit on it or something. They give you access to a library that also makes it feel like you actually attend classes there. You probably get a little lanyard, you know. MIT kind of play into it a little bit as well. They've got a bit to blame, a little bit, I'd imagine.
Other experts in his field have heavily criticized some of his research because he's mostly known for doing this research
Lex Friedman,
paper.
MIT deep learning research scientist, is misleading his students and putting them at risk. Jesus Christ.
On the safety of Tesla Autopilot that was really favorable for Tesla, but was called out by a lot of other academics. And Lex's response was just
he was super heavy on the autopilot shit, innit? Yeah, that's true. He was acting like he actually contributed to like the success of it or something, or played a role in its development. I remember that was another part of his grift.
To block everybody that was critical of it, and now it's almost
that one time Lex blocked an actual computer scientist when she urged him to put his study through peer review. This person called Professor Amina Anakundu Anankundma. Yes, hashtag peer review. It has its drawbacks, but completely skipping that is not the right approach. Open review systems for ICLR has been great for our field, where reviewers have to post their review in open. Please do not go directly to media. That distorts AI research. Lex Friedman from MIT blocked me because I urged him to avoid AI media hype and publish his peer review venues. As a premier educational institute, how can you allow this? There are guidelines that university research should be released to the public. That's hilarious.
almost impossible to find his research paper, but it did, of course, get Elon Musk's attention, which I'm sure was...
Remember when Lex Friedman authored a study showing that Tesla Autopilot did negatively impact the functional vigilance of drivers? The one that Elon touted in his tweet? Weirdly, that study seems to have disappeared from any website bearing MIT's name.
Lex's main goal with it.
It makes for a fun chat, I think. So one guy that I've talked to several times is slowly becoming a friend is a guy named Elon Musk.
And because of Lex's association with MIT, AI, and Elon Musk, now some people think Lex is an MIT professor and an AI genius that works on Teslas.
Like Lex Friedman went on Joe Rogan the other day. And he's a AI genius guy. He does all the Teslas and stuff.
So he managed to leverage those credentials.
Yeah, just honestly, man. Oh, come on, man. People like Lex as well. He won't correct that either. He'll let people just run off with it. He won't correct it. He will never correct it. What's his caption say? I feel like the luckiest guy in the world. Someone definitely hacked the simulation and let me work on the topic I love most, AI, and talk to amazing people. I admire and I'm inspired by. Maybe the person who hacked the simulation is me from the future. It's entirely possible. Jesus Christ, look how short he is, man. Rogan's already short, so Lex must be super short in real life. That's like what, 5'4", 5'5"? Some very, very tiny men with big outsized egos.
Credentials into getting Joe Rogan and Elon Musk's attention. You know, basically he's a professional Elon Musk and Joe Rogan dick rider,
exactly,
which can get you pretty far. I mean, he's one of the top podcasters now, but the amount of glazing you have to do is...
Elon's the greatest CEO in history. He has given his heart and soul to helping Tesla repeatedly achieve impossible. If you're a Tesla shareholder, go vote.
Pretty embarrassing. I mean, that Joe Rogan song Lex performed felt like a humiliation ritual, but you know, there's a lot of people competing for Rogan and Elon's attention, so you have to take drastic measures sometimes. Like when it comes to glazing Elon, it's not easy to compete with some of these people like Ian Miles Chong, but Lex, he'll give him a run for his money. I mean, these two spend so much time on Twitter just thinking of ways to praise Elon, and during this past Valentine's Day...
Hold on, what do you say? What do you say?
I'm on Twitter.
I did an impromptu training session with Elon for a few hours yesterday. I'm extremely impressed with his strength, power, and skill on the feet and on the ground. It was epic. It's really inspiring to see Elon and Mark do martial arts, but I think the world is served far better if they train martial arts but not fight in a cage. That said, Elon says the most entertaining outcome is the most likely. I'm there for them no matter what. Isn't he a black belt? And he's talking about Elon's power, like what? You're a black belt. Haven't you faced some great people? I think he went, I don't know, is it Machado Gym, whatever the fucking Rogan one went to, a very storied one with legends that come out of there and stuff, and here he is glazing Elon's strength and power and skill. Like what? Have some shame, man. Have some shame.
They're just thinking of ways to praise Elon, and during this past Valentine's Day, this was really cringy. Elon, his girlfriend, posted a picture of her and their kids. And then Elon responded with like a heart emoji, and then she responded with the same thing. And then for some reason, Lex responded to both of them and said, loving this, with a heart emoji.
I didn't see this. Lex wants to get in between. Lex is like a dog. Like, you know when like you're a couple and you're snuggling in bed and the dog feels left out and wants to get involved? That's what Lex is like, isn't it? Lex also wants to get in there. Or Lex wants to be like, you know, it's like some of those cuck movies where the person, like, you know, takes their hand and helps, you know, guide whatever in. Lex wants to be that type of person with Elon though, isn't it? Lex wants to get Elon ready for the next insemination process.
And the comments are like, dude, this is creepy. This is so weird. What are you doing? And then also on Lex's podcast.
Oh my God. Look at the AI. Look at the AI image. Lex with twins next to Elon. Oh, that's hilarious.
He'll praise Elon every chance he gets. And he'll even ask his guests questions like this.
A little bit more love. What do you admire in the name of love about Elon Musk?
And Lex always says shit like this. He's always talking about the...
What do you admire in the name of love? In the name of love, you know? Sam Altman looking at it thinking like, I hate that guy, man. He's trying to take my company. He's trying to expose me to the world. I fucking hate that dude. Oh my God. In the name of love.
Importance of love. And he just sounds so childish. Like he thinks everything can be solved through the power of love and forgiveness. Like when he had on Zelensky, he said he just needs to learn to forgive Putin, which no matter what side you're on there, to think that those two are going to forgive each other is just absolutely insane. But Lex acts like he lives in a fairy tale world, and whenever there's a conflict or a problem, he thinks it can just be solved with the power of love.
No, I think he's like Rogan. I think he thinks way more. I think he thinks of himself to be way more important than what he actually is. I think he generally thinks he can solve like most of the wars in the world with his podcast, like Rogan does. Rogan thinks you could change the world with a conversation. You know, if people just sat down in front of these Shure microphones and got these headphones on, they'd realize, like, you know, like I think they generally do think like podcasts are the answer to everything. Like in the same way that Rogan probably thinks stand-up comedy is the answer to all things, or to answer a lot of, you know, social ills. I think Lex definitely thinks that his long-form podcast and the way that he does it, and the sincerity in his voice and all these love questions can generally end wars, which is absolutely hilarious.
And you can tell even the guests he has on his show think it's kind of goofy how much he talks about this. And sometimes he even has trouble keeping a straight face when he mentions it.
I got to ask you about love.
I heard you into this now.
Into this love thing?
Yeah. You think this is your solution to your depression?
No, I'm just trying to, like you said, the enlighten people in a cage. I'm trying to sell. But in that sense, I would say the power of love is the philosophy you might apply to Brett. Any chance you talk to Joe again and reinvigorate your friendship?
Yeah, well, I reached out to him privately when I saw that.
Did you use the power of love?
And in my opinion, this whole image he portrays of being all about love and understanding just seems like a facade. I mean, he tries so hard to act like he's a really thoughtful and caring person who just wants to understand everybody and their opinions and perspective.
And willing to be patient.
Yo, big up Assad Aziz.
World Peace Podcast. Sponsored by Onnit and Rogue.
Exactly. Yeah. ONNIT. Go to ONNIT. Type in love. Fuck off. All these guys chat fucking shit, bullshit, nonsense.
To learn, to listen, to humble myself with knowledge for the sake of knowledge itself. I try to think deeply about the world, to look for the beautiful ideas in the minds of others, and to be inspired by them.
But then he goes around blocking anybody that's even remotely critical of him, even people in the same field, you know, AI and computer scientists. He'll block them. Even if you like the wrong tweet, he'll block you. And then also a ton of people have been banned from his subreddit. And I guess if you even ask any questions about his background or anything, you'll get banned. Like if you say he graduated from Drexler and not MIT, they'll ban you. So this doesn't really seem like somebody who's all about having conversations and understanding where people are coming from.
Hold on. It's also a sketch how Lex Friedman graduated from Drexler, yet wants to be exclusively associated with MIT. If you even mention Lex graduated from Drexler, you get banned from his sub. And let me be clear, graduating from Drexler is impressive, but why does Lex want to keep this in the dark? Because his dad teaches at Drexler. Not sure if it currently still does, so I think he thinks people will immediately contribute nepotism to his tenure. I noticed he's also removed a bunch of mentions of his father on his Wikipedia. There used to be some links to his dad you could click on. Lex is so protective of his image, it's nuts.
And then also one time, Mark Norman, he told this story about how he was doing a podcast with Lex and he was at a hotel and Lex needed to print something, but the printer wasn't working.
Oh, by the way,
he said Lex started yelling at the lady who's working there.
This clip got deleted from their channel, by the way. I think you can still find it on the full episode, but this specific clip that they uploaded on their channel got deleted. So I think Lex put in a word. I think Lex told Mark, hey, delete that fucking video now. You can't find, I'm sure you can't find this original clip on their channel. I think I went looking for it one time. It wasn't there, but you can still find it in the full episode, but they took down the clip.
And Mark sounded pretty surprised by it because obviously if you listen to Lex's podcast, he sounds very even-tempered and relaxed, and he talks a lot about love and compassion. But then if a printer breaks down, he'll flip out.
Well, what's fun is we did it in a hotel in New York. He was in town for some reason, and the printer wasn't working in the lobby, and I got to watch him yell at the lady behind the desk, and that was weird, seeing him not be that robot guy. He was like, what the hell? The printer doesn't work? Get your shit together. And some girl like, I don't know. And I want to be like, hey, that's the autistic guy.
And this part of the podcast was originally posted as a clip, like to the We Might Be Drunk clip channel. But then it was deleted, which makes me think Lex told them to delete it. So this guy's just a really strange character. I mean, he's like an enigma. And it seems like he came out of nowhere. You know, like somehow Rogan found out about him and had him.
Lex Friedman's questionable biography. I recently checked Lex Friedman's Wikipedia page because I wanted to clarify his real name, Alexei Fedotov. The funny fact that I found is that not only has his real name been removed from his page at the moment, but also his origin has been changed. It used to say he's a Russian American origin and born in Moscow, but now the page says he's Ukrainian Jewish, born in Kiev. The interesting point is that these changes were made at the start of the war in Ukraine. He's trying to claim what, stolen valor? He's trying to get sympathy. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, so what, is he Ukrainian or is he Russian? The interesting point is that these changes were made at the start of the war in Ukraine. In podcast, Lex lately also prefers to focus on Ukrainian Jewish origin. It used to be the other way around. The reason I was interested in his Wikipedia page was initially his questionable competence in terms of science and his status as researcher at MIT. That was partly exposed by Teach Led on YouTube. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think Lex made these changes? Jesus Christ, Lex, man. This is just too much. For somebody that has nothing to hide, and for somebody that's genuine and loving all this malarkey, this doesn't add up, man. It just smells a bit funny. All of these, all being this protective and this finicky over your public image and what's online about you and block. I don't know, Lex. I don't know, Lex, mate. You're doing yourself a bit of bother here.
Him on, and then he started his own podcast and right away had on Elon Musk, and now he's one of the biggest podcasters in the world and has on the same caliber of guests as Rogan, like Mark Zuckerberg, Donald Trump, Kanye West, and even people that Rogan hasn't had on that he probably wants to, like Jeff Bezos. And then also for some reason Lex spent a Thanksgiving.
To be fair, I think all of these episodes that he's got big guests on, I think that's like the effect of like having other big guests on prior. I don't think it's that crazy. I think you get Benjamin Netanyahu on your podcast when you've had a run of other great pods before with other big guests. I think that's what happens. I think in most of things, I think in podcasting, you probably struggle to get your first guest. Then once you get your first guest over the line and you get good numbers, everyone comes running. It's like that Matan. Look at Matan. Like I think he's probably got a whole backlog. He's probably got a waiting list of people waiting to get on that show. And I'm sure at the beginning when he was doing it, people didn't want to get anywhere near it, especially when he was trolling a lot. But now that people are seeing that Matan's pod is getting views, I'm sure he's got people who are chasing him, knocking down his door, wanting to get on that show. So I think that's what happened with Lex. I think Lex was smart. He got some really good people in the beginning, and then he's probably able to leverage those people to get other people down the line. I think that's basically explains it, but I could be wrong.
With Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner. So Lex's rise to fame, in my opinion, just feels kind of contrived, like he's an industry plant or something. I mean, even Ari and Mark during this podcast I just played were like, this guy just popped up out of nowhere and everybody's acting like they know him already. It's kind of weird.
Big and new, just like everybody likes Huberman, everybody likes Lex Friedman. Everyone's like, oh, I'm getting invited to my wedding. I'm like, you didn't even know it existed 4 months ago. What the fuck are we talking
He gets
about?
Elon Musk, he gets Tucker Carlson, he gets Rogan, he gets all these giant names, and he's just like an MIT robot.
Yeah, so invite people to. I think he's talking about Schultz. I think Schultz invited Lex Friedman to his wedding. I think inviting people that you just met on the podcast your wedding is fucking bizarre. But then to be fair, a lot of these people don't really have a lot of friends, I'd imagine. Real friends anyway. So you might as well have somebody at your wedding, you know? I have a little bit of sympathy towards it. I think it's still dorky and extremely lame, but I understand why they do it.
Rogan's comedy friends seem to be confused about why Lex is so popular all of a sudden. Like Tim Dillon, he thought the same thing after he did Lex's podcast, and this was maybe one of the best rants from him.
So good.
He did Lex's podcast, and afterwards he's like, everyone says Lex is a genius, and I'm sure he is, but what does he even do other than whack off Elon Musk? And he just starts going off on him and Eric Weinstein. And this caused Eric to have like a mental breakdown, and he went on Rogan's podcast afterwards to prove what he's done, like his life's work, and it was a complete disaster. It was so embarrassing. I covered that on Patreon. Make sure you check that out. It was hilarious.
I can't remember there was a time where I used to fucking think Eric Weinstein was really smart and, you know, interesting person, but then over time he just became incredibly insufferable and annoying. But there was a time where I really liked Eric. I'm not gonna lie, it was a real time. I was one of the suckers that bought into Eric's intelligence, let's say. I bought into it. I definitely bought into it.
But it sounds like Rogan convinces all his comedy friends to do Lex's podcast, and they go on there and afterwards they're like, that was cool, but who the hell is that guy and where did he come from and what does he even do?
He's great. He's a genius. I can't even believe he's talking to me. And everyone says he's a genius. I don't know if he's a genius. I'm sure he is a genius. What does he do? He's a coder?
Yeah, for AI. Yeah.
Wait, what? So what does that even mean?
Exactly. So like he.
Does anyone have to ask credentials anymore? Everyone goes, Eric Weinstein's a genie. Does anyone know why? What is there anything they've done? No, truly, because all they do is talk. Is there anything they've built? Is there one appliance that they have anything to do with? Have they come up with something even like the Rotato, which peels and slices a potato as you could? Is there one thing any of them have done except whack off Elon Musk and talk? I'm literally asking. And I love them all. And I don't, but I do. But whatever. They're funny. But I mean, and you can't find a thing they do. What is their job? What is any of their jobs?
To do research.
Into what? Why and who?
And the funny thing is, Tim's the only person that said anything critical about these guys, right? They all sucking them off though, right? Even Rogan, they would never. I think Rogan even had to like calm Eric down from being offended about what Tim said. But no one else would say this about these guys when they're like they're all ripe for insulting, from Bert, from Brett to Eric to fucking Lex. You know, they're all easily to insult, but no one insults them or takes the piss out of them because they want to be in their good graces, because they want to be close to Rogan as well. But respect and love to fucking Tim for fucking laying it on, or laying into fucking Eric. I gotta love to see it.
Where? Where's the what? They all do research all day. What are they researching? They're just talking about trans people. They're all supposedly tech geniuses who's talking about who has a cock. And I'm dead serious. Exactly. And all they're talking about is if somebody's tucking the D.
So that might be his best rant. I mean, it's so funny. Like, Rogan tries to convince all these people that Lex is a super genius AI researcher, which maybe he is, but at this point, he's just a podcaster. That's the only thing he's known for. Nobody knows him outside of that. You know, people just know he's involved in AI. That's about it. And I think most people believe he went to MIT or he teaches there because he's always bringing it up, but he never went there. He actually went to Drexler. That's where he graduated from. But he never really mentions that, and he only seems to bring up MIT, I think, to sound more legit. But if he really is this super genius who's doing all this really important AI research, why is he spending so much time doing podcasts and making songs about Joe Rogan and all this other bullshit? You know, it seems like he really just wants to be famous. And some people who know him claim all he's really cared about is just gaining a following and becoming a celebrity. And I guess his strategy to do that was to convince Joe Rogan that he's some kind of AI genius and then also suck.
Hold on. Philippe Piekniewski, a computer vision and AI researcher who became one of Friedman's most vocal critics, said, "It was clear from the very beginning that he's positioning himself to be one of the celebrities in this space." Ooh.
Up to him and Elon Musk, which obviously worked well. I mean, Rogan promoted him like crazy and would always tell people to do his podcast. And one of the funniest moments was when he tried to convince Neil deGrasse Tyson to do his podcast. And he showed him this video of Lex playing the guitar in a self-driving car. And Neil, he couldn't have been less interested in it.
That's pretty good. Lex can shred. Give me some of that. You got to listen to this. Listen to this.
To be fair, this, this Eric Tyson, whatever guy, he's a bit of a hater as well, though. He's a little bit of a hater. He wants to be the smartest guy in the room at all times. He's a little bit of a hater. He doesn't like sharing the limelight, you know? I don't know why exactly, but he's a little bit of a hater, this guy.
Have you done Lex's podcast?
No.
You would love him. He's an AI researcher. From MIT originally. Now he's mostly doing independent work and doing his own podcast. And brilliant guy. You would love him. And he's got an amazing podcast, too.
Okay, so here, it's going to be in this section
I don't
here.
think you're interested in Lex's podcast. Seems like he's not paying attention.
No, hang on.
He's acting like he can't hear him. He's acting like he can't hear him, honestly. Oh, he's such a cunt. This is good, though. I like it. Lex needs to be humbled a little bit. This is good. He doesn't give a flying fuck.
I got this.
Lex,
no, thank you for the tip.
I'm trying to get him on, buddy.
I'm trying to get him in.
Lex actually is one of the most brilliant people I know. I think you would love talking to him.
He's completely ignoring. Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't give a fuck. Oh my god.
For an interesting quote here from Walter Bagehot.
And I'm not saying Lex is a bad podcaster, but I don't know why Rogan feels the need to tell everyone they need to go on there. You know, it's not like his podcast is that unique. I mean, it's like the same thing as Rogan's, and Lex has a lot of the same interests. He talks about the same topics, and he's heavily inspired by Rogan. So I don't know why Joe feels like all these people that just did his podcast need to go do another one with this random AI researcher nobody even knew about not too long ago. You know, it'd make more sense if he just had on tech people. But for him to have on somebody like Jocko Willink, that just doesn't seem like something that needs to happen. But I'm sure Rogan set it up and it's probably like, oh, you got to do this podcast. And then he went on there and it seemed like right away he's thinking, why am I here?
Is it tragic or beautiful to you that some of the closest bonds that are formed between people are through war often?
I think it's both tragic and beautiful. and for the obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
What are some of the worst aspects of when you were in Iraq? What are the things that
Jesus Christ, man.
the hardest on you?
Having my guys killed. Hopefully surf if the waves are good.
Surf for
how good are the waves?
Let's say they're good. This is a perfect day. It's a perfect way.
Choco looking at him like, what the fuck is up with this guy? Oh my God.
Waves. Why do you surf?
It's fun.
Okay, this is fun. Okay, man and nature, which is like what surfing is the ultimate, is the power of the infinite power of the ocean versus a little silly looking man on a board.
You could say it's the infinite power of the ocean versus a silly looking man on a board, or you could say it's fun.
And Lex just really wants to be like Rogan. You know, he has a lot of the same interests. He's into jujitsu, comedy, hunting, lifting, and he'll try to convince people that he's an alpha male. Like, he hates the idea of people thinking of him as a nerd or a beta. So he has to remind people that he's an alpha and he has a Rogan inside him and he's a man's man because he likes to lift heavy objects.
Okay, so I love fighting. I've been in street fights my whole life.
No one believes that.
I'm as alpha in everything I do as it gets, and the fact that I
anytime someone has to say this, the fact that he has to mention, like, I don't know, in real life, have you heard of anybody that actually mentions they get into street fights? Is that a thing in normal conversations? I've always been into street fights. I always get like, what is that brag anyway? It's an odd brag anyway to even make. Like, what? Street fights is a sign of masculinity, especially in America. Especially in America, why would you be so keen to get into street fights when people are carrying and shit? Like, why would you want to get into altercations like that? Why is that something to brag about? Huh? But as a grown-ass man, street fights.
Joe Rogan said that I thought Scent of a Woman is a better movie than John Wick.
Mm-hmm.
Put me into this beta category. Like, I'm a total bro in a sense. Like, I may not look like it, but I'm very.
I may not look like it, then you're not a bro. If you don't look like one, then you're not one. It's as simple as that, really, isn't it?
I have like a Rogan inside me, and my dad, like, I really am a man's man, except for the times then like Harvard Square and academia rubs off on me. But for the most part, man's man.
What does a man's man mean? May I?
Jiu-jitsu.
Get granular.
Jiu-jitsu.
There's just a list of stupid shit you do. Like, I like lifting heavy things. I like building stuff. I love the idea of hunting. I love fishing.
I love the idea of hunting. Says no bro ever.
Always been into street fights. Set up a fight league in my mom's closet when I was a kid. Just regular alpha kid stuff.
Exactly. It's just regular alpha kids. You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get it. You're not alpha. You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get it. Street Fight League is hilarious. Big up us others.
Knives and guns and
risk, danger.
Risk and danger, yeah.
Okay, so all like the carnal sort of.
I love fighting, combat, violence.
But not in relationships?
I mean, like, literally getting in a street fight. Just two monkeys going at it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I love it.
The adrenaline.
The adrenaline,
I think Lex liked what he saw in Whitney. I think Whitney liked what she saw in Lex. I sense a little bit of a ding 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 there. I sense something there.
I'm an alpha, you know, like I'm a badder motherfucker than you.
I'm not buying that even remotely.
I hate when
hey,
that's
bro.
not true. Yeah, so he just desperately wants to be seen as an alpha male, and he also probably just wants to get Rogan's acceptance and approval. Like, he's always trying to impress him, but it's just embarrassing if you have to go around telling people you're an alpha male. I guess he just needs to remind people, though. You know, and he also needs to remind people that he has a PhD and he knows what he's talking about.
If you're going to criticize me about my exploration of ideas in Bitcoin, you have to also acknowledge that I'm a human being that got like a PhD in stuff Like I did some hard shit of that. It could be in farming or it could be in whatever. Like I've lived life and I've really thought deeply and I really care. Like I know a lot of shit. And it's possible that I actually have a lot of ideas that you can learn from. Now, if it's
share the ideas, put those ideas into practice, please. Put your money where your mouth is. Stop bloviating, pontificating about nonsense. Where are these things? All you do is podcast, please.
Culture, fine, or if it's artificial intelligence, fine.
Where's this farm?
Like I know what I'm talking
Where's
about.
your own
about
AI?
certain-
Like, where's his own AI, by the way? Where's Lex AI? Where's the own AI he's developing? Where is it? Where's his farm? Where is it? We haven't seen it.
I guess Lex knows what he's talking about because he has a PhD and stuff.
Exactly.
So you could tell he's just really insecure about people not taking him seriously or not thinking he's an intellectual. Just like Eric Weinstein, who still hasn't recovered from Tim Dillon questioning what he's done. And if you want to hear more about that, I covered that whole saga over on Patreon. It was hilarious. I highly recommend it. And there are also over 120 other exclusive videos on there. It's the best way to keep up with the Rogan sphere. If you like this channel, if you like this video.
Big up to Is a Try. I enjoyed that one. That was good. Big up to Is a Try. Big up Blood Clot. Too lazy to try. Big up everyone in the stream chat. Big up Daniel Clements, Wagwan G. Big up Casey Shuffle. I see you. Or Casey Shuffle, yeah. Two Swords. AZ, I get triggered when you say this is an American thing and that's a me problem. Big up, Two Swords. Apologies for that one. Apologies for that, my brother. Okay, moving on. What else we got? Let's quickly go into some stuff I saw on X I want to share with you guys. Number one, have you guys seen this clip? Courtesy of No Jumper. Have you guys seen this clip? Courtesy of No Jumper. Tell me you've not seen this. Tell me you've not seen this clip. It's pretty disgusting and disturbing, but let's watch it anyway.
Crazy game, cuz I can tell y'all.
What can you tell me?
Like on camera, y'all. Like I had some of y'all niggas hoes hitting the whip it, bro. Like I know so me and my partners gonna be at home.
Tell them about that graveyard.
Bro, on my
shit.
dead grandpa, bro. I fucked a girl,
shit.
bro. I fucked a 26-year-old at the graveyard while hitting the whip it, twin.
That's
God Almighty. At graveyard. What was she doing at a graveyard? Was she going to visit somebody at the graveyard? And this kid happened to pull up there? Or did they just pull up at a graveyard and just fuck because there was no one around? And why did she have her kid with her? God Almighty.
Some opium shit.
Bro, her baby right there watching her baby, like she sat the baby down and turned the baby around, like facing the headstone.
That's so demonic ass shit.
Bro, on my mama twin, I let her hit the whip it, so I'm hitting the whip it twin, back shots twin. She didn't even want to see my face game. That was
God Almighty. Whoever that lady is right now, Jesus Christ.
My mama. God, my dead grandpa, everything I love.
Oh man, imagine what kind of drugs that kid's gonna end up doing.
She put the baby down to get hit.
Then the other hoe, twin, the other hoe, she got hitting the whip it too. That little black stink pussy out hoe. That hoe kept hitting the whip it, twin, but she kept saying she from Lakewood, so she did around baby kill. She like Lakewood, let me hit the whip it, Lakewood. That was annoying, bro.
Okay, so I guess whippets make women want to fuck near gravestones, right? Cool, lovely. Good to see the YNs out here doing some niceness. Next clip. We got Fearbug.
What's that? You.
I just called this woman out for throwing her bottle her bottle out of her car window. I handed it back to her, then she threw it right back out. So I went back and over. This is a little bit, people that do this stuff, like, come on, get a life. You know what I mean? I know it's annoying people throwing litter out their window, but I don't know if this is a scare or if this is real even, but this is a little bit R-worded. It's a little bit R-worded.
You just threw fucking litter out of the car. Please take it back. I'm trying to be nice.
Oh, thank you.
Please don't throw it at me. Just do the right thing. Just do the right thing and don't litter.
Do the right thing and mind your business.
It is my business. I just saw. This is everyone shares. Everyone just shares this. I just asked you the same thing.
Okay, great.
Thank you. You're gonna throw it back outside. Really? Please don't do that.
Such a child.
Be mindful. We all share this planet. Don't litter.
Oh. Don't be like this woman. Okay, cool. That's a bit lame. People doing this, like going around policing people throwing litter out their window, is a little bit R-worded. Like, come on, get a life, brother. Get a life. Halle Berry kissing Adrian Brody on the mouth while his wife just stands there. Like, Hollywood is a weird place, isn't it? Could you imagine this happening in your life? Could you imagine your wife, your girlfriend, your husband, your boyfriend allowing you to just kiss another person on the lips like this because you had some moment where you did it in the past? I'm assuming it's happened in the past, right? She's recreating something that happened ages ago at some other Oscars event. And this is not on stage, by the way. This is just behind the scenes at the red carpet. Sorry, she just walks up to fucking Adrian Brody and gives him a proper kiss on the lips while his wife is standing right there. This one in the black dress. God Almighty. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. You know, I had to do that. Like, what? Don't get me wrong, you know, Halle Berry kisses me on the lips. I'm not complaining either. But Jesus Christ, brother. How is that okay? How is that okay? And I like how he didn't hesitate as well, by the way. Adrian Brody didn't even hesitate. He didn't even hesitate. He went for it. He went straight for it too. He didn't hesitate. Pick up Adrian Brody not even hesitating and going straight for the kiss, closing his eyes. Honestly, God Almighty, bro. Allegedly, Adrian Brody's wife is Harvey Weinstein's ex-wife, the one that said she had no idea what was going on. That's a little bit suspect. You know, Harvey Weinstein's ex-wife is Adrian Brody's new wife, which is a bit weird in itself, but God Almighty. And he kissed her again, by the way. He kissed her again on the cheek, on the forehead. I'm assuming. Fuck yeah, now. Okay. Fair play, man. Fair play, I guess, isn't it? Actor's gonna actor. Actor's gonna actor. Wish that could happen to normal people, but it doesn't. Next we got this video of Casey Anthony. You remember her? The woman who allegedly killed her daughter but got away with it. She's now becoming a lawyer, or she's offering some sort of law advice or something. I don't know what the fuck this is about. I don't know what she's doing, but she announced it on her TikTok and it's gone kind of viral. Casey Anthony, known as America's most hated mom, has said she now is a legal advocate supporting women's rights in LGBTQ causes. Like, why are we just go away, man? Just leave us alone. For goodness sake, leave us alone, please. What is this? What is she trying to do here? I don't understand this.
We're sweat to death. Okay. Today is Saturday, March 1st, 2025. This is my first of probably many recordings on a series that I'm starting. I am a legal advocate. I am a researcher. I've been in the legal field since 2011. And in this capacity, I feel that it's necessary, if I'm going to continue to operate appropriately as a legal advocate, that I start to advocate for myself and also advocate for my daughter. For those of you who don't know, my name is Casey Anthony. My daughter is Kaylee Anthony. My parents are George and Cindy Anthony. This is not about them. This is not in response.
Didn't you say you're advocating for your daughter? Now it's not about your daughter.
To anything that they have said or done. That's not to say that I'm not going to respond at some point to some of the things that they have said and done. The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give a voice to people.
Yo, big up drop for MIA, bro. I saw her parents at the public once during the trials back in 2008 in East Orlando when I lived out there, and there was paparazzi and media following them. Wild times, yeah, pretty wild times. It's still crazy how she got away with it, to be fair. It's still crazy how she got found, I guess, innocent or not guilty in the court of law, considering all the evidence against her. Like, she got away with it. She got away with that one. Most people are under the assumption that she definitely got away with that one.
Give people tools and resources that they can utilize so they actually know where they can turn to. So with that, please join me on Substack. If you have questions, I will set up an email address where we can correspond directly up until the...
I keep saying she's leave us alone, but I wonder if she can't leave us alone. You know? I wonder if she has to do this because she can't actually get a regular job. Anytime she tries to get a regular job, people Google her name and you know, everything comes up. I wonder if this is why she constantly has to do these sort of like, I feel like I feel like every other year, or it feels like, or maybe a few months, there's some sort of ruse, there's some sort of hustle, there's something she's trying to do on social media. So maybe this is the reason why, because she can't hold down an actual job.
At this point, that has never happened, and it's only going to be on a limited basis regarding legal issues, legal matters. One of the main reasons that I'm doing this, there are people close to me who have been targeted and attacked recently. There are also people close to me who have had some recent things occur, and when necessary, people needed to step up, myself included. So as a proponent for the LGBTQ community, for our legal community, women's rights, I feel that it's important that I use this platform that was thrust upon me and now look at as a blessing as opposed to the curse that it has been since 2008. With that, these aren't going to be perfect. They're not going to be edited. Most of the time, they're not going to be short. But I am proverbially standing in the light, embracing this piece, still going to keep my privacy intact. So you will get very comfortable with my car, and
having to sit in your car and doing these is probably a sign that no one should be taking any legal advice from you, to be honest. You know, you don't have any office, there's nowhere you could call this except for your car. I don't know, man. I'm not going for your, maybe there's a reason, maybe some people could go for a legal advice because she did technically get away with killing her kid, allegedly. So maybe there are some people that believe that she might know what she's talking about. But legal advocacy, I don't even know what that means. Are you a lawyer? Are you practicing law? Where are your credentials, if any? Like, what the fuck are you even talking about?
I will explain in great detail why it's so important for people to protect their privacy.
Okay.
It's not just important to public figures, it's even more important to private individuals. Okay. And with the current climate in our country especially, it's that much more important, which is why I am utilizing the Substack platform. Yes, I am advertising this and publishing this on TikTok, possibly also through other meta platforms, but my intention is to separate from that and showcase even more why Substack is such an important resource for people to utilize moving forward. Anyway, I appreciate your time, and we'll see how this goes.
Wild woman, man. Wild lady. Wild lady, man. She's still out here smiling, smirking, having a good time, and people are suggesting that she allegedly may or may not have killed her daughter. Anyways, moving on. Next clip here features a couple of streamers who got stream sniped, and it turned into a very threatening and scary situation. Courtesy of Fearbuck, a stream sniper just threatened the lives of VALKYRAE, CINNA, and EMIRU, and chased them down on stream. I'm not gonna lie, especially some of these girls are, you know, constantly crying and complaining online about shit. But I can understand why a lot of streamers, especially women, have a hard time doing IRL streams, because the amount of freakish weirdo guys that exist out there is crazy. And even more so, add that to the top of the guys who simp and who kind of are infatuated with and obsessed with female streamers. Those are another level of creeps. There's regular creeps that already exist, but the guys who really go out their way to be the main pay pigs and, you know, the reply guys and whatever, and think they're in a fucking some sort of relationship with these girls from afar, they're the really fucking whack job ones. So I don't blame girls who are really hesitant on doing the whole IRL stream thing, because this is what you have to deal with outside if you do step outside. Look at this scary shit. Walking around, minding their business. With their hoods on, with their glasses. Head down.
I think we're just gonna go. Let's go. Oh, no, we're not.
What? What's happening? Is someone there?
No. What's up, bro? Hey, excuse me? No. Security? Emily, no. Hey, stop. Whoa.
Let's fucking fight right now.
What?
Right.
Get away from
now.
Hey, Security! He's harassing us.
What's going on? What's going on, man? Right now.
I'll kill you right now. I'll kill you right now. I'll kill you right now. Jesus Christ.
Security, please, please. Security.
Whoa. Whoa.
Threatening to kill us. Him.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, they're offline, they come back online. That doesn't. I want to see the full context. Let me see the full context. Big up Fearbuck. We are okay heading home with police. This is the. Let's see the full altercation. I want to see the full altercation. Oh my god. So they're walking around the pier somewhere.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Oh god.
Oh god, yes, that is.
This is a stream sniper.
Can I sing for a change?
That's a stream sniper, right? He looks a little bit unhinged, I'm not gonna lie. From the eyes alone, he looks a little bit like he's not all there. I'm not gonna lie. He looks like he's not all there from the eyes alone.
A change for the better, as you would say.
Okay.
And the change would be for her number.
Oh.
If you'd like it, can I get your number?
I don't have a phone.
Wait, put your number in mine.
I don't know how to use a phone. I'm sorry.
Wait, so I'm gonna keep following her.
Oh God Almighty! This is so uncomfortable already. This is so bitterly uncomfortable.
I'm gonna keep following her.
Not another one. I know. You're gonna have to get in line. There's too many stalkers.
That's not how you really riz.
Bro, what the fuck?
That's not the riz.
Get behind me. Okay.
So it was kind of jokey at first. It seemed like it. I think the girls should have maybe ran away sooner and not entertained him. But again, they're doing a stream. They're trying to be entertaining. But it seemed kind of jokey at first. Hey, no, I don't use my phone. Letting him down easily. Not being super mean about it. Ha ha, he. He was also kind of being a bit weird, but you know, laughing kind of. I don't know what's going on there. And how did this escalate so quickly? How did he go from that to like, I'm gonna shoot you or something? What?
Oh my god.
Kendrick.
Are we getting churros?
Kendrick, add it into the list.
Thanks for coming in, lady.
Thank you so much.
Also, what's the cameraman doing, by the way? Is that a dude? What was the cameraman doing? These are your fucking bosses. Like, you're working for them. Why aren't you stepping in line and protecting them from this fucking psycho anyway? Or getting them out of there as soon as possible? The cameraman guy is a fucking waste of space.
We'll see you tomorrow and take care.
Wait, can we get churros or no? Yes, right here. Oh. You can also get them from the vendors. Ooh, it might be better with the vendors. I didn't see any churro vendors though. Did you? There was one.
They look really nervous though. They look really nervous and they keep looking around. I don't know if they're looking around because they're worried the guy's gonna come back, or if they're the feeling he was gonna come back. I don't know. They keep looking around a lot.
You need, yeah. Do you want some sunglasses?
Oh, he's there again, isn't he?
You like me?
Look how nervous they look, man.
Incognito time. Stand behind me.
What is happening?
I'm gonna keep following her. Yeah. Where's your little Glock? I mean the lighter. I'll beat him if I have to. Forgot we're in public. No, I'll beat.
Also, they had a Glock. Someone had a gun then, I'm guessing.
I mean.
So they were waiting to get churros. They felt uncomfortable because they were standing there exposed and the guy was probably loitering around.
What's good?
They see him again.
I think we're just gonna go.
Okay, they see him again.
Oh no, we're not. Hey, excuse me? No! Security? Emily, no! Hey, stop! Whoa!
Let's fucking fight right now.
What?
Right.
Get away from
Hey, what's going on?
Security! He's harassing us.
What's going on? What's going on, man? Right now. I'll kill you right now. I'll kill you right now.
I'll kill you right now.
Security, please,
God
please!
Almighty.
Security! Is this guy threatening to kill us? Him.
I'm gonna kill you right now. Fucking hell. Some guys don't get numbers and they go fucking crazy. He crashed out over that. Wow. And then what's the update? CINNA and VALKYRAE reveal that they are now safe. So let's get the statement here from them. Jesus Christ, bro. We are all okay and we've been with the police. We decided that we're done with the marathon and need time to process. Oh, come on. This is a little bit insane again. This probably... Maybe they're really shaking up, but you're gonna finish the whole. So this is, I guess, this is a March marathon, streaming every day, and I guess they're now giving up on the marathon because of that one really bad interaction they had with that guy, which is unfortunate. To be fair, we decided we're done with the marathon and need time to process. Thank you for all the love and support this past week. We had so much fun and hope you enjoyed. CINNA replies and says, "Hey everyone, we're safe. Unfortunately, we have to end the marathon. We need time to process this. Thank you for the love and support." But this is also coming off the back of, I think one of these girls was complaining about CINNA and all the male streamers being way more famous than the girl ones. And I think some of the discourse online that I saw was a lot of these girl streamers don't put a lot of effort into what they do. So it's quite ironic, isn't it? Like the one time they put effort in, the one time they step out to do some like IRL content and, you know, whatever, they interact with the most weirdest guy ever who threatens to kill them, you know? Like the one moment they step outside and try to do something different, they get threatened with their lives. Absolutely wild times, man. Absolutely wild times. You could definitely see why I don't think they have any excuse not to put any effort into their content when they're at home, because, you know, CINNA, all those guys do massive fucking productions in terms of set designs and Airbnbs and backdrops and shit. These girls don't really do much, which I don't blame them either. You know, if you can get money for just like exposing your shoulders and sitting behind a desk and getting fucking tons of donors, why not do it, you know? But I don't think you have the place to complain if you're not making an effort, or if you don't want to make the effort. But when they do step outside, you can't deny that it's a completely different world for a woman out there. It's a completely different world. Like, to be outside streaming with your camera in hand, you're really playing with fire. You're really rolling the dice. Unless you got security, unless you got a strap or something, like, there's no telling who you're gonna interact with. If it's not a stream sniper, there's no telling. And I'm hoping this is not staged. I'm hoping this is not some skit. This actually happened, because if it did happen, it's fucking wild to see what actually goes on there with women streamers. It's not the same thing. So what's her name called? VALKYRAE addresses the backlash she and CINNA and EMIRU are facing over the stalker incident, where their lives are threatened on stream last night, calling out the misogyny and people blaming them instead of the man responsible. I don't think anyone's blaming them instead of the man. I think some people might have some suspicions about why they're quitting the whole marathon, though. You know, should you quit the marathon really after that one interaction? Maybe not, but let's see what she said here. What's her statement? So big up. This is Ray. Honestly, fuck all of you blaming our employees for not doing enough, or our team worked hard to help us with this marathon and did their best for being put on the spot. To be fair, the guy cameraman should have been a bit more vocal in getting that guy away from you. He might have been doing it off camera, but he seemed kind of quiet. He seemed like he was too busy capturing what was going on, you know? If that's a guy working with those girls, he should view them as his sisters, you know? Like, they're his family. He should be going out of his way to help them and make sure they're okay. Especially that guy looked a bit scrawny and small anyway. You shouldn't be that intimidated by him, but hey. No means no. You're not entitled to anybody. The fact that this man threatened our lives after being rejected while we were in a group in public and live on stream just shows the harsh reality women live in. This happens off camera to women all the time. Seeing accounts that have harassed us for a 10-second clip on downtime during a 24/7 stream, accusing us of just begging for subs, women do nothing, to them farming engagement for this stalker situation while we IRL stream, has been so sad to see. So people, I don't know, you're allowed to call somebody out, but then when they get into a situation that's clearly troubling, also highlight it. I don't think that's a bad thing in general. I don't think it's a bad thing that people are calling them out, because I think that they've called them out because there's that what's her name, that Pokemon. I think Pokemon was the one that was complaining about male streamers getting highlighted and you know, women don't get enough for highlighting, whatever it may be. And I think some people rightly said, yeah, men have to do a lot more for the money basically on stream. You'd imagine the attention, which might explain why Kai and all those guys do massive productions and shit. But I also don't blame the girls for not giving a fuck and not putting much effort in, because if you can just get out your toes, if you can get a bit of cleavage and still get a bunch of donors and sponsors, I don't understand why you wouldn't do that. Why would you go out of your way to invest in this production and set design. If you could just, you know, show some ankles and some elbow and people get fucking excited. I think both things can be true, but what do I know? It continues. Seeing accounts using my friends and I for faking this, accusing us of faking this and blaming us instead of questioning the man's behavior has been embarrassing to see. I don't think that's true. I see a ton of posts of people saying they would have fucked him up if he was here. They would have beat his head in. I've seen some people saying the same sort of thing, like, "Oh my god, that guy infuriates me. I want to fucking cave his head in." I've seen loads of that. I've learned it doesn't matter how much I accomplish in this industry or how much I try to gain respect. Some men will hate women and blame women for no matter the situation. What? How does this turn into like a fucking gender war thing? Everyone's calling out this guy for being awful. Huh? While it may be discouraging, I hope anybody reading this does not quit doing what makes them happy because of misinformation, hate. As much as you can see, some hate is inevitable. But aren't you guys quitting a marathon? You're telling people not to quit their dreams, but you're quitting a marathon. This clip doesn't show the rest of what happened after we cut the camera, but I feel like what was shown was important to witness. I'm so relieved that we're alive and will be even more cautious and safe in the future. Hope other women and streamers learn from seeing this interaction and also to be aware that this can happen to anybody anywhere. Stay safe. Okay, maybe don't say it happened to anybody anywhere, you know, it's a bit of a bad omen there, but hey, what do I know? And then they got on stream and explain what happened. So this is CINNA and VALKYRAE or Ray talking about what happened, breaking down in tears. Let's see what they have to say.
Ray is here, and also Emmy is safe. Yes. She just, you know, she needs time to process it and stuff, and we are all very much still in shock, so please forgive us if we are emotional, but we are not.
We literally were like, let's try to like keep it together.
We are very much in shock, and we need you guys to know it like that clip does not do it justice for how scary it was. It was.
Come on, girls, man. Come on. Come on, girls. Come on. Let's relax.
Show everything that happened.
Come on,
we
girls.
We just want to use it as like a learning situation because we see a lot of people saying like, oh, I would have done this if I was there, but you have no idea how fast it really happened.
No, we saw the video. It wasn't that fast. We saw what was happening. We saw what was playing out. It wasn't that fast. The guy was a creep waiting like on the side of the street, like knelt down, squatting, waiting for you guys to pass, watching you via his phone, stream sniping you, saying some weird shit. Yes, they entertained the conversation, but it seemed pretty obvious from the offset that the guy was a bit of a weirdo. He clearly followed them from behind. That's why they kept turning around, and they probably should have made, you know, adjustments or movements to go somewhere else, or made it clear that they didn't want to talk to him anymore. Like, it wasn't that quickly. It was pretty, you know, it was a pretty obvious to read escalation of events, to be fair. But this reaction is, it's a little bit, you know, it's a little bit over the top.
We did not know that it was even the same guy up until he made the original thread about following us. We didn't click it.
He changed clothes, apparently, which was insane.
Yeah. So if you guys...
What changed clothes? Wasn't he this? They sat down, went to the churros place, and he followed them clearly because they kept turning around. How did he get time to change clothes in the minute that he was there?
You guys don't know, he met us earlier, like 30 minutes before.
Okay. Oh, okay. That's what they mean. Okay, so but the weird interaction I think happened when he was kneeling down on the floor and he looked the same. So I don't understand what this other thing about not knowing what he was wearing. Like, what? Another one. CINNA and Ray cry while talking about the aftermath. Let's see this one. More crying.
He kept running and trying to get something out of his pocket. And like I said, like, you guys, when that clip cuts off, like, we had to run into a store screaming that somebody was going to kill us so that somebody would step in and let us in the back. And we were lucky that one of the workers, who was not like questioning us, actually like believed us, and he put us all in the back. And,
you're not allowed to question me. So if you run into a store screaming someone's gonna kill you and somebody asks who, that's not a good thing. You're just meant to let them be like, what? Like, I don't want to know what's going on. Like, you could just be somebody just chatting shit. I'm happy they're alive and they're safe, but I don't know, man. These girls are funny, man.
They're panicked. They didn't know what to do, so they tried to bring us behind the buildings to help us, but we didn't know where he was. I think when we went in the store, he backed off because it was a lot of people.
So what they did, they brought them in the back and put them in the alleyway, directly in the line where he wanted them to be, some dark alleyway or something. What happened?
And so we don't know where he was. We didn't know where he went, and we had to beg the workers to hide us because they kept trying to tell us that it's not their fault, but they kept trying to get us to go back around where it happened and saying that he was gone, but we said we didn't know if he was gonna come back. And so we had to hide in a shed for 15 minutes until the cops came.
We were
like a poor. They had to be in the shed like a poor, like a peasant. They had to stay. The shed didn't even have Wi-Fi.
It was.
I'm glad they're alive and they're happy and they're safe, but God Almighty, ladies, come on, man, come on now. It's still a different experience streaming as a woman. I get it, but it's serious. It's more than that serious, you know. It's more than that serious situation. Maybe they need to change and adjust how they roll instead. I see that those guys have security, some big buff security guys that walk around when they're outside. Why don't these girls do it? They're probably very well off and very well paid, you know, top, you'd imagine, girl streamers. Why don't they have like one big dude, black guy or something, just like, you know, chaperoning them around places, when, especially if they're streaming at night? Maybe during the daytime it's okay, but if you're streaming during the night, surely you should have some security with you. Just one person that can fend off weirdos and shit. And then you can just concentrate on doing the content. It shouldn't be that difficult to split a fee for a security guard between 3 people. You know? Again, male streamers do it and they can, you can imagine, handle themselves a lot better than these girls can. But they don't. I wonder why. I wonder why they're adverse to it. Maybe unfortunately the guy security guards also hit on them or something. Maybe that's the reason. But yeah, what can happen? Another girl streamer got into some altercation. This one I'm not too sure if I believe this. I'm not too sure. So this is AMOURANTH just released footage of being chased down by masked gunmen who broke into her home, attempted to rob her of crypto, including the moment one of them was shot by her. So it looks like she got what? She got robbed. And then she ran. No, it looks like she got robbed in public. Then they made her go to her house. She ran to her house to show them where the money was. And when she went back to her house, she got her gun and started shooting them. I'm not too sure what's going on here. I'm very confused. But you see her running across this video, and then you hear shots being fired, and you obviously see the guys following her with balaclavas on. I don't know what happened here. I don't know if this is real or if she made it up, but this is the clip. I guess that's her dogs. Is that her house? Maybe is that her whole thing? Her house. This is her front porch. So that's her running there.
Oh, right here. It's in here.
That's the robbers. It's in here. It's in here.
I'm so sorry. Come on. Go.
They go inside. They close the door. And then shots are fired. Shots are fired. So they ran away. I don't know. It sounds believable because if it's believable, she's very clever. She's very clever, right? If it's believable, because it looks like the dogs are out there with her. So maybe she was taking the dogs out on a walk, and then these guys jumped her and tried to get money off her, but she didn't have anything on her. And then they convinced her, hey, go back to your house and give us your crypto or your cash. She goes running back to her crib, and then when she gets into her crib, she knows where the guns are at, and she pulls on that and starts shooting at the guys. That's kind of sick if that happened the way it did. Right? That is kind of sick. If she did lead them back into the crib, knowing full well she's going to pull out a strap and kill them. Or shoot at them. That's pretty gangster. But I don't know if this is real or not. I don't know. I don't know if this is real or not. I really fucking don't know. Big up Don Doctor. This is one's actually real. Amaranth is famous and loaded, but yeah, famous and loaded. But this should be a good lesson, man. Stop flexing online, because I've seen her flexing cash that she's received from, you know, pay pigs and shit. I think the flexing online thing, especially for some of these streamers, like you gotta chill, man. People are hungry out here. People are desperate. You gotta fucking chill. This flexing and all this shit online is just not a good idea. Not a good idea in the slightest. I just don't know if it's real. Big up SRZ. AZDC, the smoke shop robbery. Yeah. Of course I saw that. Of course, yep. Of course. Allegedly, those guys are still alive. You know. Big up SRZ. Allegedly, they're still alive. They're in critical condition, but they're still alive. I think someone said it's something about the bullet. The bullets that were used, or the ammunition, was a certain type that doesn't actually kill you as easily as even a straight shot to the head won't actually pierce your skull, which is fucking wild, or won't kill you instantly as maybe it shouldn't. Which I didn't know that was I didn't know it was that important to have fucking that. Yo, big up Ricky Pitcher in the stream chat. Welcome Ricky Pitcher. I didn't know. No, Robert. It was like it was a certain millimeter. I forgot what it was. There was a certain bullet that the kid used allegedly in that gun. That meant even though he shot the two guys point blank, one of them I think in the abdomen, another one in the head, they're still alive somehow. Yeah, maybe it was a 22. That's the one. 22. That's the one. Big up Ricky Pitcher. Yeah, that's the one. I think it was a 22, and the kid's still alive now. Wild. Amaranth just revealed that she was robbed and pistol whipped during a home invasion. She was then pulled out of bed and demanded to hand over crypto. Okay, so this is a video again of her talking about it. Oh no, it's the aftermath of the thing with the police, I guess, there. Oh, so that's her crib. So what happened then? So why is she running across the front courtyard of her crib? I don't understand. I'm being robbed at gunpoint. She's live tweeting this. I believe I shot one of them. They wanted crypto, is what they were yelling. They pulled me out of bed. This is not a prank. Help. I'm covered in blood, but only some of it is mine. I'll update y'all later. Was at gunpoint. They gave me a phone and said log in with a gun to my head. I tweet because calling would be a death sentence. They pistol whipped me, but I got one. I'm bleeding, but stable. Going to. I don't know, man. I don't know about this. You're being robbed at gunpoint and you start tweeting. What? It sounds believable because people nowadays are so terminally online. This could be believable, but I don't know, man. This sounds weird. This woman's always like doing some sort of prank or something. I don't know. I don't know. I want to believe that she shot these guys. That would be super gangster if she did. If she led them to her crib or led them to her fucking gun room or something inadvertently and just started blasting. I'd fucking love that to be true, but I don't know. It just seems weird. Why would you be live tweeting? Obviously you guys have seen this, right? The stuff about Black Sam and fucking Rockstar at the opening of the, what do you call it, Nipsey Hussle burger shop place. I'm not sure what it's actually called. Oh, it's called Marathon Burger. I respect this. I'm not gonna lie. I respect this. I like this. It's actually been quite disheartening to see. It's actually been really disheartening to see the amount of disrespect that's been leveled against Nipsey Hussle post his death. And he died in tragic fucking circumstances. It's been quite sad to see so many people disrespecting his legacy, you know, stories, whatever, people claiming they have videotapes of certain things. No one really standing up for him, I don't think, or standing up for his name or defending his honor in any way, shape or form, except for obviously Black Sam and a few other people. But there's not really been everybody kind of barking back the same way other people are levying rumors out there about him. So it's good to see Black Sam doing what a real big brother would do and defending the honor of his late brother by not allowing somebody like Rockstar, who was keying, ha-haing, playing touch button whack, who said some really horrible things about, you know, Nipsey Hussle over the years. And obviously he's not happy about him, you know what I mean, being there. I think Rockstar should have read the situation better. I think he should have known beforehand. Rocking up there would have been a bad idea. But I also think it's a good thing to see in general that Nipsey Hussle's legacy is being somewhat defended. It's just unfortunate how it's happening, because I feel like this level of like mocking and marking out is what led to Nipsey Hussle's death. Let's be real. Like, if we believe the rumors, Nipsey Hussle allegedly, I think, told that guy, I think I forgot his name, Eric Holder, I think his name was, right? I think he was, I think he basically called him out for being a snitch or something around those kind of lines. When Eric Holder went up to him to dap him up, you know, Nipsey Hussle kind of gave him the cold shoulder and said something about him being a snitch or something along those kind of lines, which then inevitably led to Eric Holder going and getting the strap, feeling embarrassed and shooting the kid. I think another rumor is that Eric Holder's girl that was with him at the time said that Nipsey had looked cute or something when they were sitting in the car, and that got him riled up. But you know, this situation led to Nipsey's death, and Sir Black Sam's doing the same thing. But I understand why he's doing it. But this altercation took place outside of the Marathon Burger shop that just opened in LA, and I guess Rockstar wanted to pop up to get a burger, and he got told, "You're not welcome."
I'm in LA. Nipsey Hussle's brother, and he opened up a new burger stand.
Beat that shit all out the framework. You what you say on my name, no? I figured you know how this get done. I mean, you're watching your chain, bro. That's what I'm calling my cat, though. No, that ain't what you want, nigga. That ain't, because I've been giving, I've been watching, nigga. That ain't what you want. That ain't what you want, nigga. No, get on that.
And I think Black Sam is basically saying to Rockstar, like, if you're really about defending Nipsey's honor, if you're really about being a brother to Nipsey, then you should be out here getting it cracking, which is essentially you should be out here putting some numbers up on a scoreboard to even it out in terms of what happened to Nipsey, which is kind of wild to be telling somebody to go out there and start fucking sliding for Nipsey, right? If you're really about this, if you really want to have my respect, if you really want to be welcome back in here, but I rate the energy, I'm not going to lie. They killed his brother, man. I rate the energy. They killed his brother at the end of the day. You know what I mean? They killed his fucking brother. I rate the fucking energy. I rate the energy completely. I rate it.
That's what all my niggas are. Hey, watch out, watch out. No, listen, bro. I'm done with it. It's life and action. When the niggas like some around. The niggas talking about bro, get cracked. No, we can't holler. Yeah, we go. You coming right here, nigga. Look, holler about bro. The nigga got it. Show me though, nigga. I don't know. The demonstration. You talking to small niggas disrespectful, bro. Did you get cracked?
Big up Asad Aziz. It's not what he's saying, AZ. He's saying Rockstar is cool with Whack and Buddy would whack this the main times. No, I swear I'm sure there's a clip where he's saying then get it cracking. Something about Rockstar saying no, but I'm like I'm down, I'm with you guys. Nipsey's my guy, and I think Black Sam is saying something along the lines of like, no, but I don't know though. I don't know. If I need to, you gotta show me, you gotta get it cracking, something like that. I'm pretty sure I saw a clip, it's just along the kind of lines. I could be mistaken, but I think I heard something along those kind of lines. Where Rockstar saying, no, I've got his back and shit. He's like, no, you haven't. No, you haven't. I haven't seen it. Something like that. Maybe it'll come up in this clip. Other angles. Oh, and by the way, there's another rumor out there, which I don't believe, by the way. I think this is Rockstar just trying to save face. I think Rockstar put this rumor out there to save face, but there's a rumor out there that allegedly Rockstar sold this footage. He's the one that had the original footage and he sold it. And this is when it went viral. I don't believe that's in the slightest, personally. I think it's really embarrassing. I think he's just trying to save face, but there's a rumor out there that Rockstar filmed this footage. I think Rockstar's girl or somebody filmed the footage originally and then sold it. It's like, really? Okay, big up Assad. Yeah, that means check people that are sitting around and talking to Clubhouse and other platforms, which could mean a lot of things, not just pop people. But we know what it means. Come on, Assad. We know what it means. I don't think Black Sam wants Black Rockstar to just, be on some checking people shit. I think he wants him to crash out, which I understand, because if it was my brother, I'd want his friends to crash, his alleged friends to crash out on him too, because they grew up together, didn't they? Come on, like I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. I'm interpreting it as Black Sam wanting him to crash out in honor of Nipsey, but if it's not the case, fair enough. But I get it. Either way.
Rockstar. What's the issue?
I don't know.
To be fair as well, thinking about it though, considering because I don't know, I've been in some dicey situations myself, and I can tell by the look on some of these guys' faces that these guys are like Black Sam friends. One of that young kid at the side there also is looking for any excuse to do something. I think a lot of these people are involved are on Black Sam's side. So I think Rockstar actually got away quite lightly here. I'm not going to lie. Because I think if Rockstar would have intimated, would have even tried to give a little inkly, a little bit of energy that he wanted to get physical or aggressive back. Because it seemed that Rockstar was like, cop and please. I think he would have got he would have got his head caved in at the side of that sidewalk. But I think Black Sam was very conscious. It's the opening of this burger place in honor of his brother. The marathon continues. He didn't want any violence, but he had to check him. But I also think if Rockstar showed any slight hint of aggression, I think a lot of these guys around Black Sam who are looking very twitchy and who are looking for any excuse, they would have crashed out on Rockstar. So I think it actually ended pretty well. I think all in all, I think Rockstar got checked. Black Sam got his point across. And, you know, everything kind of got left the way it is. This could have ended very violently for Rockstar. I'm not going to lie. He should be thankful.
Family affair. Rockstar.
What's the issue?
I don't know.
Because these guys look very...
Let's clear it out. This is a family affair. Family affair. It ain't supporting me, nigga. Get cracking for both, nigga. That's what it's about, nigga.
To be fair, it's always like this anyway. It's always like that. It's always the one that you least expect. That's the one that's really about that. Black Sam seems like he's on business. I'm not gonna lie. He seems like he's on business. Like Nipsey was known to have a bit of a short fuse, but Black Sam looks like he's got a bit of a short fuse himself. Oh God Almighty!
I know. All right, so
so embarrassing.
Let's just get to that.
So embarrassing. So embarrassing.
We all tripping on that, bro. We don't fuck with you. You know that, bro. We tripping on that. Hey, listen, bro. Listen, bro. Listen, bro. Listen. If the nigga ain't demonstrating for hustle, this is what I'm telling you. Don't come over here. Don't.
Oof. He got marked out, innit? Look how he's barking in his face. Look how he's barking in his face. God Almighty. There's no way you can try and spin this as a good thing, man. God Almighty, Rockstar.
Come over here trying to then guess what? Go do something and come back. Go get cracking and come back. That's what I said, bro.
Go get cracking and come back. Go get cracking and come back. Yo. What are you talking? You know what I said? Go get cracking and then come back and I might give you a burger. I might give you a burger. Go get cracking and I might give you a fucking burger. Oh.
Listen, we're not big. Trying to holler at you, bro. It ain't hollering at me. A nigga disrespect, bro. You do what you supposed to. Who disrespect, bro, to me? Don't nobody disrespect, bro. Any nigga that disrespect, bro, when you in their presence, you better smash.
You see what I see? You see what he's saying? Any nigga that disrespect bro in your presence, you better smash. So all those times he was on fucking Clubhouse or whatever else, Twitter Spaces, he-heing and kiki-keying with Wax saying whatever crazy shit you're saying about Nip, he never smashed, he never crashed. So here we are. Here we are, man. You can't... I think it's... maybe it's not okay because they're friends and they grew up together, but if you're going to play that role and you want to be in the middle and you want to be a commentator or whatever he's being, Rockstar, and you don't want to get involved in the politics of whatever, then don't turn up to these events. Like, this is stupid. You can't have it all, bro. You have to not even pick a side. You have to be conscious of how people view certain things, man. We got King Bayou.
Go pew pew and maybe you won't get jumped. Sheesh.
Exactly. Exactly. Hood politics is so funny, man. Road rules, isn't it? Gangster rules is so harsh. Exactly. Go pew pew and you might not get jumped and you might get a burger. Might is the important word here. Might. You might get a burger and we might not rush you. But you have to go and pew pew.
Ain't nobody disrespected, bro, in my prison. I'm talking on the internet. When you see that internet shit is weak, bro. When you see it get cracked. When you see it get cracked, I can't tell. You know what's happening. I can't tell, nigga. You know what's happening. What's gonna happen to Black Sam? I can't tell. You really doing it. What's gonna happen to Black Sam?
I can't tell. I can't tell.
I know. All right, so we're gonna holler.
I can't tell. Oh. You know where my heart's at. I can't tell. This is my favorite part, by the way. This is my favorite part. They escort him on the other side of the street. This is my favorite part. They not only deny him entry, they also escort him to the other side of the street. So embarrassing, man.
You gotta go, bro. I got you. Come on, come on, come on. I got you.
I'm not gonna lie, I'd rather get beaten up. Rush me. Rush me. I'd rather get rushed. This is so embarrassing.
You gotta go, bro. You gotta go, bro. You gotta go, bro. I got you, DA. You gotta go, bro. Come on. Hey, Black Sam, so you gotta go, bro. Black Sam, so you gotta go.
This guy's ready to crash, by the way. This guy here in the middle, who's getting in between them, he's ready to crash. If this Rockstar guy tries anything, any physicality, tries to get any bit of aggressive, I know he's viewing him up, he knows it's not a problem. But if he felt like Rockstar was trying to do anything violent, he would have crashed on him. You know it. He would have crashed instantly on him. This guy's glasses would have been all over the shop. Yeah, this is the video. This is the one I love. Where they escorted him across the street. Fucking embarrassing, man. And that's obviously a picture there with him standing with Thingy posing. There's Rockstar there.
Damn, are they really doing this in the middle of West Hollywood? Like, can you guys not do that?
Look, they screw him up. Look. By the way, I'm not gonna lie, I don't believe a lot of these guys when it comes to some of their gangs or whatever it may be. Maybe if they got guns, because look how Rockstar's built. Like, this guy hasn't done a single push-up, sit-up in his life, innit? Like, they are like very unfit dudes, a lot of these guys, isn't it? I wonder, when did that become trendy? When did it become trendy for like gangsters not to be in some level of good physical condition? To not have any kind of cardio, to not have any muscles, like just to be like pudgy and flubby and fat and uncoordinated. Like, how are you meant to fight that way? Like, how are you meant to like keep, how are you meant to like fight at all or squabble if you're built like that? Like, what squabble? What are you looking for? Just one hit bangs? Is that what you're looking for? Like, there's no way this guy can fight for more than 2 minutes. Zero. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. Look at this. Look at Black Sam escorting him across the other side of the street forcibly.
You not. I don't fuck with you, nigga, either, nigga. Nigga, be on my motherfucking line.
Where's he going? Oh, no. Rockstar. That is not Rockstar etiquette. God almighty, that's embarrassing. Why did he even go, man? Why did he even go? That is so embarrassing, bro. They escorted him to the other side of the street. Like, that's worse than getting beaten up, honestly. I'd rather get slapped up. I'd rather get slapped up. I'd rather get kicked. I'd rather get punched. I'd rather get smushed. All those things than have people like escort me across the other side of the street. And say you're not welcome in my fucking burger restaurant. Like, honestly, do you know how embarrassing that is? Do you know how embarrassing that is? Honestly, on the other side of the pavement, like, no, not you, not you. You stay there. Shit. Oh, that is so embarrassing, man. You gotta feel for Rockstar, innit? You gotta feel for him, but what a fucking idiot. I don't know why he turned up there, by the way. What a dum-dum. And I think there's a response from him here. Yeah, Rockstar's response. Rockstar spills the beans on his heated clash with Black Sam at the Marathon Burger. Let's see what he has to say.
You know, today was a regular day for me. It was beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Just chilling, just about to go support the homie shit. You feel me? And, you know, went kind of left, went sideways. You feel me? Did I expect that? No, I didn't. I was caught off guard, loop. Last time we talked, it was all good. I had been reaching out and I wasn't getting a response back. And
hold on, that's a double negative. The last time you talked to it was all good. I had been trying to reach out, but I wasn't getting a response. How does that make any sense?
Shit, now we know why, right? Unfortunately, I chose this path to do this YouTube stuff. It kind of just fell into it. You know what I'm saying? I think had higher expectations of me, which I can't knock, right? Because, you know, once upon a time, which I still feel like I live by that to a certain extent, right? You know, I was fully just in the streets, and I feel like I grew up, I got some understanding, you know, and, you know, started playing the mental game. Like, all this shit is mental, this shit fake. This internet shit fake. I don't, like, be talking behind a computer and you'll never see them in real life. Or you might, and they're never gonna say nothing to you like how they talk to you in these comments. So, with that being said, you know, the internet has deteriorated relationships. You know
when someone's waffling. You know someone's waffling when they start talking about the internet and comments and stuff. Like, bro, could you explain your mind state and what made you think it was a good idea to rock up to this fucking store when you knew you and Nipsey weren't cool or his brother weren't cool? Yo, big up Kimbeyu.
Dom bro don't even want to be a gangsta no more. Crying face.
Exactly, yeah. This is him putting in his resignation, isn't it? This is him hanging up his fucking flag, denouncing his set. He's not about it anymore. One fucking escort of, I don't know.
No, it has formed a perception in people's head about a person that they knew, that they feel like they knew, that they feel like they don't know no more because of the path that, you know, I chose to go down with this content route, right? To hop in this circus, you know? So, you know, I ain't here to have no sympathy, no nothing. You know, I made my bed, I'ma lay in it.
Okay, that's good. I like that end bit. I like the end bit, to be fair. I think the end bit is fair. I think, you know, if you're going to be on streams with Whack to get the views and the content, because I understand it from that point of view, right? When that whole Nipsey thing was happening, and when Whack was going around talking mad shit about Nipsey, it was getting a bunch of views, it was getting engagement and shit. But you have to know that if, you know, his family and his boys, actual in real life, aren't gonna like that if they know that you guys were once cool. You know, they're not gonna be okay with you essentially, you know, laying with the ops, politicking with the ops, or, you know, not saying anything or not checking somebody when they speak ill of somebody who you all felt very highly of. So it's okay that I think it's refreshing that he's taking some accountability about what's happened. And then we got another video here of Whack 100 going off on Rockstar, because I think people are suggesting that the reason why Black Sam acted the way he did against Rockstar was because of the numerous times Rockstar's been in spaces and, you know, what you call it, clubhouse spaces and shit with Whack when he was saying some very egregious things about Nipsey and his legacy. And this is Whack setting the mark, setting it straight. It's clear in the air in some regards. And yeah, let's see what happens here. Let's see what insightful commentary we get from Whack.
Yo, check this out, Rockstar. Hey, listen, homie. Some things you bring on yourself. Stop mentioning my name. Nigga, when you got up there and start calling me, wanted to tell me people you seen up there, I told you what you calling me about, bro. That wasn't my business. I done already had a Marathon Burger, bro. I done supported Marathon Burgers a month ago. Whether they knew it or not, or whoever liked it or not. But nigga, like, stop mentioning my name, homie. Black Sam ain't...
Exposing him, by the way. Stop calling me. He's exposed, honestly. Whack's the worst, man. Honestly, stop calling me.
They said my name one time when you hit me, telling me who's dead, you see this and this, and I think I see the nigga J-Rock and all this weird shit. Stop, bro. Stop mentioning my name, bro.
Oh, by the way, who's on stream? Like the stream if you're still here. Like the stream if you're still here.
Because dude didn't mention my name. You get what I'm saying? He hollered at you like a man. I wouldn't give a fuck who name he mentioned, right? Who you thought it was or wasn't. He marked you out and he handled you, bro. And ain't no man, ain't no crip, no blood, no hoover, no Paru gonna sit here and say that's how that's supposed to go. Dude did it how he wanted to do it, and you tucked your tail, bro. But stop, nigga. You done been on my phone since you left there. You done did all that, bro. And I told you, listen, homie, stop. I don't know if you on the phone with the police. I don't know what you on. But I ain't told you to go play private eye for me about nothing and nobody. What's crazy is, I got to keep it all the way gangster, is the boy Black Sam must have felt something in his heart. Because if they would have known what you was really was doing, right, it probably would have went there, right? So stop acting like you've been lobbying for a position with me for years, bro, begging me for help, threatening to throw your homies under the bus. You didn't pour it up on me, bro. I done took you to eat when you was broke with no gas money, homie. Stop mentioning my name, homie. Whatever you dealing with, nigga, deal with it, nigga. Like any other man gonna deal with whatever's in front of him, homie. It was in front of you. It was in front of you. But one thing I can say, bro, that man's intuition was working. Because you damn sure was on some backdoor shit. And if I was on that, you was damn sure reporter number one, nigga. Some real shit, nigga. I ain't paying that no mind. Whatever dude never doing, I wish him the best of.
Wow. He's throwing out some crazy allegations here against Rockstar. God almighty.
Look, they can handle their business, but nigga. But stop playing with me, bro, before I let it all go. Go your way, little dude, and just go. What you just say? Your homie just calling Black Sam to line it up. That's what you just said on Clubhouse, right? You ran right to Clubhouse. All right, then go over there and handle your business, right? Go handle your business, homie, but stop mentioning my name. Nigga, that was about you, nigga. You. Whatever you got going on with you, homie. Stop mentioning my name, homie. Rockstar 2800. You say you a real crip, nigga. That wasn't cripping. You got escorted, nigga. Shoved, pushed, ran up on, spit in your face. Escorted. The world seen it, nigga. Kill that bullshit, bro. Your homie should be giving you a DP and a put off. It's a bad look, homie. Real talk. Stop mentioning my name, homie. Real, you was already on some backdoor shit, so you got coming what you had coming to you anyway. That's a fact.
Wow. Rockstar was trying to backdoor some of the guys from Black Sam's crew and shit, or Black Sam in general. God damn. Lethal allegations. One more here on Academics' stream. Wack100 and Rockstar got into it on stream. On stream, they got into it, of course. Naturally, they concluded their issues and tried to, you know, talk it out and resolve it on Academics' stream. And obviously, a crash out ensued.
So, I mean. So pretty much
crash out.
This is kind of up in the air at this point, right? Like, I mean, what resolution would you like to see happen?
I mean, listen, bro. Like, to be real, like, I really had to calm down, and I really just wanted to fade, like, you know what I'm saying, like, because it's like the way it happened, it's like the way you went about it. It's like we really, what else is there to do? But catch a fair one and then talk about it after. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hold on. Wack, I'm on the phone with Rockstar. I'm on stream.
Yo, they tell.
Honestly, Academics is messy. Why would you answer a phone call when you're talking to Rockstar about what happened? You know what you're doing. You're instigating. You know, this is the kind of thing. And he blames. Doesn't Academics talk the same way or talk ill when Adam22 does this? And he's doing exactly the same thing. You're talking to Rockstar about the situation, then you accept a call from fucking Wack. You know what's gonna happen. You know what's gonna happen.
I mean, this nigga talking tough and crazy about me, bro. I didn't get you a pass, bro.
Wait,
nigga,
hold on.
You got marked out. That ain't got nothing to do with me. Look, I wouldn't give a fuck. Act. Let me give you a whole nother scenario. I run into some niggas that don't like me because I fuck with you, right?
Hold on. I'm gonna merge it, Wack. I'm gonna merge it. Hold on. Give me a second. Yeah.
Right here. Yo, bro, check this out, bro. Listen, nigga, you can't come on no platform. Nigga, because it's my platform. You got your ass whooped like a little bitch.
Yo, hold on. Wack.
Hold on. Did you not run like a little bitch?
Line me up.
No, I did not line you up. Wack called me.
Hold on. I wanted to.
Aki did line him up. You didn't need to accept the phone call when he's talking to you. You could have said, "Hey, Wack, I'll call you back. I'm talking to Rockstar now. Let me get his side of things, and I'll call you back." You didn't need to merge the calls. Honestly, Aki is so messy, man. and he goes at Adam for doing exactly the same thing that he's doing right now.
Shit, they don't like me because of you. You got escorted in front of your wife.
Wait,
you
wait,
got
wait,
escorted
Wack.
because you want to get out of the mall.
Wait, Wack. Can I ask you a question? Wait.
Do you want to stay tomorrow?
Yo, hold on.
Tomorrow. That's why you can be a black fan crazy.
Yo, Wack.
We can meet at no shop for the mall.
Yo, Wack. Can I ask you a question?
What phone do you think Wack just has? Do you think he has an Android? Why is Wack's phone always really loud and everyone else isn't? Or it's just his voice? Like, how is he able to just have higher volume? Fucking, he's got that fucking Brazilian music volume, innit? Right, the ballet funk. When they get it all on red, how is his volume always so high compared to everybody else?
Wait, Wack.
You got more nigga than Bob Club.
No, hold on. Wack calls on. Yo, Wack. Let me ask you a question though. No, I didn't. Hold on, Wack.
You thought it wasn't about me.
Big up Asada's. What shit? Wack 50 years old talking about a fade. Yeah, exactly. Ricky Pitch. Oh, he's speaking through a drive-through. Okay, one of them is true. I'm sure. Or even both is true. Both is true. Wack wants to fight so badly, but Wack actually can fight. You remember that video of him beating up those two white dudes? He was getting after it, man. He was getting after it, to be fair. Wack's got squabbles, man. He was getting after it. That fucking bum of his, low center of gravity, he was getting after it. I'm not gonna lie. He handled his business against those two white dudes in the parking lot.
Wack, let me ask you a question. Wait, Wack.
You supposed to be a crib. You are supposed to be a crib.
Wack, let me ask you a question. Wait.
Ain't no turning me off, nigga. Who you think you is? You only on here because you got forced out.
Wait, Wack. Can I ask you a question?
You don't run it. That's it, nigga.
Yo, Wack, isn't it your fault though? Wack.
On here because you're content.
Wait, Wack.
On here for nothing but getting bitched out.
Wait, Wack, let me ask you a question.
You get escorted.
Wait, Wack.
Like a bitch.
Wait.
Academics accepted Wack on this call, and now he's acting like he's frustrated because Wack won't let him get a word in edgeways. That's your problem. That's your fault. You shouldn't have let him ever merge the calls and have this freeway. You should have just spoken to Rock, got his side of things, and let Wack's got his side of things and go from there. But he wanted to instigate something, and now he's not. He can't even get a word in edgeways because Wack's just like shouting and screaming, and Rockstar's trying to fire back, but he's not. You know, it's not working.
Clip out your mouth. You have done fucking
Wack. Hold on. Yo, Wack. Let me ask you a question.
We get out in the morning.
Yo, Wack, isn't this your fault though? Yo, Wack.
You want to get out in the morning? Do you want to get out in the morning? I will knock your ass out. Do you want to get out in the morning? Do you want to get out in the morning? Look, fuck all that. On West Boulevard, at the quarter pound roof, we can fade in the morning. Check this out. Can we get out in the morning? Can we get out in the morning?
Hey, Wack, you know that nigga is not gonna want to get out.
You want to get out in the morning? You got this nigga. I'm gonna knock your ass.
Yo, chat, I swear I didn't. Yo, Wack kept calling me. I just added the call.
You got the two stooges. Do you want to get out in the morning? Yo, tell a bitch ass nigga do we want to get out? Because he was scared to fight Black Tail. You niggas is stooges.
You a cotton ball.
Fuck off you.
Wait.
You got more down, all the whole academics. When you see the real and let them know the whole world watch him get bitches out.
Hey, Wack, you didn't tell him we was on the call telling him he got marked out?
You got marked out on the call.
I told you, nigga, you was asking for nigga some fries, nigga. You know you got marked out, nigga.
Hey, yo.
Some fries. This is all because of some fries, man. You just wanted a smash burger. You just wanted a fucking smash burger, man. Give the guy a cheeseburger and let him be on his way.
Rockstar, let me ask you a question. Why didn't you do nothing? The nigga spit in your face, shoved you, demoed you. What I got to do with that, homie? What I got to do with that?
Wait, Wack.
What I got to do with another man putting his hands on you?
Wait, Wack, let me ask you a question.
You a crip, nigga.
Wait, Wack, let me ask you a question. Aren't they mad at him because of you, though? They're mad at him because of you.
Bro, no, it got nothing to do with me.
Really?
Nothing to do with me.
I thought
we marked the nigga out on the phone.
It ain't got nothing to do with me. Look, check this out. But let
explain
me
it to
give you
me.
another scenario.
Okay.
Listen, check this out. Let's say niggas is mad at me and you didn't watch it. Because I interviewed 6ix9ine.
Okay,
right?
Yeah, okay.
Or I'm cool with you.
Okay.
Hey, bro, fuck all that. The minute a man approaches me in a disrespectful way, spitting in my face, shoving me, pushing me across the streets, telling me where I can't be, it don't matter what it's about. Dude is supposed to be a crip. The nigga tucked his tail like a bitch.
Wait, he wasn't trying to
Like,
mess up.
It
He
don't
wasn't trying to mess
matter.
up the
He
event.
trying to use my name. He trying to use my name to cover up what happened to you. You ain't no blood. You ain't my old boy.
Academics, I talked to Black Sim, and Black Sim said it didn't have nothing to do with whack. He said he gave me 2 names that I'm not gonna repeat, but it didn't have nothing to do with whack. He said that shit was recent. Dead homies. The nigga, we talked to the nigga Rockstar on the phone with his homie.
We talked to the nigga after it happened yesterday, right? The nigga on my phone crying. You know what his homies told him, academics from his neighborhood, right there on the phone? Cause we finna go up there and have us a burger and fries. That's on you.
Wait, his friends said that? His friends ain't say
His
that.
friends.
We're gonna have a burger and fries. Oh.
Nigga, me and Luce was on the phone. Said, cuz we better go up there and have us a burger and fries. Ain't nobody talking about retaliating. You know why? Because the world watched you. Fuck the Crip and blood shit. Fuck all that. That was a man who ditched you, spit in your face, told you you can't be on a public sidewalk, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
No, and he told that man, you can't be on this side of a public sidewalk. Let me walk you across the street. Walked him across the street and left him there. Listen, bro, you was
Wax making this much worse. Wax making this much worse.
civilian, right? This nigga is supposed to be a gang member. His neighborhood is 8 or 9 minutes away from where they was at. Okay, let's say you slip it. Why you didn't get off on a nigga? Take your ass whooping. Why you didn't double back?
He said if it was anybody else, he would have got off. He said if it was anybody else, he would have got off.
he wouldn't.
Hey, bro, academic. Him and Black Sam don't know each other like that. Bro, listen, this is real shit. If a nigga know you and your wife and your kids, and his wife was there with him. She seen all that. Let's add that to it.
She filmed it.
Listen, watch this, act. If a nigga's that close to you, right? You think he gonna do you like that?
No.
Do the math. They not gonna do you like that.
Hey, Ack, he walked in on 2 Black Sim with a fake hat on. He was just perpetrating the whole time, bro. He had a fake ass hat that he got.
what?
This
Wait, I thought he was your. Wait, hold on. I thought he was. I thought they were mad at him because he's your friend or something like that. No.
No, I don't fuck with dude like that. I talked to the nigga on Clubhouse when he go to my Instagram. He sends me a link when he needs me to come give him content. You been to Clubhouse. The 100 side don't close. You know that. We got 15 rooms, operate 24/7. I don't have to leave you know how you don't got to leave your world right here?
Yeah.
I don't have to leave. Go to my Instagram. You will see him sending me links to his room because he needs me to come in and give him the content. I come in, I help the little dirty nigga out. I seen him twice in my life. He came to my studio begging. His shoes was dirty. He was in the Prius. I swear to God, no troll. With a donut tire. The nigga was hungry. I had to buy him food. I swear to God on my daughter's soul, I ain't telling no lies, bro. Had to buy the nigga food, all that. He came back the second day and said, "What? Fuck these Crip niggas and what they talking about. I want to fuck with you." As a dumb move, hearing the niggas say, "Fuck the Crip niggas and what they talking about. I want to fuck with you. I know you's a snake and I can't trust you. Fuck with me about what? I don't want to do nothing with you now."
Wait. So what?
What you talking about, bro?
God damn it! Look at all the stuff it's revealed. Anyway, I'm gonna leave it there. It's too much fucking aggression, too much crazy talk. But you gotta feel for Rockstar, man. Getting escorted across the road like that is so embarrassing, so humiliating. so emasculating. It's just everything. You read that thing completely wrong and you paid the ultimate price. So there we have it. Anyways, people, I'm off. It's been a good 5-hour stream as promised. Thank you for joining in. Appreciate all of you for joining in and hanging out with me. Thank you. If it's your first time checking out the stream, make sure you like it down below, please. Subscribe to the channel also. Subscribe to the channel, like the stream. I'm trying to get to 100 likes if you can before I leave. 100 likes. How many likes I've got now at the moment? 70 what? 70. Come on, give me some more. So yeah, allow me, put some likes down there, subscribe to the channel, all that good stuff. I had some timestamps after I finish now as well. I'll add the timestamps there so you can quickly scan through what needs to be scanned through. And the rest of you guys, I'll see you again tomorrow. Another episode of the Random Show. I'll be back every day this week, so make sure you're there. I appreciate everybody for tuning in. I appreciate all of you. Pick up Don Dotto, I see you. Kevin, Two Swords, Pre-Ban for Loco, Asada Z's, I see you. Ricky Pitcher, everybody for tuning in. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Like the stream down below, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys again tomorrow. Thank you. Take care.